Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the EFT, there are other persons here to thank you and to welcome you. I am here only for two purposes. One, why this conference? Two, why not this conference? I was a little shocked yesterday when we received a message from someone who probably controls the Department of Culture in the government of Sindh, and she had the temerity to tell us, why are you going to Makli? Have you asked anyone? Has anybody allowed you to go to Makli? As if it is a cultural site which is owned by just one person who's just a deputy director who moves around all over the world on state expenses and claims that they are restoring the Sevan Fort. With Mr. Jahangir Siddiqui here, Hamid Harun here, and my other colleagues here, I would like to reiterate that the government of Sindh has not given us a penny for trying to restore the Sevan Fort, the Ranikote Fort, the Kot Diji Fort, sorry, not the Kot Diji Fort, but the Islamkot Fort. And the irony is that whenever there's an inquiry against this department, they take these people and show them our works, and they say that this is what we have done. So that is the role of the Department of Culture, and they claim to be custodians of. Madar Sahab, Assalamu alaikum. So that's no complaint, but it's a fact of life. The other point that I would like to stress is कि जो ईमानदारी की बात है वो ये है कि I've just come back from Ranikote, and मैं कामिल साहब से कह रहा था कि अब थक गए हैं और उधर हमने इतनी मेहनत की है, लेकिन अब जो हाल देखा है वहाँ तो मतलब एक वो और एक ये बिल्डिंग जो आप देख रहे हैं, this is the Shahi Mahal in Khairpur, and we are restoring that as well. Our board of trustees meet very often, and there's always an emphasis that these buildings need to be saved. Now, how do we save them? We look to you for your help. आप हमारे साथ पहले भी हो आए. और तीसरी बात when they asked me that are you going to speak, I said no, I'm going to speak only on one issue, and that is to my sincere apologies for what happened last time. It was not fair, but it is always a pleasure to listen to you. I think Dr. Sadaf Kul will introduce our chairman, Mr. Jahangir Siddiqui. Sadaf Kul has been very kind. She's conducted 2-3 programs for us and very assertive at times.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Hamida Khun Sahab, Secretary, Endowment Fund Trust. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this one-day conference on disaster management and cultural monuments of Sindh. It is organized by the Endowment Fund Trust and its research cell. I heartily extend my gratitude to all of you, and especially to our eminent guests who have come a long way to join us for this conference on this subject, which is given the gravity of the situation demands immediate attention and remedies. My name is Dr. Sahargul Bhatti. I'm one of the conference organizers, and I shall lead you ahead in the conference beginning through its first session. As you are aware, the EFT, under the leadership of Mr. Abdul Hamid Akhund, has been working to preserve and restore the heritage of Sindh, to sustain and maintain their historical elements, features, and their original structural integrity with resilience. The conference is also evidence of the EFT's commitment to protecting Sindh's cultural heritage through restoration, which includes a number of remarkable landmarks, some of which have been terribly destroyed in the recent calamity. Apart from its mega restoration work, the EFT remains committed to its vision also by organizing such events to create, number one, disaster prevention measures to develop mitigation strategies too, and create public awareness, which this conference is particularly focuses and is meant for. Let me tell you the schedule of the day. The format of the conference entails a series of the discussions split into 3 sessions. Each of the sessions will feature debates on the relevant and pressing issues of the monuments which have undergone massive destruction. The speakers of the conference today, with a common goal, would outline, this is the crux of the conference or main objective of the conference, that they, with a common goal, they would outline the approaches, solutions, recommendations, and also devise strategies for protecting our heritage and its treasures in the face of unforeseen calamities. Then we have a book launch after the first session. Our next sessions will be conducted by our research teams. Besides, we have a reporter who is recording the conference proceedings, and she's collecting the recommendations, which will be read out at the end by our renowned archaeologist, and she has been ex-vice chancellor as well, Dr. Nilofer. So for the opening remarks, the guest I'm going to invite, our conference would formally start now. At this stage, I would like to give a warm welcome to a very prominent figure in the world of business, who founded one of the fastest growing enterprises, which by growth and expansion eventually became a group of multinational companies. It's obvious his connections and affiliations to the boards of major corporations, both in the past and present, span a wide range of industries and a broad spectrum of a variety of sectors. His initiative, maybe many of you know this, his initiatives led to a plan that eventually made Pakistan's financial markets to bring the foreign investors. He's the chairman of the board of trustees of the Endowment Fund Trust for Preservation of Heritage, and to him and his team, the credit of having restored over 46 endangered sites in Sindh, revival of old looks on the history, and yet standing tall with their humble service. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending warm welcome to the visionary leader and founder of JS Group of Companies, Mr. Jahangir Siddiqui, to come at a stage and enlighten us his invaluable perspectives on the subject of the conference.
Assalamu alaikum, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं सिर्फ डॉक्टर साहबा ने जो कहा मेरे लिए वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा है मेरे ख़्याल से। ये हमारी एंडोमेंट फंड ट्रस्ट में जो मेहनत हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब ने की है, मैं जिस दिन आया था और मुझे जब ये गवर्नमेंट ने ऑफ़र की थी तो मेरी इनसे बात हुई थी और मैंने इनको ये रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि मुझे ये काम नहीं आता, मैं आपके साथ रहूँगा, जब तक आप सेक्रेटरी होंगे मैं कंटिन्यू करूँगा, आपको जाना हो तो मुझे बता दीजिएगा, हम सब साथ चले जाएंगे। तो ये हमीद हारून साहब हमारी सारी टीम की एफर्ट्स हैं। ऑफ कोर्स चेयरमैनशिप मुझे है तो क्रेडिट भी मुझे जाता है, अगर कोई डिस्क्रेडिट हो तो वो लेने के लिए तैयार हूँ, क्रेडिट सब इनको जाता है। Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. The setting up of the Endowment Fund Trust for Preservation of the Heritage of Sindh in 2009 is a laudable step initiated by the government of Sindh. While the credit goes to the government, I need to acknowledge the support of the erstwhile Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Development Department, Mr. Nazar Hussain Maher, whose far-sightedness facilitated release of funds for this noble cause. Had he not taken the initiation, EFT would still be awaiting release of funds at the whims of those who act arbitrarily and create unnecessarily hurdles. We started with approximately 1 billion rupees, and having worked brick by brick in conservation and over 46 heritage sites, including innumerable publications, music documentations, and other conservation projects over the past 14 years. These, we feel, have given an appreciable testament to the measurable achievements and reach of EFT in terms of conservation of landmark monuments and intangible heritage. I am humbled in stating that the EFT today has more than 1.5 billion as our financial resource. However, ensuring the longevity and sustainability of these efforts require a more comprehensive approach to project planning, implementation and impact assessment, and harnessing heritage assets for long-term social and environment changes, as indeed now with the massive devastation of life and material. As I look around what has happened in the recent past, the magnitude of destruction left behind in the wake of the floods leaves one struggling to comprehend how and where help can be directed effectively. We need to save both men and material. Our distinguished guests need to address this situation and find a way out. The grandeur of what past bequeathed us, how do we save it? We talk, but have we really done something? Do we have the expertise to conserve? Are we equipped? Have we worked in creating a group of conservationists? Whether we have to ensure and guarantee public participation, community ownership in order to create awareness, or to make them realize how important their ownership of our heritage is in ensuring the sustainability of such endeavor, especially when the authorities concerned remain unmoved and immune to safeguard it. That is the case all over the country. The decay and deterioration of our heritage is not only a result of recent natural ravages and neglect, but also a reflection of our social economic climate. Therefore, the isolated improvement of a landmark monument will easily be reversed over time unless its surrounding environment and local community are actively involved and their needs addressed. We therefore strive for a symbiotic relationship between friends of heritage, society, the community, and organizations like EFT and government agencies to develop and encourage a sense of ownership towards monuments of importance and significance. EFT recognizes the importance of community participation and firmly believes that there can be no success without their participation. It is time to focus on consultation sessions, discussions, develop strategies, involve stakeholders such as architects, conservationists, academics, artists, journalists, create local conservation groups, give them academic support and permanent cell to monitor the condition of our efforts. EFT has worked hard with dedication and honest commitment to restore, rehabilitate monuments all over Sindh. It pains me even to talk of the devastation of Kot DG monuments, Rani Kot, etc., and there is a lurking fear that it is not over yet. As the water recedes and the structures dry up, there is possibility of further collapse, but we have not given up. In today's gathering, we have people who have spent their entire life in the service of community, and we hope to gain from their wisdom. I wish today's deliberation lead us to identify a target group that leads this campaign. The Sindh government is committed to provide help, and now is the appropriate time. I am obliged to Ms. Amber Sehgal and the Dawn Media Group who were forthcoming in their support for this conference, and like in the case of Kashmir Quick, they pioneered an aggressive media coverage through their correspondence in helping to create awareness of the bleak conditions. The media of Pakistan also played a very important role. People have suffered and we have to help them. This is a long journey that Pakistan must go through. I hope this conference helps in achieving its goal, or at least make society and the government act. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Jahangir Siddiqui, Chairman of Board of the Trustees of Endowment Fund Trust, for your invaluable suggestions for the conservationists. With tremendous reverence and utmost deference, I'm humbled to introduce to you the keynote speaker of today, the founder of Conservation Society and pioneer in the movement of conservation of architectural heritage, an architectural educationist who taught in England, in the West Africa, and Pakistan after being trained from the School of Architecture, London, 1960s. He's a great theoretician of his field. He has his own architectural ethos. He believes using indigenous knowledge in the field of architecture instead of contemporary standardization. B, he adheres to the value of having multi-class architectural system, which is quite a unique idea. Having a multi-class architectural system where people from the lower strata to the upper class live in the same area and location. C, he draws our attention to the neglect of climate-smart structures. He theorizes that it is a vengeance to erect the commercial glass structures because they don't sync with our climate, and he believes that British colonial buildings were in synchronization of our climate. Author of Architecture in Pakistan, A Century of Art, a great speaker. He can speak wonderfully about classical music, the realms of rhythm, calligraphy of Nastaliq spirit, Islamic architecture, miniature paintings, poetry and prose in Persian spiritual journey to highlight unity into diversity, gleams of sacred world of religions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage Mr. Kamil Khan Mumtaz.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। इन तारुफ़ी अल्फाज का बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं पता नहीं किसके बारे में आप बातें कर रही थी। इस मुशावरती इजलास में हालिया सैलाब जैसी आफतों की तबाहकारी के पेश नज़र सकाफ़ती इमलाक और विरसे के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ के लिए इंतज़ामी उमूर पर गौर व ख़ौज़ किया जाएगा। तो हम सब इस महफ़िल में मौजूद मायनाज़ माहिरीन उनके तज्ज़िये और तजावीज़ सुनने और उनके इल्म और तजर्बे से रहनुमाई हासिल करने के लिए मुंतज़िर हैं। लेकिन इनके गिरा कीमत कलामात से मुस्तफ़ीद होने से पहले मैं अमूमी नौइयत के कुछ ख़यालात पहले फ़ौरी इक़दाम से मुताल्लिक़ और आखिर में मुस्तक़बिल के लिए तदाबीर और हिकमत अमली के बारे में आपकी खिदमत में पेश करना चाहता हूँ। फ़ौरी इक़दामात इसमें जानी और माली नुकसान होने से बचाना और सकाफ़ती इमलाक को महफूज करना और फिर सरजद होने वाले नुकसान की मरम्मत और बहाली, ये सब शामिल है। इस ज़िमन में मुंदरज ज़ैल कुछ नुकात जिनको मलहूज़ ख़ातिर रखना मैं समझता हूँ ज़रूरी है। पहले महल वक़ू पर जाकर बनफ़्स नफ़ीस हक़ाइक़ का जायज़ा लेना चाहिए। दूसरा, मकामी सियाक़ व सबाक़ को वसीतर इलाक़ाई तनाज़ुर में समझना ज़रूरी है। तीसरा, ज़रूरी इक़दामात की तरजीहात मुतय्यन करना चाहिए, यानी फ़ौरी, आर्ज़ी और मुस्तक़बिल के कामों को उनकी अहमियत के एतबार से मुरतब करना चाहिए। चौथा, मुतबादिल तदाबीर पर गौर करते हुए मुकामी लोगों की राय को बगौर सुनना और तरजीह देना चाहिए। फिर हर मौके के मुताबिक اس کے مخصوص مسائل کے مخصوص حل تلاش کرنا چاہیے۔ پانچواں، منظم حکمت عملی اور طریقہ کار مرتب کریں جس میں نقصانات کا جائزہ لیں اور اپنے مالی اور انسانی اور مادی وسائل کا بھی جائزہ لیں، اور پھر ذمہ داریاں مقرر کریں اور کام کی نگرانی کے طریقے وضع کریں۔ پھر آفتیں اور انتظامی امور کے بارے میں کچھ کہنا چاہتا ہوں۔ آفتیں صرف حادثاتی یا قدرتی عوامل کا ہی نتیجہ نہیں ہوتی، بلکہ انسان کی دانستہ سوچ اور منظم حکمت عملی کے مطابق اٹھائے گئے اقدام کی وجہ سے بھی نمودار ہوتی ہیں۔ پانی تو ماضی قریب میں نوآبادیت اور سماجی فتوحات اور قبضوں نے پورے کے پورے بر اعظموں کے نقشے تبدیل کر دیے اور ثقافتی املاک کی منتقلی اور لوٹ مار سے مقامی تہذیبوں کو ملیا میٹ کر دیا، اور اب دور حاضر میں اقتصادی ترقی کے نام پر صنعت کاری اور شہری منصوبہ بندی بالفاظ دیگر جدیدیت ثقافتی ورثے کی تباہی کا باعث بنی رہی، اور یہ سلسلہ ابھی بھی جاری و ساری ہے۔ مثلاً ہم آج بھی دیامر بھاشا ڈیم بنانے جا رہے ہیں، اور اس کے نتیجے کے طور پر دنیا کا ایک وسیع ترین ثقافتی ورثے کا علاقہ ڈوب جائے گا۔ اسی طرح ہم نے لاہور شہر کے گراں قیمت ثقافتی مقامات کو اورنج لائن کی نظر کر دیا، اور اب روڈا نامی منصوبے کے تحت ایک اور المیہ تیار کر رہے ہیں۔ اور ادھر کراچی میں شہری رقبے کی توسیع سے پانی کے بہاؤ کے قدرتی راستے بند ہونے سے جو خرابی ہوئی ہے وہ بھی آپ کے سامنے موجود ہے، اور حالیہ سیلاب عالمی سطح پر موسمی تبدیلی کا حصہ ہے، اور یہ تبدیلی خود ایک سنگین عالمی ماحولیاتی بحران کا نتیجہ ہے جو حضرت انسان کا خود پیدا کرتا ہے۔ رہی بات مستقبل میں ثقافتی ورثے کے تحفظ کے لیے انتظامی تدابیر اور طویل مدتی اقدامات، تو اس پر ایک وسیع تر تناظر کی روشنی میں غور کرنا ضروری ہے، لیکن اس موضوع کی فنی اور عملی باریکیوں پر دیگر ماہرین کی بات سننے سے پہلے ورثے کی تشریح کرنا میں سمجھتا ہوں لازمی ہے۔ تو ماضی میں ہمیں جو کچھ ورثہ میں ملتا رہا ہے، اس میں سب سے اول اور آخر ہماری زندگی ہے، اور انسان ہونے کے ناطے ہماری انسانیت، یعنی وہ انسانی صفات اور ماحول جو زندگی کے لیے ضروری ہے۔ موسمی تبدیلی، عالمی حرارت، स्पीशीज़ एक्सटिंक्शन, वसाइल का ख़ात्मा, माहौलियाती ख़राबी, आलूदगी, कार्बन का अखराज, आलमी इक़्तिसादी बहरान वग़ैरह, ये सब अब रोज़मर्रा की बोलचाल का हिस्सा बन चुके हैं। इंसान की तबीआती और मादी ज़िंदगी बशमूल मादी सक़ाफ़ती असासों पर इस आलमी माहौलियाती बहरान के मादी असरात पर जा बजा गुफ्तगू भी हो रही है, लेकिन इंसान की इंसानियत की एक नज़रियाती और फ़िक्री हैसियत भी है, और यही इंसान का सबसे कीमती सक़ाफ़ती विरसा है। मेरा सवाल इस ख़तरे से मुताल्लिक़ जो इंसान की इस इंसानियत को लाहक है, यानी मादियत और तबैयातियत के नज़रिए पर मबनी खुशहाली का वो तसव्वुर जिसको हमने ज़िंदगी का मकसद बना लिया है और जिसके हसूल के लिए मुसलसल लामतनाही इक़्तिसादी तरक्की, माल दौलत और अशियाए सर्फ की लामहदूद पैदावार को हमने लाजमी ठहरा लिया। ये वो उर्फ़ आम का मशहूर ज़माना हाथी है जो कमरे में मौजूद है लेकिन उसका ज़िक्र कोई नहीं करता। ये वो गैर तबैयाती और गैर मादी फ़िक्री और नज़रियाती हकीकत है जो तबैयाती और मादी बहरान की मूजिब भी है और रूह रवां भी, लेकिन मुहज़्ज़ब हलक़ों में और इल्मी मुबाहिसों में इस पर गुफ्तगू गैर माक़ूल बल्कि बदज़ौक़ी और बदतमीज़ी समझी जाती है। माना कि हंगामी हालात में फ़ौरी इक़दाम को तरजीह देना चाहिए और आइंदा मुतवक्का हंगामी हालात और मुमकिना हादसात से निमटने के लिए क़ब्ल अज़ वक्त इंतज़ामी तैयारियां करना लाज़मी हैं, लेकिन मुस्तक़बिल में तवील मुद्दती तदाबीर और हिकमत अमली के ज़िम्रे में सबसे कीमती सक़ाफ़ती असासा यानी इंसान की इंसानियत की बका ही हमारा अव्वलीन मकसद होना चाहिए। इंसानियत की सबसे नुमायाँ सिफ़ात और इदराक और मार्फत और आज़ाद क़ुव्वत इरादा हैं। मालकियत के हुकूक़ से आगाह करती हैं और क़ुव्वत इरादा वो क़ुव्वत है जो ख्वाहिशात और इरादों को अमली जामा पहनाती है। यही वो सिफ़ात हैं जिनकी बदौलत इंसान अशरफुल मखलूक़ात कहलाने का हक़दार हुआ, और यही वो सिफ़ात हैं जो अना के ताबे हो जाएं तो इंसान को असफल साफिलीन के दर्जे तक गिरा सकती हैं, और यही वो सिफ़ात हैं जो हमें अपनी हैसियत और ज़िम्मेदारी से आगाह करती हैं। तो बहैसियत मखलूक़ हम खालिक के कवानीन कुदरत के पाबंद हैं, और बहैसियत खलीफतुल्लाह फिल अर्ज़ हम कायनात के मालिक नहीं हैं, बल्कि मालिक हकीकी की मिल्क का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ हमारी ज़िम्मेदारी है। तो आइए इस वसीतर तनाज़ुर को मलहूज़ ख़ातिर रखते हुए मुस्तक़बिल में सक़ाफ़ती विरसे के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ के लिए इंतज़ामी तदाबीर और तवील मुद्दती इक़दामात पर गौर करें। शुक्रिया।
My unqualified apologies for calling you Sadaf. One of the activities that we have at the Endowment Fund Trust is to publish books, some old, some new, and we also welcome research projects. My colleague here, Mr. Ishtiaq Ansari, has done a wonderful job by bringing out a book called The Forts of Sindh. May I request you to please come here and join us, Ansari Sahab. And may I request Mazhar Siddiqui Sahab to please join us along with Jahangir Siddiqui. आ जाएं, मेरे लिए बहुत एजाज़ होगा. आइए यार भाई, एक किताब आपके हाथों से लॉन्च कराएं. You know. And Shams Mehman, please come and join me. We have any other trustee who I am... Shams कैसे जाता हूँ? हमीद हारून, हमीद साहब आप आ जाएं. अच्छा, okay, I understand. Right. खेड़ो साहब. हाँ इतना वही हाँ दिया. Book launch जरा इनके चलते. Yes.
They're not enough seats. Thank you, Hamid Akhund Sahab, for bringing eminent guests at the stage. A very brief about the book that we are going to launch. Its name is Forts of Sindh, Sindh Ja Kot and Killa. This book is about forts and fortification built from the prehistoric times to the British period, which include the eras of Europeans, the Greeks, the Arabs, the local Roy, Sumra, Samma, Kalhora, and Talpur dynasties, the Afghan, Arghun dynasties, the Delhi Mughals, and the colonial British. So every ruling dynasty constructed their own defensive forts. The book is a research study of the historian and research scholar, academically trained from Pakistan, Cambridge, and Bradford universities, Mr. Ishtiaq Ansari Sahab. He's also at the stage. He's associated with the Endowment Fund Trust's CDC offshoot as a hugely contributed to the field of archaeology by exploring new heritage. So I would I would request Hamid Akhund Sahab also to come at the stage, and I would request the guests to launch the book. We are going to start our next session. We know that every year, disasters, be those natural or human-made, they destroy a great deal of our heritage. They deprive us of the priceless cultural assets and relics. Our first session of the day within the series is about the management and mitigation of disaster risks of heritage, which is a very crucial topic to be discussed in the recent times. The speakers in this session would focus on disaster risk in all its dimensions of vulnerability, exposure of persons and assets, hazard characteristics within the concerned milieu and environment. The fundamental goal of this session is to provide strategies and recommendations that might assist the management authorities of cultural heritage. The first eminent scholar that who has already joined at this stage. I would like to say a few words for him. He's a prominent Pakistani architect, planner, social researcher. He's our opening speaker for the session as well. He's trained from Oxford Polytechnic and architect. His study and analysis on human settlement and urban-rural development have been published in multiple books and articles in the world's top prominent academic journals. He has worked with some best architectural companies in Europe as well. He was given the highest civilian award, Hilal-e-Imtiyaz, for his outstanding achievements in the architecture, a highly respected name for selfless work. He's already at the stage, Arif Hassan Sahab. The next guest speaker, I would like to invite to sit at the stage. She's our second speaker. She's an archaeologist of merit who has immense experience in the field as a professor and guide, will be providing us valuable insights on the subject. She has held the position of Vice Chancellor at 2 universities of Pakistan, Shah Latif University, Khairpur, and Preston University in Karachi. At the moment, she is the chairperson at the Center for the Documentation and Conservation of History, a branch of Sindh Endowment Fund Trust. Thank you for being with us today, Dr. Nilofer Sheikh. Please come at the stage. Our third speaker is a professor and also a historical preservationist. She has devoted her 2 decades of research-based extensive study on historical context and societal norms. She's trained from DCET in Karachi, METU in Ankara, and Oxford Books in the UK in architecture and heritage conservation. Amsterdam University Press published her book, The Urban Tradition and Historic Environments in Sindh, a Fading Legacy of Shikarpur Historic City. For 1.5 decades, she has served as Secretary General of the International Council on Monuments and Sites. She's currently head of the Architecture and Planning Department at Pakistan and India University of Engineering and Technology. Ms. Anila Naeem, please join us at the stage. Peer Mohammed Baksh. Okay. There was a third speaker who would be a bit late in joining us, so I'm not calling him. He's DIG Police Peer Mohammed Baksh Shah, so I hope he'll join us at the end. The next eminent Pakistani scholar or journalist or writer I would invite, he has a 27 years experience in journalism. He has reported on a variety of issues and themes, but not limited to disaster management, politics, women and human rights, community mobilization, social services, governance, water and agriculture. Currently, he's working as the bureau chief for Pakistan's #1 and widely circulated English newspaper Dawn and a station at Hyderabad. I would like to invite Muhammad Hussain Sahab, please come at the stage and join us. So we are going to start our session. I would request Dr. Arif Hassan to talk about what is the future of Pakistan's heritage. क्यों नहीं आ जाए ठीक है थोड़ा सा आपको जरा आगे होना पड़ेगा इसको होल्ड कर लीजिए मैं इसको संभालूंगा मुझे दीजिए
किस ज़बान में बोलूँ मैं सिंधी तो मैं बोल नहीं सकता और उर्दू या अंग्रेज़ी कामिल ने उर्दू में बात की थी تو پھر آئی فالو ہز ایگزامپل. پہلے تو بہت بہت شکریہ کہ آپ نے مجھے دعوت دی یہاں بات کرنے کی. جب دعوت نامہ مجھے ملا تو انیلا سے بھی میں نے کہا تھا کہ مجھے نہیں پتا مجھے کیوں بلا رہے، میں جاؤں گا ضرور، جسٹ ٹو گیٹ آؤٹ آف مائی ہاؤس. کیونکہ میں کامل کی طرح اسکالر تو ہوں نہیں، انیلا کی طرح میں کنزرویشنسٹ بھی نہیں ہوں، تو میرا یہاں کیا کام. ڈیزاسٹر سے ویسے میرا بہت واسطہ رہا ہے، ہر قسم کے ڈیزاسٹر سے. تو میں نے سوچا میں کچھ گفتگو کر لوں اس کے بارے میں جو میں دیکھتا آیا ہوں. اس ملک کے اور خاص طور سے اس صوبے کے چپے چپے سے میں واقف ہوں. 55 سال سے میں نے اور کچھ نہیں کیا، اور جو میں نے دیکھا یہ میری کتابوں میں، میرے مضامین میں ریکارڈڈ ہے. تو اسی کے حوالے سے میں کچھ گفتگو کروں گا، کیونکہ اور میرے پاس کچھ کہنے کو ہے نہیں. کچھ واقعات بیان کروں گا، کچھ کہانیاں سناؤں گا، اور اس کے بعد کچھ ریکمنڈیشنز اس میں سے نکل کے آتے ہیں وہ میں آپ کے سامنے رکھ دوں گا. پہلی کہانی تو یہ ہے کہ 80s میں باقاعدگی سے میر پور خاص جاتا تھا، اور میری جانے کی وجہ میر پور خاص یہ تھی کہ وہاں ایک اسٹوپا تھا، کاوٹو دڑو، اور اس سے کوئی آدھے فرلانگ پہ چند ببول کے اور کنڈی کے درخت تھے. تو میں اپنے بچوں کے ساتھ بیٹھ کے ان درختوں کے نیچے پکنک کرتا تھا. اینڈ آئی شو یو آئی لیفٹ نو لٹر. تو بہرحال یہ ایک رسم بن گئی تھی، سردیوں میں ہم چلے جاتے تھے. پھر جانا بند ہو گیا، بچوں کی دلچسپی بھی ختم ہو گئی. دے گرو اپ اینڈ دے ہیڈ بیٹر تھنگس ٹو ڈو. 2001 میں میر پور خاص گیا. کچھ لوکل باڈی الیکشنز تھے، اس سلسلے میں کچھ ہم تحقیق کر رہے تھے. تو جو مختار قاری تھی اس کا ایکسٹینشن بن رہا تھا، اور میں نے نوٹس کیا کہ وہ جو وہاں اینٹیں استعمال ہو رہی تھیں وہ نارمل اینٹیں نہیں تھیں جو انگریزوں نے اسٹینڈرڈائز کی تھی 1849 میں، 3 انچ، 4.5 انچ، 9 انچ کی. اور نہ ہی وہ چھوٹی اینٹیں تھیں جو پہلے استعمال ہوتی تھیں ہمارے یہاں. تو میں نے جو راج کام کر رہا تھا اس سے پوچھا، میگوار تھا وہ، کہ بھئی تم مجھے یہ بتاؤ کہ یہ اینٹیں تمہارے پاس کہاں سے آئیں؟ کہنے لگا گنبد سے آئی ہیں. میں نے کہا بھئی یہ گنبد کہاں ہے؟ کیسا گنبد ہے؟ ہی نیو دی ایکچوئل ورڈ. اس نے کہا اسٹوپا سر، آپ سمجھتے نہیں، اسٹوپا ہے یہاں، وہاں سے آئی ہے. تو پاس ہی ہے مختار قاری کے. میں وہاں چلا گیا، دیکھا کہ اسٹوپا ہی نہیں ہے، اس کی پلنتھ تھوڑی سی رہ گئی ہے، باقی سارا چلا گیا ہے. ڈی سی صاحب کو تلاش کیا، وہ تھے نہیں، وہ کہیں گئے ہوئے تھے. مختار قار سے بات ہوئی، کہا کہ بھئی یہ تم یہ کیوں استعمال کر رہے ہو؟ یہ تو ختم کر دیا تم نے سارا استعمال کر کے. تو اس نے کہا کہ سائنس سب کو فائدہ ہوا ہے اس سے، یہ بزرگوں کی دین ہے. تو پہلے تو آپ بزرگوں کی دین ختم کریں، اس پہ آتا ہوں میں. پھر ایک دن میں کھانے پہ گیا اسلام آباد کسی کے گھر. ان کی ایک بہت خوبصورت میز تھی کھانے کی، جو چوکنڈی کے قبروں کی بنی ہوئی تھی، اور اس کے اوپر ایک شیشہ لگا ہوا تھا. میں نے پوچھا میزبان سے کہ بھئی یہ کہاں سے آئی ہیں آپ کے پاس؟ میاں ان کے مر چکے تھے. تو نے کہا مجھے نہیں پتہ کہاں سے آئی ہیں، میرا میاں آیا تھا کراچی سے. میں کہا آپ کو پتہ ہے کہ یہ کیا ہے؟ کہ نہیں مجھے نہیں پتہ. وہ لے آئے تھے، تو میں نے یہ بنا دی. ہم اس پہ کھانا کھاتے ہیں، لوگوں کو بہت پسند ہے. अच्छा, इससे मुझे कुछ चौखंडी से दिलचस्पी हुई, तो मैं वहाँ गया, एक चक्कर लगाया। उसको मैंने तस्वीरों के ज़रिए डॉक्यूमेंट किया था 1992 में। तो मैंने ये देखा कि जो मशरक़ी हिस्सा था चौखंडी का वो गायब हो चुका था। जो वहाँ दरोगा था उससे कहा, भाई ये गायब हो गया है, कौन ले गया? उसने कहा, बड़े साहब आते हैं वो ले जाते हैं। मैं कहा, तुम रोकते नहीं? कहने लगा, मेरी हैसियत क्या है? हैसियत ही नहीं है मेरी, मैं कैसे रोकूं? मैं मना नहीं कर सकता अफसरान को। तो वो जो हिस्सा था चौखंडी का, मशरक़ी हिस्सा, जो वो लोग जो कि आप वाकिफ़ हैं उससे, वो गायब हो चुका है, वो नहीं है। तो ये जो सिलसिला है, इसके मैं आपको बेशुमार किस्से सुना सकता हूँ। इसी तरह से ये मैंने सर पार करके जो माउंट्स हैं उनको डॉक्यूमेंट किया है, मेरी वेब पे हैं सारी स्टडीज़ उसकी। एक माउंट वेरावा, एक माउंट नहीं, 4 माउंट्स वेरावा में हैं। और वो माउंट जो हैं वो मुस्तकिल बिल्डिंग, उन्होंने बिल्डिंग मटीरियल फराहम किया है वहाँ के बाज़ार की दुकानों के लिए, 3 मंदिरों के लिए। हमीद साहब वाकिफ़ होंगे क्योंकि इन्होंने वहाँ काम किया है काफ़ी। और ये जो इस्तेमाल है उन पत्थरों और ईंटों का, वो आज भी जारी है। और वो बहुत अहम साइट है, क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि वो पाली नगर की साइट है। मुझे नहीं मालूम है या नहीं है, मेरे आई हैव डाउट्स अबाउट दैट, बट एनीवे वो जो लोग हैं वहाँ के, उनकी नज़र में, और बहुत सारे आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट जिन्होंने देखी है साइट, जिन्होंने तारीख़ का मुताला किया है, वो कहते हैं कि ये है पाली नगर की साइट। ठीक है, मैं एक्सेप्ट कर लेता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे पास और कोई सबूत नहीं है कि वो नहीं है। जब 80s में मैं बहुत सफ़र करता था बलूचिस्तान के जुनूबी इलाक़ों का, क्योंकि वहाँ डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स थे जिनमें मैं इन्वॉल्व था। और तकरीबन हर एक गांव जो अबैंडन हो चुका था, बेशुमार अबैंडन विलेजेस थे, वहाँ एक मज़ार ज़रूर होता था। और ये छोटे छोटे गांव थे। मज़ार जो है, गांव का जो फाउंडर था, जो बड़ा था, जिसने आके वहाँ सबसे पहले मकानात कायम किए थे, ये उसका मज़ार था। और मैंने 132 मज़ार उस ज़माने में मुख्तलिफ़ जगह मार्क किए हैं नक्शों पे। आपको ताज्जुब होगा या ना होगा, उनमें से एक मज़ार भी बाकी नहीं रहा। And I'm speaking of 2004 when I revisited. वो भी सारे इसी तरह, वो भी मज़ार जो हैं वो बिल्डिंग मटीरियल के लिए तैयार हुए, के इस्तेमाल हुए। हवा, धूप, बारिश, ये सारी चीज़ें इकट्ठी हुई और उन्होंने वैसे ही इनको ख़त्म कर दिया बहुतों को। तो मेरे नज़दीक तो ये सबसे बड़ा डिज़ास्टर है, क्योंकि ये मुसलसल है। और इसमें मैं फिर थोड़ा सा और आपको बताऊंगा। तो मेरे नज़दीक जो बहुत अहम चीज़ है, जो मेरी समझ है, ना वो रेस्टोरेशन है, ना वो कंजर्वेशन है, वो ये है कि आप इनको मैप कर लें, ये कहाँ कहाँ है। और मैपिंग करने के बाद इनके गिर्द आप किसी किस्म की प्रोटेक्शन बनाएं और एक तालीम याफ्ता दरोगा ये उसके हवाले करें। इसकी तफसील जो है उस पर गुफ्तगू हो सकती है, ये तालीम याफ्ता कैसे हो सकता है, उसमें मैं भी आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में। ये तो एक चीज़ हो गई। दूसरी चीज़ आपको बताऊँ जिसका इससे रिश्ता है कुछ थोड़ा बहुत। 1968 में मैं काश्मीर से सक्खर موہانا کی کشتی میں گیا تھا، شوق تھا دریا پہ جانے کا. کچھ دوست جو کہ اب ہیں بھی نہیں دنیا میں، وہ ساتھ گئے تھے ہمارے. جب آپ یہ سفر کرتے تھے تو جو بھی عمارتیں آپ کو ساحل پہ ملتی تھیں دریا کے ساتھ ساتھ، وہ سب مٹی اور لکڑی کی تھیں، اور کوئی میٹیریل تعمیر کا نہیں تھا، صرف یہ دو تھے. اور جو زیادہ اہم عمارتیں تھیں، جیسے اچھا یہ تصویریں ہیں میرے پاس، مگر میری ہمت نہیں ہوئی کہ میں بیٹھ کے ان کو تلاش کروں اور پھر لے کے آؤں. تو لکڑی کی تھیں، اور کچھ عمارتیں تھیں جو تھوڑی سی زیادہ بڑی تھیں، تو ان پہ سیریمک ٹائلز کا استعمال تھا، تقریباً ہمیشہ نیلا اور سفید. یہ 1968 کی بات بتا رہا ہوں آپ کو. 1986 میں دوسری دفعہ گیا، اور جب میں دوسری دفعہ گیا تو تبدیلی خاصے بڑے پیمانے پہ آ چکی تھی. کنکریٹ کی عمارتیں آ چکی تھیں. میں بائی دی وے کنکریٹ کی عمارتوں کے خلاف نہیں ہوں، کامل سے معذرت کے ساتھ، تو میں نہیں ہوں خلاف، مگر اس کا بھی کوئی ڈھنگ ہوتا ہے. تو وہ عمارتیں اونچی تھیں، وہ ڈوارف کر رہی تھیں یہ پرانی عمارتوں کو، پرانے ماحول کو. پھر گیا میں 2001 میں، یہ میرا آخری وزٹ تھا، تو وہ ماحول بدل چکا تھا. PHED کے بنائے ہوئے واٹر ٹینکس آ گئے تھے، بدنما بد شکل، جو چھا گئے تھے اس ماحول پہ. غائب ہو گئی تھیں پرانی عمارتیں. مزار جو ہیں ان کی شکل بدل گئی تھی، شیشہ ہی شیشہ لگ گیا تھا، جبکہ پہلے کوئی شیشہ نہیں ہوتا تھا، شیشے کا کام. تو وہ بہت بڑی تبدیلی تھی. وی لاسٹ دیٹ ہیریٹیج. اگر آپ میرے پاس جو روڑی کی تصویریں ہیں 68 کی آپ دیکھیں گے تو آپ حیران رہ جائیں گے کہ یہ بھی ایک شہر بھی اس قسم کے ہوتے تھے. 7 کی تصویریں ہیں میرے پاس، وہ بھی جو عمارتیں ہیں، جو بلٹ انوائرمنٹ تھا وہ اب نہیں رہا. تو یہ تو ہو گئی کہانی. اب آپ آئیے، آئی ایم جسٹ فنیشنگ، اگر میں زیادہ بولوں تو روک دیجیے گا پلیز. تو اب میں آتا ہوں کچھ اور چیزوں پہ جو کہ میرے خیال میں مجھے بیان کرنی چاہیے. 1986 میں جب روڑی میں کی میں تصویریں اتار رہا تھا تو کچھ نوجوان آئے. میں نے کہا کہ یہ ہمارا ورثہ ہے، ہم اسے بچانا چاہتے ہیں، ہم کیا کریں؟ میں نے کہا کہ تم ایک تنظیم بنا لو اور اسے رجسٹر کرا لو. رجسٹریشن کرانے کی کیوں ضرورت ہوتی ہے؟ حالانکہ ہونا نہیں چاہیے. اس بات سے ضرورت ہوتی ہے کہ جو حکمران ہیں وہ سیریسلی لینے لگتے ہیں آپ کو اگر آپ کی رجسٹریشن ہوتی ہے، ورنہ وہ سیریسلی نہیں لیتے. تو ان بچوں نے رجسٹریشن کرائی، اور یہ احتجاج کرتے تھے جب بھی کوئی دروازہ، بیلکنی وغیرہ روڑی سے نکل کے اسلام آباد یا کراچی یا حیدرآباد جاتی تھی. بہرحال جوش تھا نوجوانی کا، ان میں تھوڑا سا وقت گزرا، ختم ہو گئی تنظیم. ہم گئے واپس 2001 میں، وہ نہیں تھی، مگر خواہش تھی لوگوں میں کہ یہ ورثہ بچے، یہ ختم نہ ہو. اور میرے خیال میں انیلا نے جو کام کیا اس میں بھی یو کیم اکراس پیپل ہو وش ٹو پروٹیکٹ دیٹ انوائرمنٹ. یہی چیز میں نے 7 میں دیکھی. وہاں جب میں تصویریں اتار رہا تھا، ایوری ون وانٹڈ ٹو نو کیوں اتار رہے ہو. تو میرا تو قاعدہ یہ ہے، میں بیٹھ جاتا ہوں، چائے وائے پی کے گپ شپ لگا لیتا ہوں. تو باتیں ہوتی رہیں، تو وہاں بھی خواہش تھی مگر خوف کس کا تھا؟ خوف جو مجاور تھے مزار کے ان کا تھا. دس از ویری امپورٹنٹ کہ ڈر کس کا ہے، روکتا کون ہے. اس کی ڈاکیومنٹیشن کی اشد ضرورت ہے کہ روکتا کون ہے یہ لوگ جو نہیں ہونے دیتے، ان تنظیموں کو نہیں وجود میں آنے دیتے یا ان کو سہارا جو بھی دینا چاہتے ہیں اس سے روکتے ہیں. یہ بہت ضروری ہے. تو یہ ہمارے سامنے یہ چیزیں آئیں. بہت ساری اور ہیں اسی سے تعلق ہے، ان کا میں ذکر نہیں کرنا. مگر ایک چیز کا میں ضرور ذکر کروں گا. یاسمین چیمہ جو ہیں وہ بی بی جاوندی کے مزار پہ کام کر رہی تھی، اور انہوں نے میرے سے کہا کہ یہ تو مزار ہے مگر ایک شہر بھی ہے، تو تم یہاں آ جاؤ اور شہر کے لیے جو کچھ ہم کر سکتے ہیں ہم کریں گے. تو میرا آنا جانا شروع ہوا. جو مسئلہ ان کے سامنے تھا وہ یہ تھا کہ اس کو ریسٹور کیا جائے یا اس کو ایسے ہی فریز کر لیا جائے جیسا ہے. اس پہ بہت بحث ہوئی. آئی وونٹ گو انٹو دا پروز اینڈ کونز آف اٹ. اس پہ بہت بحث ہوئی اور فیصلہ یہ ہوا اسے ایسے ہی رہنے دو، بس یہ مزید ڈیٹیریٹ نہ ہو. اچھا، یہ ایک بہت بڑا سوال ہے جو میرے خیال میں کنزرویشنسٹ کو اس کا جواب دینا چاہیے اور وہ نہیں دیتے. ڈو یو وانٹ ٹو keep it as it is and take the necessary steps to keep it as it is, or do you want to restore it? تو یہ بحث چلتی رہی. میرا تو اس بحث میں حصہ یہی تھا کہ میں اپنی خواہشات کا اظہار کر سکتا تھا کیونکہ ٹیکنیکلی تو مجھے بہت کم پتہ تھا. مگر یہ ہوا کہ ہم نے نوجوانوں کی تنظیم وہاں بنائی. وہ اب بھی زندہ ہے، اور وہ جو تنظیم ہے وہ تھی تو سویریج سڑکوں وڑکوں کے لیے بنی تھی، مگر ان کو دلچسپی شدید ہوئی بی بی جاوندی کے مزار سے اور اس کے ارد گرد جو مزار تھے، اور انہوں نے حصہ لیا اس سارے، آپ کنزرویشن کہیے یا جو بھی کہیے، اس پروسیس میں جو وہاں ہوا، اور اس کے ماسٹر پلاننگ پروسیس میں بھی حصہ لیا. تو ایک چیز تو میرے خیال میں آپ سمجھ لیجئے کہ آج کا جو نوجوان ہے، اور میں آج کی تو بات بھی نہیں کر رہا، میں تو کافی پرانی بات کر رہا ہوں، اس کو اپنے ہیریٹیج میں دلچسپی ہے. ایسا نہیں ہے کہ نہیں ہے، ہم اس دلچسپی کو ریکگنائز نہیں کرتے، اور میرے خیال میں اس کو ریکگنائز کرنے کی ضرورت ہے، ورنہ یہ آپ کے جو آثار ہیں یہ نہیں بچیں گے. Sorry, I apologize for this. تو یہ میرے خیال میں ہم نے اچ میں سیکھا that they can be trained to look after their heritage. اور ٹریننگ تو بہت فنڈامنٹل چیز ہے، چھوٹی سی ہے، کوئی لمبی چوڑی نہیں ہے. تو میں یہاں ختم کرتا ہوں، ورنہ میں بولتا جاؤں گا. اور اس میں سے میرے نزدیک 3 چیزیں نکل کے آتی ہیں. ایک تو میپنگ اینڈ پروٹیکشن ہے، جو میں بہت اہم سمجھتا ہوں، کیونکہ یہ رہے گا نہیں کچھ. اس کی مثال دیتا ہوں. حمید اخن صاحب واقف ہوں گے بدو سر کے ٹیمپل سے، جین ٹیمپل سے. بات چلتی رہی ہے میری جب میں وہاں کام کر رہا تھا کہ اس ٹیمپل کو ریسٹور کیا جائے، اس ٹیمپل کو ٹھیک کیا جائے، وغیرہ وغیرہ. There were differences of opinion with the people, the conservationists that I came across. میرا کوئی اوپینین نہیں تھا. مگر پھر کیرتی شاہ صاحب اسلام آباد سے آئے، ایک ہندوستان سے آئے ایک کنزرویشنسٹ کے ساتھ، اور اس نے کہا یہ ہو ہی نہیں سکتا، اس کو ڈیمولش کرنا پڑے گا اور اس کو ریکنسٹرکٹ کرنا پڑے گا. مجھے نہیں پتا کتنا صحیح ہے یا کتنا غلط ہے، تو کر لیں بھائی، اگر وہی ہے کم سے کم فیصلہ تو کریں، کیونکہ وہ رہے گا نہیں. میرے خیال میں وہ مشکل سے 5-6 سال اور رہے گا، وہ گر جائے گا. تو یہ بھی چیزیں ہیں، یہ جو سوالات ہیں جو گھڑی سے گھڑی اٹھتے ہیں، اور میرے خیال میں آکموس میں بھی اٹھتے رہے ہیں اوور ٹائم، ہم ان کا کوئی جواب دے نہیں سکے ہیں ابھی تک، اور ان کا جواب اور فیصلہ کرنا بہت ضروری ہے. تو ایک تو یہ ہے میپنگ اینڈ پروٹیکشن. دوسرا ٹریننگ ہے. جہاں بھی جاتے ہیں، جہاں بھی گفتگو ہوتی ہے اس موضوع پہ، میری تو تفریحاً ہوتی ہے نا، آپ لوگوں کی تو ویسے سیریسلی ہوتی ہوگی. جو گفتگو ہوتی ہے وہ یہی ہے کہ ٹیکنیکل لوگ نہیں ہیں ہمارے یہاں، ٹیکنیکل لوگ نہیں. میرے سے کسی نے یہ نہیں کہا علاوہ ٹیچرز نے کہ ہمارے پاس کنزرویشنسٹ نہیں ہیں. نہیں ہے، یہ صحیح ہے، میں کسی شکایت نہیں کی. شکایت یہ ہے ٹیکنیکل لوگ نہیں ہیں، مینیج کرنے کے لوگ نہیں ہیں ان چیزوں کو. پروٹیکشن کے لیے جو اقدام اٹھانے کی ضرورت ہے وہ لوگ نہیں ہیں. اگر یہ صحیح ہے، it points straight to the establishment of an institute of learning. تو یہ دوسری پوائنٹ ہے. تیسری پوائنٹ جو ہے میرے خیال میں یہ جو مسئلہ ہے کہ آپ ایز از مینٹین کریں یا آپ ریسٹور کریں. تو یہ بھی آپ فیصلہ کریں کس کو آپ ریسٹور کرنا چاہتے ہیں، کس کو آپ مینٹین کرنا چاہتے ہیں. گیو دا ریزنس فار اٹ. میں نے جو سیکھا ہے سیلاب کے زمانوں میں، کیونکہ سیلاب میں انوالو رہا ہوں، کنزرویشن میں نہیں رہا، تو سیلاب کے حوالے سے ڈریننگ کا جو مسئلہ ہے آف سائٹس، دیکھیں میں نے کئی ایمفی تھیٹرز بنائے ہیں جو کہ زمین سے کافی نیچے تھے، اور ان کی جو ڈرینیج ہے وہ بورڈز کے ذریعے ہے. اور یہ جو بارشیں ہوئیں ان میں سے ایک بھی سیلاب کی نہیں، غلط کہہ رہا ہوں، صرف ایک سیلاب کی زد میں آیا. باقی جو تھے پانی ان بورڈز کے ذریعے نیچے چلا گیا. اور بھی ٹیکنیکس ہیں، امبینکمنٹس بنا کے پمپنگ بھی ہو سکتی ہے وچ از ایکسپینسو، اے ہول لاٹ آف تھنگس. اس پہ بھی ہمیں فیصلہ کرنا پڑے گا کہ کون سے سائٹس جو ہیں ان کو کس طرح سے ٹریٹ کرنا ہے. تو بس میں یہی کہنا چاہتا تھا آپ سے کہ میرے جو تجربات چند رہے ہیں وہ میں نے آپ کے سامنے رکھ دیے. See what you can make of them, if anything at all. بہت بہت شکریہ ایک اور دفعہ مجھے بلانے کا. بتائیے، آپ بتائیے، میں بیٹھ جاؤں.
بہت بہت شکریہ عارف صاحب. آپ کو یاد ہوگا کہ جب ہمیں یہ تھوڑی سی ذہن میں بات اٹھی تھی کہ ایک پروٹیکٹڈ ہیریٹیج ایکٹ ہونا چاہیے، تو آپ نے، ڈاکٹر رفیق مغل نے، حمید ہارون نے، ہم سب نے مل کے ایک ایکٹ بنایا تھا. Unfortunately, that act didn't work, and unfortunately most of us ensured that it should not work. It went to that extent that one of the monuments in Thatta was busted. And when I tried, Hamid and we tried to take on people who were working there with the support of the American ambassador, the work was stopped, and we had a small inquiry committee which was headed by no other person than ہمارے بزرگ صاحب جو ہیں دوست. لیکن اس پہ یہ تھا کہ وہ انکوائری تو اپنی جگہ تھی کہ ہاں بسٹ ہوا ہے، یہ ہوا ہے، لیکن اس کے بعد امریکن ایمبیسڈر جا کے چیف منسٹر کے پاس بیٹھا اور اس نے کہا کہ میرا ٹرانسفر ہے، تو یہ آپ اگر کام بند کرائیں گے تو میرا تو مطلب آئی ہیو ٹو آنسر دا امریکن گورنمنٹ. تو ان کو اجازت دے دی گئی. میرا کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ آپ نے 7 کی بات کی. We are now trying to restore whatever remains, if not remains, recreate it in such a way that at least we are able to show people that this is what it is. अब उसमें एक हरकत ये भी मैंने की है कि और हमारे दोस्तों ने भी की है, चीफ मिनिस्टर ने भी इजाज़त दी है, हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज ने भी इजाज़त दी है कि there should be a Alexandra conference with specific reference to Sindh and Karachi, because wherever he's been, he's established small towns that came to be known as Alexandria. February में वो है और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उसको किसी तरीके से सक्सेसफुल करें. We have 8 international eminent scholars who have agreed to come. Hopefully इंशाल्लाह वो तो हो जाएगा. लेकिन आपसे जो मैंने बात करनी थी वो ये कि 7 शहर की अगर आपके पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है तो we would support you in having it published. दूसरी बात जो जहांगीर सिद्दीकी साहब ने भी मुझे कही और हमीद हारून ने भी कही कि एक अगर आपके इदारे के हवाले से हम वी हैव अमल एंड वी हैव 2 young girls, रेशम एंड इरम, रोशनी एंड इरम, वी कैन put together a small nucleus. उनको अगर आपकी रहनुमाई से एक conservation training for 2 months, 3 months किया जाए, Dr. Nilofer could also join us. So we will support you in that. और मेरे ख्याल से उससे कुछ ना कुछ तो निकलेगा, क्योंकि अभी जो हालात हैं वो ये हैं कि बजाय इसके कि उसको कुछ उसी हालत में रखा जाए, उसकी शक्ल ऐसी कर देते हैं कि पता भी नहीं पड़ता है कि था क्या. तो ये 2 गुजारिशें थी. तीसरी बात ये थी कि भुडेसर की बात आपने की, बिल्कुल सही है. भुडेसर टेम्पल का ऐसा हाल है कि वो कभी भी कोलैप्स कर जाएगा. हमने एक जसारत वहाँ की है कि उसका जो प्लेटफॉर्म जो कि वीक था उसको हमने सॉलिडिफाई कर दिया है ताकि वहाँ से उसमें वो मतलब किसी तरीके से नुकसान ना हो. लेकिन वो जो मेन वो जो है वो हमारे बस की बात नहीं है. We tried with Mohanlal tried with one of the Jain people in United States. उन्होंने कहा हम आने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन उस वक्त हालात ऐसे नहीं थे कि बाहर से कोई आदमी आके करे. तो if you could kindly help us in this, we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Arif, I hope you don't mind. I want to ask you some specific questions because we are all facing these questions today. I'm sorry I was pulled away for an emergency in the first part of your speech, but I heard about what you had said. I want to ask you questions about general principles and perhaps put forward that some of the things that you mentioned, like documentation, are not walkover propositions. Part of the problem is that we have 2 kinds of disasters right now in Sindh and in Pakistan with respect to monuments. The first is the long-term disaster as a result of several natural phenomena, neglect, commercialization and other activities. And the second is the recent disaster of the floods in Sindh. Now, quite obviously, somebody with consummate skill is going to have to spearhead. Of course, I would always suggest it as you, but I know that your health and your time availability does not allow it. Would you say that a clear report on the extent of disaster with specific reference to monuments in Sindh should first be prepared for the kind of prioritization that you're talking about? That's my first question.
I'm very skeptical about reports. My own reports, when I read them today, they seem so silly. So, I don't know. I think, yes, it is necessary, but it has to go beyond that. The nature of the disaster has to be identified. why did that disaster take place in the first place? Saying that it rained so much over such a period of time, I think is not enough. Because the disaster took place, in my understanding of things, although I have not been out into the flood-affected areas, but I did go out and spent a lot of time in 2010. Much of these disasters could have been averted. I mean, if you take Khairpur Nasan Shah, which it is claimed as no, because I spent a lot of time in the flooded Khairpur Nasan Shah. Khairpur Nasan Shah's problem was threefold. It was the ring road around Khairpur Nasan Shah. We should never have been there. And if it had been there, there should have been adequate culverts to take the water out from the ring road. Similarly, Khairpur Nasan Shah did not have so-called monuments, but it had mohallas that were extremely lovely. And those could have been protected very easily. So it's, yes, the extent of disaster is okay, but why? Why did that disaster take place? Canals are not desilted, embankments are not protected, weirs have been silted up and don't function, you can't open them, close them. In my reports I've given all these reasons in some detail. So I think why is it that these disasters took place in the first place? That is important along with the list. Yes.
The question I'm trying to ask specifically, Arif, is that doesn't there need to be a prioritization of cultural sites in the order they will be approached? And if so, it requires general principles. The second part of that question is that certain basic functions, like you mentioned, like drainage, for example, are critical. So certain preventive measures with drainage have to be taken across many sites to prevent that kind of damage again to the best extent possible. So how do you propose we approach this problem conceptually? Because the truth of the matter is, with respect to cultural monuments, there are several authorities for certain monuments like Mohenjo-daro. Whether they are functional or non-functional with respect to disaster management is a question mark. The second is there's work being done by the Sindh Culture Department. There's work being done by the Endowment Front Trust. There's work being done by Yasmin Ladi's Heritage Foundation. So there are 5 or 6 groups in this field. We need to get a prioritization. In this, we will need help to establish the kind of principles for prioritization, and then that prioritization should be generally acceptable, because we're not an autocracy forever. I think that we need to get some of the kind of feedback from the grassroots that you speak about in community participation. So is there any way, in other words, of establishing a bare-bones skeleton cultural plan with criteria to handle this disaster and, of course, the neglect of many generations in a meaningful way?
Hamid, I think if all these people sit down together and share their knowledge, and there are perhaps 2 or 3 people who make use of this knowledge while they are sharing it, they monitor this, I think you will have a wealth of ideas. And once you have the ideas, then you can process them. I would be hesitant in answering your question because I don't know enough. My source of information, where is she? This is my source of information.
The second question is less general.
And Amal has been my source of information for 2 years. Otherwise, I haven't been out. I mean,
the second question is that there's a new legislation pending for cultural monuments and preservation. It'll contain some of the things that you've stressed over the years. It may or may not be adequate, but one thing it will not contain is any specific clauses with respect to disaster management for cultural monuments and how to proceed in that case. There must be some notion of instruction in the Act or some clauses that pertain to it. How do you propose this mechanism be reviewed, and would you be gracious enough to review the draft of the Act and make your comment about deficiencies in this respect felt?
I mean, I'd be happy to go through it for whatever it's worth and make some comments. I've gone through it. When it was in the process of being prepared, I haven't seen the final version. I think that what I found missing in it, and I told Kaleem Lashadi that at that time, was the role of communities in all this. It is mentioned, but just mentioning something doesn't mean that it will be done. I think it needed further elaboration. It needed certain criteria of what type of projects and what type of sites communities can look after. They can't look after everything. It's not possible. But neighborhoods, yes, certainly they can look, and they have looked after neighborhoods. So that is a possibility. And
the third question is with respect to, Hamid mentioned the Sevan project. Listen, I can repeat the buzzwords like anybody else. We all can. But you say documentation. Now, as Anila will tell you, or Nilofer will tell you, documentation to be meaningful means a particular kind of documentation, a particular kind of substance in documentation, so that those who are studying it and need to respond to it for cultural policy decisions have the information available in that documentation. So I think that the time has come, and Anila is sitting here, and with your patronage, for NED, which has used specific sets of criteria for conservation and for documentation, to start spreading these around so that the new round, I mean, we're starting from scratch in some cases, has the kind of input you're talking about. How do you feel about that kind of matter?
No, I mean, whoever wants to come and discuss anything, they are more than welcome to, and many people do come. I think it's a failure on my part that I have not been able to put all of them together or in touch with each other. That is a failure on my part. But essentially, documentation is who, why, what, and where. All this has to come into it.
What I was suggesting is, would you use your considerable influence with NED to create...
They don't listen to me.
आपकी बात सब मानते हैं. A workshop where the post-culture disaster management principles are laid out.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Would you be able to use your considerable influence with NED to persuade them to have a workshop for cultural organizations which are involved in this field to set the principles of culture of disaster management for cultural properties in the new round that we are undertaking?
In whatever way I can help, I'll be happy to do so. But I want to point out something. They did a superb study in which they involved the communities, they involved the shopkeepers of Ghodi Gardens. That was very good. It was excellent, and that is the sort of thing I personally feel that needs to be done. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it didn't continue. But that is the sort of thing that is required at least for Karachi, Hyderabad, Mirpur Khas, Larkana to a lesser extent, because Larkana has been badly mauled unless, because there was a lot in Larkana. There still is, I'm sure. As far as Sevan is concerned, it was a mud town. I have photographs of that. It was an entirely mud town. Now it's difficult to find a mud house, except outside Sevan. According to legend, there is Alexander's fort. I don't know how genuine it is, I cannot pass a judgment on that. But the people say that Sikandar came and built this fort and I don't know.
The last question is that we've already seen that absence of disaster management of cultural properties is manifest in the case of Karachi, in the old city, where buildings went under fire when warehouses were lit and subsequently had been collapsing. And it seems to be a general excuse for inactivity and defiance of any heritage or conservation measures. We already have a past disaster we've been unable to address. How can we begin to address that? That's the last question.
Look, I made a number of proposals at one time to the Sindh government on the old town. That's a very difficult thing to get into because there are some very basic questions that arise. The old town is really mandis now. And what architects say is, ये मंडी को सरका दो यहाँ से. उनका बाप भी नहीं सरका सकता. They aren't going nowhere. The other is that we work with the old town residents and bring about their involvement in the preservation of the town. That I have found to be very possible. And the reason for that is that in the old town, there are so many communities. Every community has a mohalla. And not only does every community have a mohalla, it also has an organization. So last time I went there was some time ago. I went with Amal and we roamed around. And yes, that possibility is there and it should be pursued.
So Arif, thank you for answering the questions. I'd like to appeal to all members of cultural organizations sitting here that a concerted effort will be needed to follow up on some of these basic functions like documentation, preemptive measures, and such like. And of course, I will request NED to continue to play a leading role in training the conservationists and documenters so that we can move forward in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamid Haroon, for coming at the stage and making our session more interactive. I would like to say a few words for him. Having served as President-elect of All Pakistan Newspaper Society and Editor-in-Chief of Pakistan's most prominent English language daily, he was presented with Pakistan's highest civilian awards. The most important thing I would like to tell about Hamid Haroon is that a large exhibition of non-calligraphic work of Sadiqain, Pakistan's most well-known and prolific artist, was organized with his help and Abdul Hamid Akhund under the title of the Holy Sinner. Jewel in the Crown, Karachi during the Raj 1843-1947 was another exhibition, its title. He organized along with Hamid Akhund in 2004, not to mention the rare maps, fabrics, furniture. He also owns the greatest private collection of artwork, and everybody knows that he is CEO of Dawn Group of Pakistan. One of the guests who was remaining, he has joined us, so I would like to bring him at the stage. Let me introduce him. He's our fourth speaker. He's a well-recognized figure in the Sindh police, who has distinguished himself in several ways since joining the force in 2002. For his bravery and valiant actions, he was awarded Tamgha-e-Shujaat. His work earned him praise in every district to which he has been assigned his work in the province of Sindh. He has led disaster rehabilitation program in Hyderabad division, meritoriously helping the destitute. Please give him a warm welcome, Mr. Peer Mohammad Bakhsh. The second speaker of this first session is Dr. Nilofer. I would like to request them to come at the stage and say she is going to talk about pre and post risk management for heritage, and she was also discuss about what are the risk reduction strategies. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Seher, for the introduction. And first of all, I respected on the stage, all those who are on the stage, my friends, the trustees here, Assalamu alaikum, and wish you all a very good morning. First of all, I would like to respond to two of the comments that, if I'm allowed, two of the comments that Hassan Sab did, that regarding documentation, and even Hamid Haroon pointed them out. The documentation process, I have got a project under Endowment Fund Trust that I'm running in Yamshoro, in which I'm documenting in detail each and every site of Sindh. And nearly 60% of the sites have been detailed, documented till now. So that would help the conservation, and even now they help the conservation people. So Mr. Ishtiaq, he is doing the conservation site in Hyderabad, and even in Karachi, we send them our reports, detailed reports on which they carry out their conservation. So this documentation project is already running under Endowment Fund Trust. And secondly, your other comment was on the capacity building. We do need capacity building. We need people who can guide people for conservation. There's always need for conservation people in here. So now I come back to I have a presentation which I'll be showing, and almost all the same things which have been addressed earlier would be mentioned here too. So this is, while showing this presentation, I think those who are sitting on that side, it would be difficult for them to see Pir Muhammad. It would be difficult to see that presentation. If you can come on this side and watch it, that would be much easier, because I want people to see this presentation. So while showing this presentation, we are in the post-disaster phase of 2022 rains and floods, which not only devastated the lives of the people and their property, but their entire life, earnings, and their abode had all washed away. Besides, a huge number of heritage sites, which are now in the recovery and rebuilding stage, would be a great challenge. This impact is huge, and I would say it was not only the natural disaster, as already said, but combined with human vagaries and apathy on the part of the administration and all those who matter. Next, please. So it's a road to recovery now. Next, please. Yes. Sindh embraces in its womb all the periods, the relics from Stone Age, the civilizational sages, the Hindu, Buddhist, royal dynastic periods of Sindh are now seen in the shape of forts, palaces, cities, towns, open-air sites, and huge necropolises, all now in mostly ruined condition. This heritage presently is at the verge of large-scale destruction due to various natural and anthropogenic disasters. Next, please. So now the issue, as already mentioned by the speakers, is the risk identification. What was the risk to these? Looking at this large-scale vulnerability of the heritage, can you see? One has to determine and identify the nature of risk to these sites. First of all, we have to determine that, and what needs to be done to mitigate its effect and strategize accordingly. Risk zones have to be created. Every heritage site is unique. It has its own set of risks and hazards. Every wall, structural part may need a different treatment. Next, please. These are the natural and man-made disasters. This time, the disaster occurred due to both the reasons. It was a combination of various factors that led to the unprecedented devastation. The rains and floods were not unprecedented, but the damage to life and property was unprecedented. The anthropogenic disasters have immensely damaged our heritage. So these are some of the natural and man-made disasters, especially this man-made, as said earlier, we have blocked the natural avenues of the water. We used to call them dhoras, and since we call them dhoras, where are those dhoras now? They are all blocked. So the water needs to move, it has to go. So we need these dhoras, and these, they have been people have started living and they have created villages. So these have to be cleared and given way to the natural dhoras, and so that the water, it goes moving without damaging. In the recent disastrous rain, next please. In the recent disastrous rains and floods 22, heritage has been left defenseless again. So sorry, this one is on the floods of 2010. Ignorance or arrogance? My question is it ignorance or arrogance? Lessons not learned. This is the historic Jamali graveyard. It's in Shahidad Kot district. In 2010, it had these standing monuments, and now you can see the ruins. I don't think this is working here. So now you can see the ruins. I sent the team of my documentation team after the floods, and there were very beautiful fresco paintings inside. And when my team visited that site, they were all ruined. Nothing was there. Nothing was there. Unfortunately, only rubble and debris was encountered. Not a single structure survived, nor any fresco images. What's this about? Okay. Laser? Oh, thank you, thank you. So next, please. So in recent disasters and rains, the heritage has been left defenseless. You can see this Khairpur, and this is one of the other sites. They're all in water and heavily damaged. All these ruins are heavily damaged. Next, please. So this is the World Heritage Site of Mohenjo-daro, which has come under high risk after the disastrous onslaught of rains and floods. No proper disaster risk management plan for the protection and preservation existed for the sites, which could have at least lessened the impact. Even the high-profile heritage sites have been disastrously affected and having no risk management plan nor proper drainage. Though Mohenjo-daro, I had remained on the technical committee from which I had resigned due to my own reasons at that time, has short and long-term strategies to mitigate disasters and damages, but the main problem is implementation of decisions and proper housekeeping and maintenance. If that had been done, Mohenjo-daro would not have devastated to this degree. Next, please. All these are protected heritage sites. This is Noor Muhammad Karhoro graveyard. Where is the management? Again, where is the management? These sites are already vulnerable in condition, but this disaster has further ruined them. This is the main, before floods, 2022 floods, and this is what has happened after it. This is before the floods 2022, and this is the rubble that we now have to rebuild. I always show this slide. I don't know why, but I like it because something very near to my heart. These are the rolling hills that were being blasted when we were documenting. There were thousands of workshops of the Paleolithic, the Stone Age, Paleolithic, and mature Indus Valley civilization period on top of these. We were documenting those. And while we were documenting, those stone tools were on the surface, we were documenting on another hill side by, and we could see this blasting going on beside it. So this is how these sites, and at that time I had requested Hamid, he was Secretary Mines and Minerals, and I had requested him to kindly stop their, stop their licenses. So he had done that. It never would. So thousands of workshops have now. I know exactly. So this is the Lakhindaro site, another site which you can see this huge machinery. It's right in the city of Sakhar. It's a contemporary site to Mohenjo-daro, contemporary city. And we had excavated on it. And here it is what is happening to that sites. Amri site, again a contemporary Mohenjo-daro. Even we have the pre-Mohenjo-daro period at Amri, when they were constructing the LBOD, at RBOD, they destroyed that site. It's again a protected heritage site. This is Mohenjo-daro, still on the protected heritage site, written on the culture department. But where is it? Nothing is there. Not a single potsherd was found there. It's a village now. It's a village. So this is what is happening to these are intentional disasters which we can stop. And in foreign countries, they have this legislation, they can stop the work for 3 months or 4 months and ask them to divert their plan and save the site. But here we don't have such thing. Second, this one is very important. Can you repeat it? Perhaps somebody may not have seen it. Yes, next. How this dome is collapsing. It's in Nowshera-Feroz, the mosque. Once a site is destroyed due to any of the above reasons, we lose part of our history. We have many pages missing of our history due to natural and man-made disasters. Here is Ranikote. Can you start that water in it? No, you have to go back. So these are the floods going from Ranikote walls, and most of the walls of Ranikote were collapsed because of this. Now the problem is, what should we do? Look at the speed of the water going through Ranikote. Most of the walls collapsed because now what we have to do, we had built most of them. But the problem is now we have to think and sit together with the expert and think a different strategy, how to rebuild them again. We need a strategy. If we rebuild them again with the same water, in the next year they will go again and millions will go into drain. So what should we do now? The conservationists, they should sit with experts and think about it. What measures should be taken to rebuild these walls again? Next, please. I hope I'm clear. The question is, why protect heritage in the wake of so much disaster of human property and other life essential? This is again a very sensitive issue. So people say, why you are saving heritage when there were people and property that's being lost? So what should be our priority? As somebody else earlier said, we have to, Hamid Harun said, we have to prioritize ourselves. There can be no doubt that it will be morally reprehensible to advocate the preservation of cultural heritage places over the saving of human lives. Though morally, we would and should advocate saving human life and property, in the first level of prioritization, but next level should be heritage sites as they are living. Some give spiritual and religious comforts, some socio-psychological support, some sense of belongingness. Next, please. The proposition is, what should be done now? The disaster risk management agenda has advanced substantially over the past decade. Currently, no DRM strategy systematically integrate protection of heritage. The need of the time is, at present, no disaster management organization for heritage sites exists. We need one. Disaster mitigation measures and strategies have to be dealt in 3 stages. I have given 3 stages here. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. The pre-disaster stage, the during disaster stage, and the post-disaster risk mitigation stage. In the pre-disaster stage, what should we do? Next, please. In the pre-disaster stage is the risks. It's advanced planning and preparation, documentation and inventory of tangible heritage for risk management of heritage site. It should be according to the nature of the disaster that may damage, that is risk criteria and category. Disaster risk management plans should be there for heritage sites, and disaster response teams. They should work with professionals of DRM. Next, please. Risk management backpack. Risk management methodology. Management plans have to be prepared with experts to develop risk management methodology. Secondly, pre-risk assessment. Before the disaster, there should be pre-risk assessment. Measures should be taken to increase the asset's resistance to risk. Third is technical, administrative, and legal measures. And fourthly, workshops, training, and awareness programs. These are some of the measures. So recapping it, next please. So recapping it, it's the evaluating and mapping risk, reducing risk sources, documenting all cultural property, especially those at risk, strengthening them against the predicted consequences of disaster, developing, implementing early warning systems, preparing action plans for emergencies and circumstances. Physical prevention works must be planned and implemented, which include proper drainage outflow, levees, dikes, dams, and etc. Next, please. This was the pre-disaster stage. Now coming to the during disaster. The next stage is during disaster, in which the first priority is to save human life. The first priority. This is the golden opportunity time. It's the golden, at this time, we cannot do anything because the disaster is ongoing. We can't do much in this time. But this time, we have a golden opportunity time to prepare for the aftermath. So this is the time when we prepare for the aftermath. So it's the brace period. You can see here, it's the before event, then we have the brace period, and aftermath, we have the golden. So this period, we have, okay, I'll be quick. So this is important again. Next, please. I have to be quick, so again, these are post-disaster measures. Back, please. Yes, post-disaster measures. All these mitigation measures are very challenging in the situation where there is colossal loss of life and property. Next, please. This one. Colossal life and property. We need to build community resilience, avoid insensitive conservation measures, assess the damage with least interruption with the community around who have spiritual attachment to the site. These are all measures, mitigation measures for post-disaster stage. This is the post-disaster stage. Next, please. I'm quick now. Again, the post-disaster assessment. The question is, are we prepared now for this post-disaster, because we had plenty of time. So assessment has to be done. This assessment would be easy if we have complete documentation present. Otherwise, it would be a Herculean task for us. Photogrammatic documentation, if there is present, now I'm going to include this photogrammatic documentation in my project as well, so that it can help in the disasters. Being prepared to respond in the event of disaster is a prerequisite for effective early recoveries. Preparedness is particularly important when there is post-disaster debris to be cleared and demolition takes. So this demolition, look at the demolition. How can we reconstruct this unless we have this the documentation done? Next, please. So these are post-disaster damages. On-site assessment, how can we do the on-site assessment, and how to protect and start the mitigation measures. Next, please. To save the livelihood, to save the sites. So these are the glimpses of some of the important sites. Here, Kodiji Fort was damaged. Mohenjo-daro, look at what has happened to Mohenjo-daro. This is in Karachi, this is Ranikote, and this is one of the villages, towns in Sindh. Last slide, please. So what is the way forward now? The establishment of a disaster risk management authority or cell is now of prime importance, which needs to be developed on the major principle addressing documentation, photogrammetry, preventive program maintenance, and conservation. It should have a very wide mandate, though. It would deal with the pre, during, and post-disaster risk management of the sites. So you can see the heritage sites and the disasters around. This is what. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shahab Usto is going to join us and give us suggestions. Our last session is about recommendations and how through public-private synergy we are going to form a task force and how community would be involved. And he's contributing to that session as well. Please, thank you.
I'm so sorry, Assalamu alaikum. I was not supposed to speak. Hamid Akhund Saab has pushed me into this. मैं उर्दू में बात करूँगा, अंग्रेज़ी मेरी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है. मेरी गुजारिश जो अभी आखुन साहब के साथ मैंने जो थोड़ा सा डिस्कशन किया, पिछले 1.5 महीने से मैं पर्सनली तकरीबन सवाए नौशेरो फ़िरोज़ के हर जगह फ्लड इफ़ेक्टेड एरियाज़ में गया हूँ. और फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग, आरिफ साहब 2010 में गए थे, मैं अभी भी गया और 2010 में भी गया. सिर्फ 3 स्ट्रक्चर्स जो हैं आपको वहाँ नज़र आएंगे, और ये मैं दावे से कह रहा हूँ. या कोई स्कूल होगा पक्का, या कोई श्राइन होगी, या हमारे भोतार की वडेरे की ओताक होगी. दीज आर द 3 स्ट्रक्चर्स जो कंक्रीट स्ट्रक्चर्स होते हैं, वो आपको नज़र आएंगे. बाकी सब पानी में डूब चुका है या ख़त्म हो चुका है. सो ये बहुत बड़ा डिज़ास्टर है. कमिंग टू दिस कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ दिस डिज़ास्टर, मैंने अभी आखुन साहब से गुजारिश की कि यहाँ पे बड़े बड़े टेक्निकल और स्कॉलर्स और अपनी फील्ड के माहिर बैठे हुए हैं, और काफ़ी दफ़ा ये एक्सरसाइज हो चुकी है कि डिज़ास्टर्स क्यों होते हैं, किस तरह उनको रोका जा सकता है, वगैरह वगैरह, जो कि बहुत वैलिड है और बहुत इज़ अ वैल्यूएबल एसेट. लेकिन जो बुनियादी बात है जो वो ये है कि अब प्रैक्टिकली किस तरह इसको आप ट्रांसलेट करेंगे. स्टेक होल्डर्स कौन हैं, पावर किसके पास है, अल्टीमेटली आपको उसको फाइनेंशियली एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिवली कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करना है. मेरी इसमें सजेशन ये थी कि एक ڈائلاگ شروع ہونا چاہیے ڈفرنٹ ٹیئرس پہ. نمبر 1 جو پولیٹیکل پارٹیز ہیں یہاں پہ, میجر پولیٹیکل پارٹیز جو ہیں, ان کے ساتھ ایک کلچرل ڈائلاگ شروع ہونا چاہیے. ان کے لیڈرز کو یہاں پہ بلانا چاہیے, ان کو بتانا چاہیے اور ان کو سینسٹائز کرنا چاہیے. یہاں پہ منسٹرز وغیرہ آتے ہیں سیریمونیلی فارملی آ کے وہ انعام شنام دے کے چلے جاتے ہیں, لیکن ان کے ساتھ ایک ڈائلاگ ہونا چاہیے, کانورسیشن شروع ہونی چاہیے, کلچرل کانورسیشن, کہ بھئی کیا کریں. پیسہ آپ کے پاس ہے, پاور آپ کے پاس ہے, امپلیمنٹس آپ کے پاس ہیں, ہمارے پاس آئیڈیاز ہیں, ہم بولتے رہتے ہیں, آپ سنتے ہو یا کبھی نہیں سنتے ہو. کوئی کنیکٹیوٹی نہیں بن رہی, کوئی انٹیگریٹی نہیں بن رہی. جب تک انٹیگرل اپروچ نہیں ہوگا ہم نہیں کر سکتے. کتنی بھی آپ نوبل آئیڈیاز, کتنے بھی ٹیکنیکلی شارپ آئیڈیاز ڈیولپ کریں, پروپوزلز دیں, لیکن جب تک وہ کرنے والے جن کے لیے ہم سب کچھ کر رہے ہیں ان کو پتہ چلے اور اس طرح کے کسی پروگرام میں وہ آئیں, سوال جواب سنیں, سینسٹائزڈ ہوں, تو ایک تو پولیٹیکل پارٹیز کو اپروچ کرنا چاہیے, ان کو بٹھانا چاہیے, ان کے ساتھ ڈائلاگ شروع کرنا چاہیے اور ان کو بتانا چاہیے کہ آپ کی یہ کانسٹیٹیوشنل اور لیگل رسپانسبلٹی بھی ہے اور ہم اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں. وی آر دا کلچرل انہیریٹرز, وی ہیو اے لیگل اینڈ مورل کلیم آن یو. دوسرا جو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کے بعد اگر کوئی اس میں سے کوئی سالڈ امپلیمنٹیبل کوئی پروگرام بنتا ہے تو اس کے بعد پھر جو ایکچوئل جو اس کو اس ایریا کو جو کنٹرول کر رہے ہیں یا جہاں پہ جو کچھ ہو رہا ہے وہ ہے آپ کی ڈسٹرکٹ اور ڈویژنل ایڈمنسٹریشن, جس میں پولیس اور آپ کی جو ڈسٹرکٹ مینجمنٹ ہے اس کے ساتھ بھی ہم کو ڈائلاگ کرنا چاہیے. ان کو سینسٹائز کروانا چاہیے, بیوروکریسی کو سینسٹائز کروانا چاہیے کہ جی ہمارے کلچرل ہیریٹیج جو ہے ان کی بری حالت ہے. سو یو ہیو ٹو بی کیئرفل, یو ہیو ٹو ناؤ بی ہینڈز آن. میں اس میں یہ بھی گزارش کروں گا کہ سندھ بلڈنگ کنٹرول اتھارٹی کے ہیڈ کو بھی یہاں بلائیں, ان کو بھی بٹھائیں, کیونکہ الٹیمیٹلی وہی لوگ ہیں. اور انفارچونیٹلی ایک ہماری ہائی کورٹ کی ڈیسیشن تھی جس میں کراچی بلڈنگ کنٹرول اتھارٹی کے ریگولیشن سے ہمارے کلچرل جو چیپٹر تھا پرزرویشن کا اس کو نکال دیا گیا. اس پہ شاید ہم اپیل میں بھی گئے ہیں سپریم کورٹ میں. تو اب پرابلم سارا جو ہے وہ آئیڈیاز کا نہیں ہے, میں جو سمجھ پایا ہوں. ویسے تو بڑے میرے استاد بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں یہاں پہ, لیکن مصیبت جو ہے وہ اس آئیڈیا کو ٹرانسلیٹ کرنے کا ہے. پھر اس کے بعد وہ جو کمیونٹیز ہیں, میں ابھی بتا رہا تھا حمید صاحب کو کہ میں روم گیا تو جس علاقے میں ٹھہرا ہوا تھا وہاں پہ کافی یہ پرانے ہیریٹیج کے وہاں پہ ڈفرینٹ وہ سائٹس تھیں. تو وہ جو لوگ وہاں پہ رہتے تھے, میں وہاں پہ پیئنگ گیسٹ تھا کسی کے گھر میں, تو وہ پرائڈ فیل کر رہے تھے, وہ اس کی اونرشپ لے رہے تھے اور وہ مجھ کو بار بار کہہ رہے تھے کہ تم ہمارے والے علاقے میں یہ جو جگہیں ہیں وہاں گئے ہو. اب میں جہاں رہتا ہوں شکارپور میں, وہاں 300 سے زیادہ تقریباً 350 کے قریب کلچر ڈپارٹمنٹ نے ہیریٹیج سائٹس ڈکلیئر کی ہوئی ہیں, لیکن یقین کریں کسی کو نہیں پتہ ہوتا کہ یہ جو پرانی جگہ ہے 400 سال پرانی ہے, جو ابھی کسی نے آ کے وہ کباڑیے نے خرید کے اس کو توڑ دیا. نو بڈی نوز. تو بنیادی بات جو ہے وہ ہے کہ آپ کو اس کمیونٹی کو اس میں وہ سینس آف اونرشپ اور پرائڈ پیدا کرنی ہے. ان کے ساتھ ڈائلاگ شروع کرنا چاہیے, وہ ہم اسپاٹ کریں وہ جگہیں, وہ شہر جہاں پہ جا کے ان سے ڈائلاگ شروع کریں کہ بھئی یہ اتنی پرانی جگہ ہے, اس کا چھوٹا سا پلیک لگا کے یا اس کی کم از کم کوئی پروفائلنگ کر کے ان کو پتہ تو چلے کہ ہم کہاں رہ رہے ہیں. ہزاروں بلڈنگز ڈیلی جو ہے وہ ڈیمالش ہو رہی ہیں, پتہ ہی نہیں چلتا وہ تھی کیا تھی, ان کی کیا کلچرل ویلیو تھا. ڈاکیومنٹیشن سے تو ایک طرح سے ہم انسینٹیوائز کر رہے ہیں کہ آپ توڑو, ہم نے ڈاکیومنٹ کر دیا اور اس کے بعد آپ آرکائیوز چلے جاؤ. ہو گوز ٹو آرکائیوز؟ پورا جرمنی بھرا پڑا ہے آرکائیو سے, ہو گوز دیئر. تھرڈ اور آخری میری جو گزارش ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ اس وقت جو ہمارا جو سسٹم ہے اس میں جو پولیٹیکل ڈومینیشن ہے وہ ایک مخصوص کلاس کی ہے. جیسے میڈم نے اپنی بتایا کہ یہ جو پرانے ڈھورو تھے, بھائی میں سپریم کورٹ جانے والا تھا یہ پٹیشن لے کے سلسلے میں, کہ جو پرانے ڈھوروز تھے, جو کوئی 10-12 ڈھورو تھے, واٹر ویز تھے نیچرل, ان کو بند کر دیا گیا. وہاں پہ آپ نے گھر بنا دیے ہیں, اسکیمز. عمر کوٹ میں ایک چھوٹی سی کینٹ بن گئی ہے. تو بہت سارے علاقے ہیں جہاں پہ وہ ایک طرح سے بلٹ ان ڈیزاسٹر موجود ہے. यानी वो जब भी इस तरह की फ्लड आएगी तो डिज़ास्टर होगा, क्योंकि वो नेचुरल वाटरवेज हैं वो बंद हैं, अब वो कैसे खुलेंगे? उसके लिए भी जो है हमको एक स्पेशल टास्क देना चाहिए, और उससे भी जो है हमको जो कंसर्न जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव और पॉलिटिकल स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनके साथ बैठ के इसमें लेजिस्लेटिव और मेरे ख्याल में जुडिशियल इंटरवेंशन अगर करनी पड़े वो भी करनी चाहिए, एग्रेसिवली करनी चाहिए, कि सिंध को जब तक ये उनके वाटरवेज से आप पुराने जो हिस्टोरिकल वाटरवेज हैं जब तक वो आप नहीं खोलेंगे, और ये जो LBOD और RBOD का जो एक मुसलसल डिज़ास्टर है, देखें एक तो हम डिज़ास्टर की बात करें, बरसात हो गई, फ्लड आ गया, एक तो हर वक्त डिज़ास्टर मौजूद है एवरी डे, लेकिन उस पर 2002-2003 से लेके कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। वो LBOD RBOD ने 2010 में भी तबाही की, 12 में भी तबाही की, अभी भी तबाही की। कलवर्ट्स कैसे बनेंगे अब, क्योंकि वो जो वाटरवे है, एक जो वाटरवे आ रहा है सबसे बड़ा, वो उस LBOD उसको ब्लॉक कर रही है। अब उसको कलवर्ट बनाने के लिए आपको वर्ल्ड बैंक की, मैं जब ये ड्राफ्ट कर रहा था सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पिटीशन, तो मैंने बहुत से अपने दोस्त हैं जो इंजीनियर्स, उनको मैंने उनके साथ कंसल्ट किया, उन्होंने कहा यहाँ कलवर्ट्स बनने हैं, उसके लिए आपको वर्ल्ड बैंक की फंडिंग चाहिए। तो ये कोई इतना आसान काम नहीं है। तो मल्टी प्रॉन्ग बट इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच जब तक नहीं होगी, जो एक्चुअल पावर विल्डर्स हैं उनके साथ हमारा डायलॉग नहीं होगा, और उसको हम कंक्रीटली जब तक इम्प्लीमेंट करना नहीं शुरू करेंगे, मेरा नहीं ख्याल है कि ये आइडियाज़ की हद तक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के हम कुछ कर सकेंगे। हमारा कल्चर बर्बाद होता जा रहा है और ख़त्म हो जाएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, Shah Abu Susab, Barrister Shah Abu Susab, for adding a very pragmatic approach to the problem. And that's for sure that policy and practice both contribute together. And Hamid Harun was also asking questions vis-a-vis legislation. So perhaps EFT needs to sit with some lawmakers like this and discuss about the legislation in favor of disaster preparedness and other things. Thank you, Dr. Nilofer, for kind of giving a panoramic picture of the situation of the disaster and covering both pre and post-disaster situation, and your solutions are welcome. So the next speaker is Dr. Anila Naeem. She's going to speak on safeguarding the historic sites and mitigating the damage and disaster. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Presentation, please, agar aap on kar dein. So while they're putting on the presentation, I would like to first of all thank Endowment Fund Trust for inviting me here today in this very important discussion. I would like to respond to a couple of comments that were made by Arif Saab earlier, and Usto Saab ne bhi kaha. Shikarpur, when I was working there, we had listed 1,200 buildings, not just buildings, but they were a combination of buildings, open spaces, urban elements. And the community that was there, because I was very new to Shikarpur, I had no idea what the city was about, I had never been there. And it was the community that led us to all of these places with a lot of pride. And even till now, whenever any of those sites gets demolished, I or any one of the members of my team do receive notes of concern from the community itself. So as Arif Saab earlier said, that the younger generation, the people who belong to these places are very much, they do take pride of them. They are looking for solutions, and they feel very helpless as to how we can save them. But there are no directions, there are no solutions. And we have been, like I have been involved for 20 years, but people like Arif Saab, Kamil Saab, so many others who are sitting here, they have spent like more than 40, 50 years trying to convince the organizations of the same things that we are proposing right now, but it never happens. So hopefully this conference will get a breakthrough, and hopefully we'll move forward from here. So I'm going to, ये इसकी पहली slide please कर देंगे? नहीं, इससे भी पहले first slide से start कर दीजिए please. हाँ. So when I was invited by Dr. Seher Gul to talk about disaster management, my first reaction was declining the request because I have never been involved in any disaster management work. However, I am very much connected with cultural monuments and heritage. Hence, on her convincing me, I said, okay, I'll look it up. I started to look up on readings on heritage management, risk management, and I was able to find a lot of material within 10-15 minutes. I have not gone through all of it because the first document that came to my hand, it talked about a few steps, a few important points like reducing risk at source, reinforcing of cultural property to resist or contain the consequences of disaster, providing adequate warning of impending disaster, developing emergency response plans. And it gave a small kind of a table that we see on the other side, which said that what are the responsibilities, how people would respond, how the different levels of administrative structure should be responding and preparing themselves for any such situation. So when I went through all of this, I thought that where do we start? How do we connect this with our context? And hence I left it there because I think before we move into this part, we need to first look at where we are, what we are doing, and where do we stand. And for this purpose, I have just put together a few case studies which I'll very briefly take you through. And these case studies basically show our incompetencies, show the confusion that we are in. I will start with the first case study. Excuse me, aap please aage badhenge. This is a very small monument. It was a water trough on Kimadi jetty. जब आप लोग Meriwether Towers से किमाड़ी की तरफ जाते हैं, तो this was on the left hand side on the footpath, and I'm sure many of you must have noticed it and observed it. Last year, in I think June or something, there was an accident. In August 2021, there was an accident that happened here. And the situation that it came to are the two pictures at the bottom. Prior to this, it has been a listed property. There were a couple of restoration activities that had taken place by public funds from KMC or this District South organization on restoring this place. However, one fine day, it gets demolished. And the next day, it was like the news was in the social media. We tried to go and investigate into what happened, and the first guess was that a day prior to this demolition, there were anti-encroachment activities that were happening. And I think one of the bulldozers which were trying to knock down the encroachment wall at the back had thought that this is also not important and just knocked it down. This was something very disturbing for us. The heritage, when I say we, I mean the heritage cell at the NED University, we immediately informed the culture department about this, and we asked them and we requested them that, okay, the disaster has been done, it's a small monument, let's try to salvage the pieces. And we requested them to allow us to salvage the pieces. Our letter was brought to a technical committee which allowed us to do that. However, we waited for permission in writing, which came almost a year later in July 2022. And by the time we went there on July 23rd July, our team went there to pick the pieces. There were only 30 pieces to be salvaged, among which there were 3 capitals and 2 columns and the marble trough. The rest of it, which on the second day of its demolition, when I went to the site, I saw that within a week's time, there were, corner bottom में, left corner bottom में जो तस्वीर देख रहे हैं, वहाँ पे there were few addicts who reside on the streets. So they had, within a week's time, they had taken advantage of that material and they had piled it up to make a kind of an enclosure for themselves. And we thought, okay, now that enclosure is there, so we will just pick those things from there. However, because it took a year to get the permission, when we finally went there, that wall was not there because the people who were making houses in the Kachi Abadi right behind this, they had used up all those stones and only 30 pieces were left there. So this is the level of preparedness that we have for such a small monument, and first of all, we were not able to save it, and then when it was destroyed, we were not able to salvage it. So from here onwards, I'll move to a few case studies in Karachi. Next one, please. We see abandonment and neglect all around the historic quarters of Karachi. Even though there are organizations, there are departments who are responsible for taking appropriate action against the owners of such sites, nothing much is being done. In fact, there is a lot of facilitation that is given to heritage property owners by just looking the other way. And we will see a few cases. Next one, please. This is Kanji building. It is near Pakistan Chowk. In 2007, it was completely intact. Till 2018, it was quite very much in its complete form, even though because of abandonment it was neglected and it was not in a very good state of conservation. In 2019, the owner decided to just gut out the interior of the building, and I think his intention was to build something new on the site. However, he did not take a prior NOC from the culture department, hence the case was reported to the culture department. There were notices issued to the owner, and since 2009 till 2022, the site is right now abandoned. The owner has not taken any measures to support the freestanding, whatever one facade is remaining, and he is, I think, waiting for a good rain to happen so that it should just collapse. Unfortunately for him, even though a lot of rains happened in Karachi this year, but it didn't happen. And the rainy season itself is taken as an advantage by a lot of heritage property owners, and most of the toppling down of such facades has happened in the monsoon season. Next one, please. Again, another site which was right opposite to our campus, it's the Athar Mansion, which we have been documenting photographically since we moved to that campus in 2005, and we have seen it deteriorate. We have constantly written letters to the culture department to stop this this damage, ongoing damage, and eventually in 2019 a builder just brought in their bulldozer and knocked down whatever was remaining over there. And now the site has a it has a booking office for the new development that is coming up. Next one, please. This is the case of, I'm forgetting the name of the building. I think I haven't written it. Yeah, this is a building in jail quarter. Calcutta House. Calcutta House, again, was on the SBCA's dangerous list, even though in 2008 you can see that it is in a perfectly stable structural condition. In 2018, overnight, a portion of the building collapsed, and this portion was the right-hand top corner, which you see on the plan. It was a very small portion that had collapsed. There were the Heritage Foundation went in, they documented the building, they made plans for its restoration. There were a lot of meetings that happened around it. However, within a few years, you see that, sorry? All right. Within a few months, you see that a new building has come up over there and no action has been taken against it. Next one. And this is the, I think, the last example where we see a property in Old Town. And this property is basically the owner came for developing a proper development plan for it, where at the Heritage Cell we made these plans for him, which retained the two facades of the building. And we planned it on the footprints of the original layout, however, increasing the built-up area as was the demand of the builder. This project went through the whole process of acquiring NOC, and immediately after acquiring the NOC, when the work started, they immediately demolished the one of the facades which is there on the right-hand side. And he was about to demolish the other one also, but because we took an action, we informed the culture department, so the construction was stopped for a while. However, very recently our team went in to check, and they can see that the basement is ready for pouring and the construction is ongoing. It just stops for a while and then nothing happens. Ugly slides. So I think because we are running short on time, this last is a very important and unique example where you see this is Thakur Lalji cloth market on Bandar Road, and you can see that from our archival pictures, 2011, it was intact, and very recently, a middle portion of the property was demolished and a new structure has been built over there. A listed property, again, which has to go through all the process of of NOCs and so many checks from SBCA to culture department and all, yet the structure comes up and there is no stopping it. Even though culture department has taken action, putting an FIR onto the owner, but the question is, where were they when they were demolishing the structure, they were constructing the whole high-rise over here? It was not done in one day. So these are the few examples which show how prepared we are. So as somebody said in the morning, that we are actually in a continuous state of disaster. We need to address these issues first. The things that Kamil Saab said in the morning, I think we need to really reflect on all of that, because all of this is happening because of greed. All of this is happening because we cannot give room for things which used to be important, but they are no longer important. So I think I'll not go through the rest of my slides. I'll just stop here with this question as to how do we solve these issues. And my simple suggestion is, maybe if the government departments cannot do it, then private sector collaborations, maybe with EFT or some other organizations, can do something, maybe take 10, 15 cases, solve them, and show that these things can be done. And unless we do not relate the whole process of heritage conservation with socio-economic growth of the communities, there will not be a success. There will not be a continuity, there will not be a sustainability of the process. It will always be one of activities and attempts, and nothing much will come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anila Naeem. Yes, it's very important to consider urban heritage. You have given a complete overview. Perhaps I think it's a wake-up call for Sindh government. And of course, as Shahab Usto said, that we need to do all these things through formalizing proper strategies and legislation, which is need of the time. Now, the next speaker, I have already introduced them. They are going to speak, Mr. Peer Mohammad Baksha. He is going to speak on the strategies for rehabilitation of relief work in Sindh. And he has been doing the same work in various districts of Sindh.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, EFT, especially Sarah Khund, for having me here. And today I would like to share with you whatever I have seen with my eyes, and I would share my experiences starting late August when this devastating flood hit Sindh province. Can I have my presentation over there? So it's in 3 parts. First is the causes, what actually happened, and then what actions did we take, and then how can we prevent this disaster in future. Basically, I am myself an engineer, a civil engineer, graduated from Iran. So a part of my presentation would give you some hint about the skills that we are wanting in the engineering, on the engineering side. And this Lok Sahayata, during this devastation that we seen in these days, I myself got it registered. This Lok Sahayata is a charity organization. So I have been working with the flood-stricken people, not only in the capacity of DIG, but also as a citizen, a concerned citizen, bringing in my resources and my friends and my families together. So the main reason which we all were taken aback was that there was no monitoring right from the day one. As you can see, Sindh is normally bone dry, so hardly does it come to mind that it would turn into another Indus. And this is River Indus, and this is the area which ultimately got inundated. The second slide. So it was on 20th July. And in 10 days, you can see this Hamal Lake. This is Hamal, this is Balochistan. Down here, somewhere here is Manchar Lake. So you can see within 10 days, there's a body of water which was developing over there, downstream of Sibi. Next. And then it was on 4th of August when this was a formidable body. It had already formed upstream of Hamal. And this drain, which we called MNV drain, which is main Nara Valley drain, it is basically, it's not a channel to carry the flood water, it is just a drain to drain off whatever is left over from this Hamal Lake. It goes all the way down to the Manchar. It was designed at 10,000 cusecs. It is now working at 4,000. So this doesn't have any kind of capacity whatsoever to carry this body of water all along. So this was 4th of August should have been a wake-up call for all of us, for the engineering department, for the irrigation department, for the district administration. But I know not of anything, any such thing which we were told of. Next. And this is the 29th of August. Within a short span of 3 weeks, this water had overflown that MNV drain. So you can see the water all around. Now this is district Larkana. Here we have Dadu, and then the whole area is inundated within like 3 weeks' time. Next. So beginning of September, there was extensive inland flooding for which nobody was prepared. Even at that point of time, in the first week of September, nobody was pretty sure about how much water was there. So everybody was just doing some guesswork. Some good engineers, some retired engineers, they were telling us that Manchar has all the capacity to hold the water, whatever quantum it is coming. But then what happened, I would share it with you in the next slides. Yes, next, please. Now, as you all see, this picture is of 18th of October, and we all know the water is very much there in Dadu district, in KN Shah, in Johi, around Johi, in Gozo, in Sevan, and it is not receding at a very fast rate. And one of the reasons is that Sindh has traditionally been a floodplain, and it is one of the flattest lands on the face of earth. It has a gradient of 1 in 1,000, which normally we have 1 in 200, 250. So this is one of the flattest lands of earth. Next. Now my presentation is focused on the right bank because that was the main area I was dealing with. But this doesn't mean that it was specific to the right bank. The problems which are highlighted here, they could be seen everywhere. On the left bank, in the built-up areas, on the LBOD, everywhere we didn't have any kind of engineering seen anywhere. So presently, we don't have any system to drain this water except with the mechanical means. And that too could not be done, it cannot be done because the water level in the Manchar is way higher than the MNV drain. So unless we have water level in Manchar going down considerably below 110 or 112 feet, only then can this MNV drain will carry the water to the muncher. Next. So this could easily have been predicted, because engineering is all about prediction. Mathematics is all about prediction. If you cannot predict an event, you are not a good engineer. So Bolan River was swelling in early August, and the only way it could discharge was in Hamal. And Hamal was to discharge in Manchar, and Manchar had to go in Indus, ultimately going to the Arabian Sea. This was a very logical kind of calculation, which was never done. And Manchar was allowed to accumulate water till a time when all the engineers one night sat down and said that we had to give it a breach. Next. The second thing is, I've already spoke about it, is engineering incapability, which I personally experienced in the engineers that I came across. So there is a flood modeling which is done everywhere in the world. I didn't see any kind of such modeling during all these devastating days. So probably we don't have access to these tools. Even we didn't have access to the live imagery, which governments should have. And departments like irrigation, they should get the live satellite imagery so that they can plan. Next. And this is one of the canals which takes water out of Manchar into here Indus. Over here is Indus flowing downward. You can see that this is a bridge of railway. It was built pre-Pakistan, pre-partition. It left so many space under it because they had done some survey before constructing it. And look at our engineering. This is Indus Highway. And we have literally blocked it. So there is no point for this water, whatever is coming here from. Next. Again, there's a big bridge, railway bridge. Corresponding, there is no bridge whatsoever on the Indus. And you can see these, if you travel along with engineering mind, you will see such blunders all along Indus. Next. And this is a zoomed out image of railway line and Indus. You see? Only a few a culvert here, a culvert there, a small opening here, a small opening there, and a huge waterway under the railway line. So they didn't even do their own engineering. They didn't have to. They actually had these openings. They could have easily left corresponding culverts or bridges on their Indus Highway. Next. And you see, this is RBOD, and this is a siphon which actually takes the water from Manchar towards Indus. So how no law of physics will allow you to imagine the enormous body of water, which was actually more than the Indus itself, to take it from this small siphon. Next. So, in absence of knowledge and the engineering capability, timely decisions were not taken. They could not be taken. They were just firing in the darkness. Next. And then there are other factors as well. You see, this is one of the main factors. Sindh is unfortunately one of those lands which has been robbed of her forests. And it is going on unabatedly right to date. And these forests are basically, they prevent erosion, they regulate rainforests, they take in water quickly after floods. So we don't have much of them left. Next. And then we have very badly planned settlements. The old cities like the Sevan and the Dadu, they are built on a higher ground. But all the new settlements, they had to be flooded because they were built without keeping in mind the contour levels, without keeping in mind the passages that water had to take. And next. And then there are factors which actually accentuate, which aggravate these attending circumstances, which are global warming, and then India also allegedly turned its waters towards Pakistan, and it has to do it because they can't take that volume of water. Next. So these were the kind of situation that we were dealing with, and this is a sad saga of how the nations end up when they turn their back on science and engineering. And this is actually what had happened to us. And Sindh has given us big civilizations like the Indus Valley, and then it took it away as well when the people of the land did not respect the laws of nature. So this can also repeat as well. This is a bigger problem than the cultural heritage. This is a civilizational, this is an existential issue, the bigger canopy that we must think under. So these are the actions. Yes, please. This is part 2. This was one of the biggest disaster management camps that we landed ourselves in because we never planned for it. And I just happened to visit this land in Yamshoro, and there were people all around. They were not being looked after, so I thought to look after them, and then I was, for the next 2 months, all my energies were consumed in managing them. So this, we called it Tambu Goat, which is literally a tent village in Sindhi, and it was spread over more than 600 acres, and we documented each and every person who came there, and there were more than 25,000 of them which we documented, adults, male, female, and children, infants, lactating mothers. Next. So we divided it into 16 zones, and we had one zonal madadgar for each of the zones, and then we had this symbol for each of the zones, and people would know that what zone they are from because they would not know about the ABC alphabets. So then we had this rapport with them with time. Next. This is the dashboard on one good day. This was the population on that day, and these are the zones, the population in each zone, A zone, B zone, C zone, and then we had the people coming from all across Sindh, Punjab, and Balochistan, and the majority, the first bar over there, is from Dadu, Kensha. Next. And it was during these days that we thought of raising this Lok Sahayata with few of my friends. We got it registered. Next. So what we did was, number one priority for us was to provide them with the clean drinking water, and we did it in different ways. Next. We had 2 of these plants mounted on our police vehicles. These were the ultra filtration plants. They would go from camp to camp, from zone to zone, and provide them with the safe drinking water. Next. Next. And then we had these canisters as well. This was another mode of providing them with the safe drinking water. We had an agreement with the local RO plant. We would fill those canisters of like 39 liters each and would take them to different places. And then we had this technology. We called it water filter bottles, and we helped them learn it, and they would happily use it in their camps. Next. Then we had this food rations and firewood, which we supplied them with. We would take them to our police lines, we'll make them sit respectively, and then give them all the items that we had for that day. And there was a system by which they were, there were systems so that no one could abuse the system. Next. There was security around the clock. Next. And there was a proper crowd management. And these are, I think, iconic Sindhi and Baloch lines. Otherwise, they are never disciplined. They would, because they knew that they had to get whatever we promised them, they would stand in queues and respect the queues. And next. Then there was a medical facility, even Aga Khan hospital people, they also came there for a good 2 weeks. And then there are camps, but there was one permanent camp from the police, which always helped them. Next. And there was electronic documentation, as I already told you. We had age, gender, and the place where they came from, the whole details. Next. And now we have shifted them to 2 meals a day cooked food. Next. We have 3 schools over there. This is Hobali from Meher. He actually petitioned for the schools. He made small clips of young children, and then he sent them to us. He viraled them, and then he was actually saying that we need schools, and we named one of the schools after him. Next. And then we worked with the irrigation department as well as a police department. Next. Giving them security and protection. These were some of the organizations to which we provided the platform at Tambugot. Next. And then there were boat operations. We actually operated more than 100 boats with all the SOPs. Next. So they were basically in Sevan, Kensha, and Johi. Next. Next. And then people have started going back home, and we have arranged some 22-wheelers for them because they have their cattle and all the belongings. So they have started leaving. Now we have almost 50% of them left with us, around 12,000. Next. And here comes the last part, the future planning. Next. As I said, that Sindh has always been a floodplain. It gave remarkable civilization to the world, and it would be inundated umpteen times, and every time silt would come and it would give fertility to the land. But unfortunately, we have stopped the passages, the waterways, has already been said by so many speakers, so I won't repeat it. But let me tell you, nature is no SBCA. It can't be bribed. So whenever it comes, it will take your toll. So you can't bribe the nature. It will go through its way. Next. This was actually the body. This is River Indus. And all the way up from Sibbi. Sibbi, Bolan, Dhadar, all the way to this Hamal, and over here is Manchar, a small pocket. So this was a huge water body, a parallel bigger than the Indus itself. When the Indus was flowing full in August, I had a chance to get this image. So I just wanted to share with you because this is really an existential problem. So if we get these inundations time and again, we won't have this right bank anymore if we had like it for 2 or 3 years. So we need to plan for it. Next. And countries, this is again not reinventing the wheel. This is regularly done by all the countries. Even there are countries who are fighting 24/7, 365 days a year against nature. And so there's an ordnance survey in the UK, which is equivalent of Pakistan Survey Department, which updates this is a geodesic survey, which is geodetic survey, which is basically geodesics. You have to have this survey all the time, and we didn't have this survey. And whatever data we were receiving through irrigation, they were just contour maps, which were also like there were no man-made structures showing any kind of change on those maps. And this survey, I got this last night. This is an area in the UK. This is open source. You can also access it. You can like select an area, say wherever you live, and this tells you from here, color coding, which area is most likely to inundate. Like blue is the most likely area to be inundated, and then lighter blue, and then there is no blue at all. So you see, we need to have such kinds of surveys going on from time to time, and then being shared with the people for the common knowledge of all. Next. And as Madam Nilofer said, that we need to have this overarching authority, because we cannot trust these departments anymore. They have let us down. They will let us down in future as well. So if we need to address this problem in its entirety and by the scientific standards, then we need to have an authority. First, we need to have a task force which should come up with a working plan in a year or so, and then an authority which should develop these protocols and ensure that they are followed in letter and spirit. Because there are villages and then there are settlements, but for the politicians, they are voters. To them, they are dearer than the whole existential thing. So we need to have this authority who should actually help us out from this situation. And then that's it, I think. Next. That's it from my side. Thank you, sir. No, sir, because there is ignorance all around. Who will take the action?
मेरा एक सवाल है आपसे और जो एक्सपर्ट्स यहाँ बैठे हैं, इंक्लूडिंग आई थिंक खेड़ो साहब, कि इस तरह का जो फ्लड आया है, could that be the reason of मोहनजोदड़ो? Instead of we saying कि earthquake आया, फिर आग लगी, फिर ये हुआ, फिर वो हुआ, अगर इस तरह का एक और सैलाब आया, तो I think we have another मोहनजोदड़ो in the making. Whatever disaster management we will take, I am convinced that the government of Sindh or the government of Pakistan does not have the capacity to hold this kind of a disaster if it happens again, God forbid. But the more I think about it, I understand that this is how Mohenjo-daro took place. Thank you.
I've been thinking on these lines that maybe Mohenjo-daro was destroyed because there is evidence of flood, no doubt, but we need to now, the experts should sit and work out in detail the stratigraphy of Mohenjo-daro, no doubt the flood. But as you said, it would not be, in the coming years, it would not be one Mohenjo-daro, but thousands of Mohenjo-daros which will be left after the disasters that we now saw in the slides which Pir Mohammed showed. So these all intentional. And at that time, when Mohenjo-daro was in its prime time, there were natural avenues and the water used to reduce and go away. And it was going on being rebuilt. Mohenjo-daro was rebuilt several times. There were floods and then it was being rebuilt. But now, again, we see the same situation. Thank you.
मेरे ख्याल में तो आपको जवाब मिल गया। वैसे देखिए, सिंध में दरिया की सिर्फ 2 स्टेबल पॉइंट्स हैं। One is the Sakhar Gorge and the other is the Kithar range, which stops the water from going beyond. Between these 2 points and flooding, we have records from 1849. Between 1849 and today, not today, until the British built their weirs and embankments, the river has wandered between these 2 points. That is why almost every old town has a new town next to it. Purana hala hai to naya hala hai. And many abandoned courses of the river were converted into seasonal canals by the Karodos. And much of the irrigation system that the British set up by building the embankments was also along those torrents. अच्छा, अब इसको अगर हम सामने रखते हैं, सारी एविडेंस को अपने सामने रखते हैं, तो ये कहना कि मोहनजोदड़ो was wiped out by the floods, अभी तक it is insufficient. अब साइंटिस्ट भी तो होना पड़ता है ना कभी कभी, तो अगर साइंटिस्ट बनते हैं तो एविडेंस अभी तक incomplete है. But in Hindu mythology, which I have started to take seriously, you have mentions both of large-scale droughts and of changing of the course of rivers. देख रहा उनकी जो myth है of Saraswati disappearing, तो कहानी तो ये है उनकी कि सरस्वती misbehaved and so she took away her water and gave it to the Jamna. That's the story.
It's a story, but it went to it.
But it did go to the Jamna.
Tectonic movements.
It did go to the Jamna. That is now very clearly understood that it went to the Jamna.
It's in the satellites also.
हाँ, सैटेलाइट्स के बाद ही तो ये एविडेंस आई है सामने, पहले तो थी नहीं.
It is captured by satellite.
So it did go to the Jamna, and Ghaggar and Hakra, which are the 2 children of, you might say, of Saraswati.
They come from Sivaliks, and Sivaliks are rain-fed, not snow-fed. So they were not perennial. They were semi-perennial rivers.
They became semi-perennial rivers, but if you look at the Indus Valley sites along the Ghaggar,
yes,
and Hakra, they are considerable.
They're considerable, but
They're considerable.
they went away because of the technology.
No, they disappeared.
Disappeared, yeah.
وہ تو آپ scientific بات کر رہی ہیں, میں تو romantic بات کر رہا ہوں.
Sorry.
Hilda Smith کی تو وہ دو مختلف چیزیں.
Sorry. You continue.
تو وہ ہو سکتا ہے. نہیں تو یہ ہو سکتا ہے, بالکل ہو سکتا ہے. تھوڑی سی کام کی ضرورت ہے, پروف کی ضرورت ہے. Yeah, which is missing so far, but I'm sure it will. Otherwise, some other reasons will be found for it. ابھی تو سب سے possible theory یہی ہے.
Thank you very much, Arif Sahab, and thank you very much, Dr. Nilofer, and Peer Muhammad Shah. Thank you very much for giving a wonderful presentation. DIG Police, who has been running disaster rehabilitation and relief program in the Hyderabad division very successfully. We saw the slides. A few examples when he quoted, he talked about glaciers, melting of glaciers and deforestation and community participation, and there he mentioned that communities should be given clean water. So we will discuss in our last session especially and the coming sessions, so how to involve community into the protection of heritage and preserving, so they take care of this thing, so when they don't have water and they are indulged into the basic amenities issues, they won't be participating. So again, what he concluded, that we need a public-private synergy and a huge level network. When he mentioned about prediction and climate change, one thing occurred to me. One of our researchers have been working on it, Ibrahim Hadri, and he told us that fishermen now tell that initially it was very easy when the world was echoing that tsunami aa raha hai, and samandari tufan ke hawale se, when people were crying, the fishermen were calm. They knew, because they used to say that the sea doesn't tell us that tsunami is coming. So the prediction was easy, but because of climate change, maybe prediction is not that easy. So last but not the least speaker, I'm going to introduce. He's a renowned journalist. I have already given introduction to him, Muhammad Hussain Khan Sahab. He's going to speak on his own experience, because he has traveled throughout the province of Sindh and recorded and have been publishing the disaster stories, disaster-related stories, and how people are suffering and how mitigation is taking place, and what is the role of Sindh government that ultimately boils down to the role of the government. Thank you.
السلام علیکم. تھینک یو سہر, تھینک یو حمید صاحب, آپ نے یاد کیا اور یہ اپرچونیٹی دی کہ کچھ بات ہو جائے. میں کوئی ریگولر اسپیکر تو نہیں, لیکن جو جیسے سہر نے کہا کہ جو ایکسپیرینس تھا, جو کچھ اسکیٹرڈ تھاٹس ہیں, وہ آپ سے شیئر کرنے کی کوشش کروں گا. بہت ساری سلائڈس کی یہاں پریزنٹیشن دیکھی جو 2022 فلڈس کے اوپر تھیں. جو مجھے اس میں کمی محسوس ہوئی, یہ چاہے گڈ انجینئرنگ ہے یا بیڈ انجینئرنگ ہے, لیکن اس کا جو امپیکٹ ان 75 لاکھ لوگوں پر یا 12 لاکھ گھرانوں پر ہوا ہے, وہ اس میں کہیں محسوس مجھے تو کم از کم نظر نہیں آیا. اسی طریقے سے وہ 7 لاکھ لوگ جو کیمپس کے اندر پہنچے اور ان کے ساتھ کیا بیتی, کیا گزری, اس کا بھی کچھ شاید فیل نہیں ہوا. اچھا, میرا خیال ہے کہ ہم شاید ان ساری چیزوں کا احساس اس لیے بھی نہیں کر سکتے کہ یہ ہم پر نہیں گزر رہی ہوتی ہے. اگر ہم خود کو یا اپنی کسی فیملی کو ان کی جگہ رکھ کر دیکھیں تو شاید ہمیں احساس ہو کہ ان لوگوں کے ساتھ ہوا کیا ہے اس پورے پیریڈ کے اندر. رات کو جو گھرانے بھان سید آباد سے نکلے ہوں اور پوری رات وہ سفر کر رہے ہوں لاڑکانہ 7 بند پہ, اور اس کو بھی پتہ چلے کہ تھوڑی دیر بعد کٹ لگ جائے گا اور وہ ایک سائڈ کے اوپر ہی ٹریپ ہو جائیں گے یا دوسرا اینڈ کے اوپر ٹریپ ہو جائیں گے, تو آپ سمجھ سکتے ہیں کہ وہ فیملی, وہ بچے, عورتیں, ان کا مال و متاع, جو بھی جانور وغیرہ ان کے ساتھ ہیں, کس طریقے سے اس کو مینیج کریں گے. تھرسڈے کو جو سندھ ہائی کورٹ کے اندر ایک ہیئرنگ ہوئی فلڈس کے حوالے سے, کورٹس بھی بڑی کنسرن ہے, لاڑکانہ بینچ پہ بھی میٹرز چل رہے ہیں, حیدرآباد میں بھی چل رہے ہیں. تو حیدرآباد میں پی ڈی ایم اے کے ڈائریکٹر جنرل نے جو بتایا کہ 80 دن ابھی بھی ریکوائر ہیں ٹو ڈی واٹر پاکٹس آف دادو ڈسٹرکٹ. تو آپ سمجھ سکتے ہیں کہ گورنمنٹ کے فگرز ویسے کتنی ریئلسٹک ہوتے ہیں, آپ کوشچن کرنے کا رائٹ رکھتے ہیں. 80 دن ابھی دادو کو چاہیے اور اندر اراؤنڈ 60 days خیرپور ناتن شاہ کے لیے چاہیے کہ جہاں کے وہاں کے ان کے پاکٹ سے جہاں پانی رہ گیا وہ نکلے. اور ان 80 اور 60 دن میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ سردیاں شاید مکمل آ چکی ہوں, کیونکہ اندرون سندھ میں تو سردی کچھ تھوڑا پہلے آ جاتی ہے, اور ابھی جب لاسٹ وزٹ کیا تھا تو مجھے تو اس وقت دن میں بھی کچھ خنکی محسوس ہو رہی تھی. 22 ملین ایکڑ فیٹ پانی بتایا ہے, یہ بھی اگین پی ڈی ایم اے کا فگر ہے کہ جو پانی یہاں جمع ہوا ہے. پیر محمد شاہ صاحب کی سلائڈ خاصی کسی حد تک مناسب لگی کہ جو انہوں نے ریفلیکٹ کیا کہ پوری واٹر باڈی کریٹ ہوئی ہے بٹوین امن لیک ٹو منچھر لیک, کہ ایک 100 کلومیٹرز کا ایریا تھا جس کے اندر یہ ایک ڈھنڈ یا جھیل کریٹ ہو گئی, اور جو پانی الٹیمیٹلی کٹس کی صورت میں یا وداؤٹ کٹ پہنچا ہے منچھر پہنچا ہے, اور منچھر سے پھر وہ تھرو ریور انڈس گیا ہے, اور ریور انڈس سے الٹیمیٹلی اس کو جانا ہے. انٹرسٹنگ بات یہ ہے کہ ریور انڈس کے اندر جو سیلاب تھا وہ تو بندوں کے درمیان بہت خیریت کے ساتھ گزر گیا, لیکن یہ جو سیلاب جو بلوچستان اور دین کمبر شداد کوٹ سے لاڑکانہ اور پھر یہ الٹیمیٹلی سیون تک اور دادو تک جو کچھ اس نے تباہی پھیلائی ہے, وہ ایک بہت مشکل سینیریو اب تک ہے لوگوں کے لیے. یہاں بات ہو رہی تھی جیسے پیر محمد شاہ صاحب نے بھی مینشن کیا آر بی او ڈی کا, اور شہاب صاحب چلے گئے, شہاب صاحب نے ایل بی او ڈی کی بات کی. میرا خیال ہے کہ یہ اتنا ٹائم گزر گیا ہے کہ اب ان دونوں چیزوں کو شاید گورنمنٹ کو, جس میں پروونشل گورنمنٹ بھی اور فیڈرل گورنمنٹ بھی, ان کو میرا خیال ہے کہ اس کو تھوڑا سا سیریسلی لینا چاہیے کہ آخر ان دونوں پروجیکٹس کو کے ساتھ کرنا کیا ہے. ایل بی او ڈی وابڈا نے بنایا تھا, ڈیزائن فالٹ کے ساتھ بنا تھا, جیسا بھی بنا وہ ہینڈ اوور ہو گیا, پہلے سیڈا کو ہوا, سیڈا سے پھر وہ سندھ اریگیشن ڈپارٹمنٹ کو گیا, اب ان کے پاس پینڈنگ ہے. 2013 میں لوئس برجر نے فارن کنسلٹنٹ سے انہوں نے ایک اسٹڈی کی, اس میں کچھ ورکس آئیڈینٹیفائی ہوئے, 1 ڈیکیڈ ڈاؤن دا روڈ وہ ورکس اب تک پینڈنگ ہیں. میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اگر شاید وہ کام کچھ اس میں سے جو بہت ہی امپورٹنٹ نیچر کے تھے وہ ہو گئے ہوتے تو شاید ہم 2021 کے اندر وہاں میرپور خاص میں بدین میں وہ پرابلم فیس نہ کر رہے تھے جو ابھی ہم نے فیس کیا. ٹنڈو جان محمد کو ہمیں آف لوڈ کرنا تھا یا کوٹ غلامت کو ہمیں آف لوڈ کرنا تھا, تو ہم نے ایک کٹ لگا دیا ایل بی او ڈی کے اوپر تاکہ پانی تھوڑا سا اور ڈائیورٹ ہو جائے, اور اس کے نتیجے میں ہم نے ٹنڈو باغوں کو ڈبو دیا. وہاں پہ لوگ آج بھی پریشان ہیں, وہاں پہ آج بھی لوگ مشکل کا شکار ہیں, اور نتیجتاً 2 سائٹ کے اوپر لوگ کمیونٹی بھی اس صورت میں جمع ہو گئے کہ جی ایک کٹ کے فیور میں تھے کہ جی ایل بی او ڈی کو اس لوکیشن کے اوپر کٹ دیں, 211 آر ڈی کے اوپر دوسری کمیونٹی کہہ رہی تھی کہ نہیں کٹ نہ دیا جائے. جو کٹ دینے کے حق میں وہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ جی یہ سارا نیچرل ایک ڈپریشن ہے, ادھر ہی سے پانی اس کو جانا ہے. پہلے بھی جب بھی پانی آتا رہا, جیسا کہ ڈھوروز کی بات ہو رہی ہے یہاں, وہاں پر اس کے نتیجے میں پانی کو آگے جانا تھا لیکن وہاں سے نہیں جا سکا, کیونکہ وہاں پہ بتاتے ہیں کہ کچھ زمینیں ہیں اور ادھر کراپس ہیں, کیش کراپس کچھ لوگوں کی لگی ہوئی ہیں, حالانکہ وہ نیچر روٹ تھا, وہاں سے پانی نہیں گیا. ایل بی او ڈی کے کام اب تک پینڈنگ پڑے ہوئے ہیں, 42 بلین کی ان کی کوئی کاسٹ بتائی جاتی ہے کہ جو 2013 کے اندر اسیس کیے گئے تھے, ورک آؤٹ کیے گئے تھے, اور اب شاید سندھ گورنمنٹ اس کے اوپر کچھ کام کرنے جا رہی ہے, اس کو کچھ پیکیجز انہوں نے اس میں اٹھائیں جس کے اوپر وہ اے ڈی پی اسکیمز کے تحت کام کریں گے. آر بی او ڈی کا معاملہ کچھ اس طریقے سے ہے کہ آر بی او ڈی 1 اور 3 جو ہیں, جو الٹیمیٹلی پانی جتنا بھی یہ ایگریکلچر رن آف کہہ لیں ویسے سیلائن واٹر ہے جو اوپر سے آنا ہے, اس کو لے کے جانا ہے, اسے گھارو کریک تک لے کے جانا ہے اس آر بی او ڈی نے, جس کے جو آر بی او ڈی 1 تھا جس کو مین نارا ویلی ڈرین بھی کہتے ہیں, وہ وابڈا نے بنایا. اس کا جو سیکنڈ کمپوننٹ ہے رائٹ بینک آؤٹ فال ڈرین پارٹ 2 جو کہ سندھ گورنمنٹ بنا رہی ہے, وہ 2001 سے بن رہا ہے اور اب تک انکمپلیٹ ہے. 2022 میں ہم آ گئے, 14 بلین کی کاسٹ سے شروع ہوا, سیکنڈ کاسٹ ریویژن ہوا 29 بلین ہو گئی, فرسٹ کاسٹ ریویژن ہوا 29 بلین ہو گئی, سیکنڈ کاسٹ ریویژن کے اوپر اب وہ 62 بلین پہ کھڑا ہے. لیکن ون فائن وارننگ, اریگیشن منسٹر صاحب نے واٹر ریسورسز نیشنل اسمبلی کی اسٹینڈنگ کمیٹی آن واٹر ریسورسز میں جا کے اس مئی میں جا کے بتایا کہ جس سندھ گورنمنٹ اس کو ابھی کمپلیٹ نہیں کر سکتی, اور ہم اس وجہ سے کمپلیٹ نہیں کر سکتی کہ اس کا ڈیزائن فالٹ ہے, لہٰذا 1 اور 3 ہم نہیں اڈاپٹ کر سکتے جو کہ کمپلیٹ ہو چکے ہیں. ان کی آپریشن اینڈ مینٹیننس کاسٹ آف وابڈا بیئر کرنے کو تیار نہیں ہے, ان کے اینڈ پہ وہ سارا ہینڈ اوور ہونا ہے. اب مجھے نہیں سمجھ میں آتا کہ 2001 میں جو پروجیکٹ چلا تھا جس کو 2006 میں کمپلیٹ ہونا تھا, اس کی سیکنڈ ڈیڈ لائن 2012 ہوئی, اب وہ آتے 2022 میں ہم آ گئے اور اب ہم یہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ جی اس کا ڈیزائن فالٹ ہے. تو ہم نے 14 سال میں تو میرے خیال سے اگر اس کا ڈیزائن فالٹ بھی تھا تو یا تو اس کو درست کر لینا چاہیے تھا یا اس کا کوئی نیا الائنمنٹ بنا لینا چاہیے تھا. خیر ایونچولی وہ اب تک مجھے نہیں پتا کہ اس کے ساتھ اب کیا ہونے جا رہا ہے, اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کی شاید اب کوئی 4th یا 3rd کاسٹ ریویژن بھی ہو جائے گی جو کہ پروبیبلی 80 بلین سے 90 بلین تک پہنچے گی. 2010 کا فلڈ 2010 کے فلڈ میں رائٹ بینک ڈسٹرکٹس جتنے تھے وہ سنگل بریچ نے اننڈیٹ کر دیے تھے, جو کہ ٹوری پہ لگا تھا. ساتھ یہاں ساتھی واقف ہوں گے, اگست 7 کو جو لگا تھا اپ اسٹریم گدو بیراج, جس نے رائٹ بینک ڈسٹرکٹس کو ڈبو دیا تھا. سیکنڈ بریچ اسی منتھ میں 27 اگست کو لگا, جو ٹھٹا میں لگا کوٹ عالمو کی لوکیشن کے اوپر, اور اس نے ٹھٹا ڈسٹرکٹ کو اننڈیٹ کر دیا تھا. 2011 میں لیفٹ بینک کا جتنا ایریا تھا سندھ کا, وہ سارا افیکٹ ہوا تھا بیکاز آف ٹورینشیل رینس. تو 2010, 2011, پھر 2021 میں بھی کچھ اس طرح کی صورت تھی, اور 2022. میرا خیال ہے کہ یہ خاصا ٹائم ہے, یہ خاصے ڈیزاسٹر ہیں جس سے ہم شاید کچھ لیسنز لے لیں. لیکن جو صورتحال ابھی 2022 میں نظر آئی ہے, چاہے وہ کمیونٹی کی مینجمنٹ کہہ لیں, آپ کا رسپانس ٹو ڈیزاسٹر مینجمنٹ کہہ لیں, ڈیزاسٹر میٹیگیشن کہہ لیں, آپ کچھ بھی کہہ لیں, میرا خیال ہے کہ کوئی بہت زیادہ تبدیلی نظر نہیں آئی ہے. لوگوں نے واپس اپنے گھروں کو جانا شروع کیا جہاں جہاں سے نیچرلی پانی ریسیڈ ہوا ہے. اس میں کوئی شک نہیں ہے کہ پانی بہت زیادہ تھا, کوئی شک نہیں ہے کہ پانی کا کوانٹم بہت ہیوج تھا, اور اس نے ظاہر ہے کہ ریسیڈ ہونا تھا, دیٹ کین ناٹ بی پمپڈ آؤٹ. ہاں, اب جہاں پہ پاکٹس میں وہ بلاکیج ہوئی ہوئی ہے, وہ ظاہر ہے پمپڈ آؤٹ ہو رہا ہے. انڈس ہائی وے کے رائٹ اور لیفٹ کے اوپر پانی ابھی بھی ہے, میڑ کی طرف بھی پانی ہے, خیپو ناتھن شاہ سے اپ اسٹریم پانی ہے, دادو کی طرف پانی ہے. یہ پانی ظاہر ہے کہ آہستہ آہستہ جہاں سے اپنے گریویٹیشنل فلو پہ چلا جائے گا, اس کے بعد اس کو الٹیمیٹلی پمپڈ آؤٹ ہونا ہے. تو میرا خیال ہے کہ یہ شاید 2022 کا جتنے بھی ڈیوسٹیشنز ہے, جتنا بھی کیٹاسٹرافک جو پرپورشن کی یہ فلڈس تھے, یہ شاید ہمیں میرے خیال سے فوڈ فار تھاٹ دیتے ہیں کہ شاید سندھ گورنمنٹ کو اور فیڈرل گورنمنٹ جو ہے وہ بھی ساتھ میں اس میں بیٹھ کر شاید میرا خیال ہے کہ کچھ کسی جگہ پر پہنچ سکیں کسی نتیجے میں, کیونکہ اس کے اندر جو کاسٹ انوالو ہے, چیف منسٹر صاحب بھی کہہ چکے ہیں, اریگیشن منسٹر بھی کہتے ہیں, پی ڈی اے میں بھی کہہ رہی ہے کہ جی کاسٹ بہت زیادہ انوالو ہے کہ جس کام کے لیے چاہیے. آر بی او ڈی ایل بی او ڈی 2 کی بار بار ریفرنس اس لیے دیا جا رہا ہے کہ جہاں جہاں یہ ایگزسٹ کرتے ہیں الٹیمیٹلی پانی کو ڈرین آؤٹ ان 2 ڈرینز نہیں کرنا ہے. آل دو یہ کوئی ایک نیچرل ڈرینیج سسٹم نہیں ہے, وہ سلائن واٹر کے لیے, ایگریکلچر کے لیے تھے. ان کو ہی فنکشنل کر کے, یا اس کے جو فلاز ہیں, یا وہ ایریاز جو اس کے ساتھ کنیکٹڈ نہیں ہیں ان کے ساتھ ان کو کنیکٹ کر کے ہی شاید ہم پانی کا کوئی بہتر ڈرینیج لوگوں کو دے سکیں. ادروائز اگر ہم یہ نہیں کرتے تو میرا خیال ہے کہ پھر ہم کوئی ایسے ہی مزید کسی ایک اور ٹریجڈی کے لیے, ایسے ہی کسی اور فلڈ کے لیے پھر ہم شاید انتظار کر رہے ہوں گے. تھینک یو ویری مچ.
Thank you very much, Hussain Khan Saab. So this is the end of the first session, and our next session is going to start at 2 p.m. and we want everyone to be in this hall. Lunch جو ہے وہ باہر ہے لابی میں, it's being served, it's ready. So آپ سب لوگ لنچ کر کے پھر 2 بجے یہاں پہ سیشن کے لیے واپس آ جائیں. Thank you very much.
civilizational stages to the recent historic past. The ruins of these cultural periods and civilizations are scattered all over Sindh in the form of tangible cultural heritage which needs to be explored, preserved, protected, and promoted. Despite the rich civilization and heritage sites present in Sindh, it has been observed that these sites are turning into ruins or are vanishing at an accelerated rate. Hence a project of documentation of heritage was proposed entitled Documentation of the Heritage Sites and Monuments of Sindh under the aegis of Endowment Fund Trust.
Efforts have been made to uncover and record the heritage and prepare a complete document which would provide an overview of the sites. Every district of Sindh unfolds a different and unique heritage.
One of the main objectives of Endowment Trust is to document, identify, and list heritage sites of Sindh. Keeping in consideration the mandate of EFT, a project was envisaged to document and map the heritage sites of Sindh. This project kicked off in 2016 and nearly 60% heritage sites have been enlisted, documented, and digital mapping in ongoing. The said project with the title Documentation of the Heritage of Sindh envisions preparation of an inventory of archaeological sites and monuments.
The heritage remnants represent the vast repository of cultural materials, sites, and monuments covering a wide time range, representing huge palaces, open-air sites, cave sites, towns, villages, cities, and huge necropolises of the bygone eras.
It is the mapping of the heritage sites in Sindh, both archaeological and historical, and is also designed for providing guidelines for the conservationists to enable them to fix their priorities while selecting sites and monuments for conservation. Each heritage site has its own challenges and different risk factors which affect the integrity of the site. The site is prioritized based on an assessment of its importance or significance and the magnitude of risk. The sites are characterized on the basis of high risk, medium risk, low risk, and those where conservation is ongoing are mentioned accordingly.
Yeah, documentation team जब वापस ऑफिस सची थी.
We have got all the speakers here. Should we start? Yes, we have everyone. Assalamu alaikum. This is Sobia Ali, Deputy Director, Basant Hall. And those who have just joined us, we say a warm welcome to them. Before I proceed to our speakers, I would like to add a brief, very little introduction about Basant Hall, since we are introducing it here. I would like to tell you that Basant Hall, often called Besant Hall, named after the English scholar, British scholar Annie Besant, it has been restored. The hall has been restored by Endowment Fund Trust. And previously, it was used for commercial activities like wedding ceremonies, birthdays, and book fairs. But since it's now an authority of Endowment Fund Trust, we intend to make it a cultural community center where we welcome people to come to celebrate and enjoy in intercultural events. So hopefully we make it success, inshallah. Proceeding towards our speakers, our first speakers we have Mrs. Nasreen Askari, an author, a curator, and a director of Mohatta Palace Museum, and has organized and curated more than 20 exhibitions since 1998. She has also collaborated with the Paisley Museum in Glasgow, the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh, and the Victorian and Albert Museum in London. In recognition of her contribution to Pakistan's art and culture, she has been given the Pride of Performance Award in 2008. Her latest book, The Flowering Desert, has been received by critics and was chosen as one of the 12 books of the year in 2022 by the Craft Council of the UK. Madam Nasreen Askari.
मैं मुनासिब नहीं समझती ये क्योंकि I have very little to say after all my colleagues. Mine is a very simple and limited scope. You know, you know that I'm a rule breaker. We'd like to have you for a longer time. Instead of me?
No, with you.
With me, okay. I will take your advice.
The second speaker that we have is Prince Mir Mehdi Raza, a scion of Khairpur ruling dynasty of Sindh, has played a vital role in the restoration of monuments in Khairpur like Faiz Mahal, Shahi Mahal, and Kot Diji. Today, most of these are inundated and need quite massive restoration work and funds. We will hear from him his experiences and services to his people. Then we have Sana Durrani. Ms. Sana Durrani is an art conservationist from Lahore, academically trained in fine arts and painting, art and design with honors from Beacon House National University, with advanced training in conservation and restoration of paintings from St. Machiavelli Collection, August Schoff Painting Restoration Project by Hungarian Embassy, and ICROM graduate, worked as a cultural first aider for their international course on rethinking disaster risk management for cultural heritage collections. Her future goals include preserving valuable assets and implements disaster risk management unit in Museum of Pakistan. Ms. Sana Durrani, please.
Then we have Dr. Asma Ibrahim, an archaeologist, conservationist, and museologist by profession. As a postdoc Fulbright scholar, she did research in ancient human remains from University of Wisconsin, USA, and has PhD in numismatic. She is founding director of the State Bank Museum, Archives and Art Gallery Department since 2016. Ms. Asma Ibrahim. So now is the time when we call Madam Nasreen Askari here on the stage to speak, please.
Thank you, Sobia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and assalamu alaikum. I happen to represent the Mohatta Palace Museum, which you will all be, I hope, visiting later today. I feel rather embattled because all my colleagues, senior, junior, friends, acquaintances, have given you very comprehensive accounts of climate change, the sequelae of climate change, and their remedies. I, on the other hand, have a very small canvas because what I want to speak about is a very small institution in Karachi. It has certainly added to the city, and I thought I would share it with you. But before I say anything further, I would like to proffer a word of congratulations to the Endowment Fund Trust for drawing our attention to the creeping dangers of climate change to monuments throughout Pakistan. Climate change is the fastest growing danger that we know of now to heritage sites across the world. According to the World Monuments Fund, this has been brutally underscored by the recent torrential rains that we have had. Sindh is privileged enough to possess a land where civilizations have thrived for centuries. It has left behind many new generations that are able to glimpse our past. Artifacts, ladies and gentlemen, have tales to tell. And it is crucial to preserve them, as each of them represents a civilization in of itself. Pakistan is currently experiencing extreme and catastrophic conditions, and we are all obliged to face up to them, to try and counteract their effects and survive to tell the tale. The preservation and care of museums, in particular, is of particular importance as they are the repositories of our culture. So, on to museums. The safekeeping of a museum collection is assured by providing environmental conditions that protect against deterioration caused by climate change. Excessive humidity, dust, storms, heat waves, excessive light and moisture. These are all perils that we have to counteract. Requirements, ladies and gentlemen, differ for different materials. Artifacts made from metal, for example, may benefit from a certain level of humidity that is calibrated carefully at its lowest level, but prevent desiccation or drying out. Organic artifacts require a much more moderate level. The Mohatta Palace Museum came into being in the Mohatta Palace building became habitable in 1927, which means that the groundbreaking of its foundation must have taken place approximately 100 years ago. It was the Mahatta family residence until 1948, then an administrative government office until 1967, followed by the residence of Mohtarma Fatima Jinnah until 1967, followed by it was then for a period of time abandoned and unused for several decades, till a public trust took on the task of reclaiming and reinventing it as a public space. For a period of some 40-odd years, there was no attempt to reinforce, repair, or restore the structure. It is a tribute to the original design and construction of the structure that it has weathered the effects of climate change for so long. Since 1997, however, thanks in great measure to the support of our hosts today, the Endowment Fund Trust, there has been a continuous rolling program of repair and refurbishment. Thank you, Hamid Bhai. There are 4 adverse effects of climate change that we have managed to identify at Mahatta. Aziz, slide 1, please. The first is subsidence and the slight tilting of a small decorative pavilion on the rooftop. Movement of the roof presents a clear and present danger, and as the load-bearing capacity has yet to be precisely determined, we have had to restrict access to our visitors. Here you will see a measure of waterproofing being conducted. When Mahatta was built, it abutted the sea. The foundation rests on ground that was naturally soft. The building, however, is large and has managed to keep its foundations dry and safe. The stone was laid down before it was built. So what we can do is we can monitor for cracks or for any form of displacement that might appear. Here, do I have a pointer? Sobia, can I have a pointer, please? Thank you, it's in my bag. How does it work? Clever girl, okay. Oh, the slides changed, that's all right. Here you will see restoration of these small balconies that accompany these pairs of windows. Here, the stone slabs have been removed. You can see them denuded. We then treat the stone with specially prepared chemicals that are imported from Germany, the USA, and UAE. And stainless steel bars are put into the stone to fortify it, and then the slabs are replaced. So that's your balcony window in the restored state, so before and after. The third thing that we have done is that we have restored the window frames. So here you can see it is completely bare of any structure or architecture. The scaffold is really for the men to be safe. Once again, the stone is removed, it is treated, and it is then supported by stainless steel bars. Here is the restored version. The bases of the domes have also been restored with waterproofing procedures. If you look closely, you will see segments that have been replaced where the black lines indicate the edges. And here at the very base has also received restoration. And this is the restored state. The overhangs are immensely big, so we have to be very careful in restoring them, because it seems to me that they are weighted down even as we look at them. In spite of the demands of temporary exhibitions, we have resisted any internal alteration. and prevented all invasive use of the walls. We use sheets in front of the walls to protect them, but we don't dig into them or drill into them. I am pleased to say that the internal structure of the palace building has been maintained pretty much as it was in 1927. Having said all this, there are still many gaps in our understanding of the dangers to the materials and to the structure. The foundation needs to be surveyed regularly and critically. In 1927, the seafront was at the bottom of what is called the museum's main lawn. There has been extensive reclamation of land in the vicinity of the building and throughout Clifton, but we do not know as yet whether there is any seawater that affects the foundations. The museum has had a very successful run with 28 exhibitions on different aspects of the cultural heritage of Pakistan, and we are very proud to be associated with it. Thank you.
Ms. Sana Durrani, be our next speaker, please.
Yes, I need. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Endowment Trust Fund for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform and sharing my experiences, where I would like to also tell you a little about my experiences first, or my journey so far, because it's very much connected to how I started working in the field of disaster risk management, and how it is connected to, because basically I'm a visual artist and I'm an art conservationist. I've been working with Alhambra Art Museum and also with World City Authority Lahore. So can you please turn on the presentation? So here I'm going to talk about the necessity of implementing the disaster risk management unit for cultural heritage sectors of Pakistan. And I need to be quick because there is a lot to say, and I have just 15 minutes, so I will try to just cover everything in these 15 minutes, right? So as for my background, my journey started from 2016 when I had this training workshop offered by CKU with the collaboration of Lahore Arts Council, where they trained artists and museum professionals for different techniques of paintings and restoring paintings and artworks, where I was selected amongst best 10 art restorers who were trained by German conservationists who came here for giving us this training. So there were few masterpieces which were selected for restoring from the collection of from the permanent collection of our Alhambra Art Museum. This is one of it. Yeah, here you can see this is the painting by Ustad Allah Bakhsh, and the title is Soni Mahewal, and it was in a terrible condition when we got it, and this was also an eye-opening for me, because that was the point when I started realizing this is something which has been really neglected for so many years, and we should start working on it, and we should focus on, because Alhambra Art Museum has a collection of more than 200 plus artworks by great masters stored in a storage. So then I also requested the administration to give me some work to do, and I will do it voluntarily. But then I got this painting, which was in a terrible, terrible condition. It was due to different stages that the painting went through. It resulted in this condition. So I'm not going into the detail, just to show that before and after effects of my 4 years of work with the painting, which started my journey in the field of conservation and restoration. So this is how it turned to be after a restoration, but it's not completely restored yet, and the colors are here not that bright as those are in actual, but just to give you the idea of the damages to the painting, because here my intention was just to save the narrative of the painting as much as possible. And through that journey, I realized that there's so much to learn about, there's so much to learn the techniques, the skills, and I should not limit myself here. I should go for further trainings and courses in the field of restoration. That's why I went to, this is one image I kept here for just showing as an example. It's not working here again. See? Okay. So then when I realized that I need further trainings and I should train myself for, it's not working. Next slide, yes. So painting restoration course I did from Florence in 2019, where I was trained and I got to know so many skills, traditional ways of restoring the paintings, because the lady who was restoring the churches of Pisa told me some very interesting recipes to restore the artworks from, and her ideology was different as compared to the modern conservators who are working here. So then, on my return, I got this project by Hungarian embassy, where there were 11 paintings by August Schopt, which was to be restored by Hungarian embassy with the and there were 5 Hungarian restorers who came here, and I was the project manager and restorer. We worked together for 3 months, and here I learned the modern way of conserving the paintings. So this journey, I'm sharing it with you because okay. Sorry. Next slide. Okay. So these are few of the examples of the work which we did there, and the results were fabulous because we were experiencing, these were, there's another discussion to be done on these paintings, so I'm not going into the detail. So next slide, please. So this, most of you must have seen this painting in the Sikh gallery in Lahore Fort. So next slide, please. Next. So then I was selected for this course from ICROM, which was titled Disaster Risk Management for Cultural Heritage Collections, which was for a year. And next slide, please. So the agenda of for completing the final phase of the project, I was given a seed grant to implement the project, and I planned this webinar because COVID, in those COVID situations, we were not able to arrange such seminars. So I managed to invite such respected panelists to talk about the importance of disaster risk management unit for cultural heritage sectors. So which was followed up by this workshop, which was a capacity building workshop I arranged for Alhambra Art Museum to train the museum staff, local people over there, to how to deal in emergency situations, where there were few demonstrations and also some presentations to show them, and which I'm also going to share here with you. Because, but before all of this, whatever I was listening today during everybody's interesting presentation, was that there is a misconception. First of all, disaster, according to WHO, the definition can be defined as any occurrence that cause damage, ecological disruption, loss of human lives, and health, loss of human lives, deterioration of health sufficient to warrant an extraordinary response from outside the affected community or area. But here, sorry. There is a misconception of the term here, that natural disasters, actually there are no such natural disasters. There's no such term as natural disasters, because disasters are always a direct or indirect results of hazards. So hazards can be, hazards are defined as danger that can cause loss of damage to human life, activities and properties. And hazard can be natural or man-made. So this is a misconception which we need to correct as working for disaster risk management and for cultural sectors. We should redefine the definition of this disaster, that there are no such natural disasters. These are few of the examples which I'm sharing with you, which can show the difference between the natural hazard and the man-made hazard, where you can see the floods, the monsoon rain can be considered amongst the natural hazards. The landslide, which was triggered, massive landslide was triggered due to heavy rains, can be considered as a natural hazard. Same as man-made hazard, there is a very important example of the blast, which was a man-made hazard. So these are the examples which I just sharing with you. Now coming to the scenario, I would like to share here that the strategies which needs to be offered for the disaster risk reductions mainly includes scenario building, which is not been mentioned, which is not been prepared by any of the disaster risk agencies or the people who are working here. I don't know, I'm not sorry if I'm not aware, but this is what I learned throughout my course, that in order to have a better understanding with the situation, you should build a scenario, and scenario can be a realistic or according to the situation, you can design a scenario that what if the floods come, what if the heavy rains come, how are we going to manage it? So for that purpose, we need a geolocation of the area which is affected. In this case, I've selected Alhambra Art Museum, and I'm sharing the geolocation of the Alhambra Art Museum. And according to, sorry. So according to Global Climate Risk Index issued in German Watch in 2019, Pakistan comes under top 10 most affected countries by extreme weather. So these all things should be included in the scenario. And then there's also another sharing where I'm sharing the hazard map of issued by National Disaster Management Authority, where the flood affected areas of Pakistan in 2014 you can see, and track there is a track of the flood wave along the Indus River. So due to climate crisis, it is more and more common to have heavy rains which causes flood. So this was the main outcome, or you can see. And here I'm also sharing a satellite map which is needed for carrying this scenario. And you should also consider the surrounding of the area. Here, Alhambra Art Museum has, I've designed this route map of Alhambra Art Museum where you can see the stakeholders within 2 kilometers of radius, from where you can design the scenario that how in emergency situations such institutions or stakeholders can actively participate in rescue programs. So here you can see the building. Yeah, and I'm just going quickly with all the details about it. So this is the timings for the timings of the museums were 9 to 5, and the timings when the collection is unsupervised are 5 to 9 and then so. I have two things to operate at one time because I'm also operating a laptop, and then I cannot, so bear with me. So the museum has an area of over 12,000 square feet with sufficient wall space for displaying 200 plus artworks. The provision of the museum has fulfilled a long-standing and important demand of the artist. This is the only museum that houses a collection that stays on display permanently with works of old masters and living legends along contemporary artists. So just to give the background of about the museum, that why I chose this museum as a case study, because I have been working in the museum for the project which I showed you earlier, with which I was connected. Here, the most important thing is to prioritize the collection in the scenario building, that how to prioritize the collection, where you need to quantify it, or you need to select according to the educational value or the artistic value and the historical value. And then, because once you have this map, then it will be easy for you to select the objects in emergency situations, which objects to rescue first. So this is the most important thing to be done. So I'm sharing few of the images I collected from the museum, which was like the museum storage space, which lacks maintenance, and this was the main part where vulnerabilities were untreated openings in storage. And here I also prepared the situation risk statement and hazard profile, which is very much important before conducting any scenario for disaster situations. And realistic scenario is basically, yeah. Now, a realistic scenario is a holistic approach to see the unfoldings of the hazards and how it is going to affect the collection and the building of the museum. Here, disaster risk, how it impacts is the combination of hazards. A disaster occurs when hazards, vulnerabilities, and exposures meet. So here I'm just sharing the scenario where you have to just imagine that you are in October 7, 2023, for example. It goes for any scenario. It goes for any historical buildings. You can conduct this scenario before any situation happens or occurs. You can conduct it and then you can plan accordingly. So in the evening of 7th October, the museum, which closes at 5, an occurrence of strong winds, heavy rains and thunderstorm would affect the city. 8 p.m. after 2 hours of continuous heavy rainfall will rainwater will seep through the weak joints of skylight installed on roof. Water will come inside the building to the walls and then to the paintings displayed in the main halls. Vulnerabilities here are weak joints of skylights. At the same time, the situation of the city and the surrounding areas at 8 p.m. roads will be flooded with rainwater, and continuous rain will make it difficult for handling traffic situation in the city. At 9 p.m., the blocked drains on the roof would allow rainwater to start leaking on the roof of the storage room. Vulnerabilities here are the museum lacks proper drainage and waste management system. At 10 p.m. in the evening, as the rain continues, the rainwater would lead water seeping inside the museum building through untreated cracks of the storage, leading rainwater within the storage room. The paintings and other artifacts will be damaged. Stored inside the storage will get wet, and there are threats of damage to them. So, at the same time, inside the gallery, rainwater leakage through skylights will also create dampness in the walls. Vulnerabilities here are no staff except security guards would be present on site to report as it occurred after working hours. Because we were already facing this issue of the walls and the windows installed on the roof of the museum, of having direct exposure of sunlight inside the museum. This was our main concern to work on. At 11 p.m., a warning issued by the Weather Forecast Department of further continuous heavy rain and indication of increased water level in canal bank, which would lead to flash floods and will make roads inaccessible. Next. At 11:30, a warning issued by the Weather Forecast Department of further continuous heavy rain and indication of increased water. Sorry. Can you go to the previous? Yeah. Increased water level in canal bank, which would lead to flash floods and will make roads inaccessible. After hearing the news, the director, who is not in town, would contact the security staff in the museum to give updates about the site. He will also contact the museum staff to report to them. The museum staff will not be able to reach the site due to blocked roads by heavy rain and flash floods. As there would be only 2 security guards on site and the museum staff will not be able to reach the site, there would not be enough manpower to deal with the situation. So the museum would have to wait for the situation to stabilize and will wait for assistance to arrive. Impact would be, this would result in discontent amongst the staff of the museum feeling helpless. 3 p.m. Meanwhile, 3 a.m. in the morning, as the rain continued, the weak and cracked parts of the ceiling of the storage would fall, resulting in breaking the shelves containing the most valuable collection to scattered all over the floor in water. 5 a.m. in the morning, from the storage, the entire buildings would be flooded with rain and will enter the main hall. Vulnerabilities here are poor drainage system and untimely maintenance. The collapsed ceiling at 5:30, the collapsed ceilings would also further damage the right wall of the storage connected to the circuit room. Eventually, the electric room would come in direct contact with water. Further threats of current flow in the building will make it inaccessible for local staff to emergency response team to enter and safeguard the collection and reduce further damages. Vulnerabilities here are surveillance cameras will get destroyed, if I'm not running out of time. Rescue teams 1112 will be called by the director to make the building accessible to enter for local staff who will be serving as emergency response teams to analyze the situation and assess the damages. Vulnerabilities here are due to heavy rains and flash floods. The response will be slow. There is no emergency response plan in the museum, so the security and museum staff would not know what to do and how to respond. So possible impact on the collection of the Al-Hamrar Museum due to heavy rains. The most important collection in the storage would already be soaked in water due to lack of timely maintenance of the building, proper staff training and emergency protocols to follow. 46% of the collection in the storage will be highly affected. The rest of the collection on display will also be affected with humidity and dampness in walls. Yeah. Due to the unplanned response, this rescue will be delayed. Other impact for not timely actions may include damages of infrastructure, loss of life, and during visitor hours, and also loss of the community trust. So proposed mitigation, we also come up to the proposed mitigation by the scenario we built. Keeping collection in a clean, secure, waterproof and organized storage, periodic maintenance of the building inventory and digital backups. Establish an effective evacuation plan for the staff. Establish a good relationship within the community, collaboration with the agencies and stakeholders for emergency response, integration of climate controls, and implementing first aid to the museum collection to rescue the damaged objects, which would be the only way to recover from further damages suffered. Now, what is first aid to cultural heritage? This is the question which everybody here needs an answer for, and for that purpose I need 5 minutes, if you allow. Okay, thank you. So it is an immediate action taken to protect, stabilize, and reduce risk to endangered cultural heritage during and after an emergency disaster are collectively defined as cultural heritage first aid, such as emergency may be due to a natural or man-made hazard, or a combination of both. So these were the things which I learned from the course, that how can it be implemented. There were many questions which were raised, that how can first aid be given to the museums in emergencies. So here there is a very interesting handbook edited by Ms. Aparna Tandon, and here she has mentioned each and every step, how to conduct an emergency response to the first aid collection, how can we do it. And I think everyone who is interested should read it, and will come up with the conclusion I came up from. So it based on 3 steps: situation analysis, online damage and risk assessment, and security and stabilization. These 3 stages are required for conducting first aid to cultural heritage or collection, which needs thorough documentation, risk management, and communication. So here how it works. And it will lead us to early recovery of the objects or the collection or whatever we intend to rescue. So how to carry situation analysis is, and who can be the first aider? There were 2 other questions. The situation analysis is commonly used tool used by first aiders to define priorities for relief in the immediate aftermath of a disaster and at the beginning of the early recovery phase to identify long-term humanitarian need. Who can be the first aiders of cultural heritage and can participate in a situation analysis? Well, the teams or the institutions of the teams and institutions implementing first aid, the owner or institutions in charge of the affected cultural heritage, a representative from the emergency management institutions who control access to the affected area, and volunteers and local NGOs. All can be the first aiders who can respond. So these are the stages, which I'm not going now into the details, the exact, yeah. So on-site damage and risk assessment in the second stage for conducting first aid. Then we have these stages in on-site damage and risk assessment. Then we have security and stabilization, which involves the documentation, packing, and transportation of objects to a safe storage, temporary storage, which basic security and stabilization actions include post-event evacuation of cultural heritage objects to another safer temporary location, and salvage of damaged cultural heritage collections. Salvage is another action which, if you will read which I'm going to share the links with you, you can further read it if you're interested. I'm just telling you the process how to conduct first aid, and first aiders should be follow these rules to conduct a first aid to cultural heritage. And yeah, then the last stage is about stabilizing and document, pack and move and relocate, which will lead to the early recovery. So my question is, as it is also asked before, are we ready to take such actions for museum for the safety and protection of our valuable assets? So this is the question which I think everybody is asking, and we ourselves are asking to each other, how to do it, and are we exactly ready to conduct it? Because this is my learning which I learned, and I'm just sharing it with you all to have some sort of solutions for it, because I myself, as I told earlier, can't do anything alone. As we are united, and then we can come up with some solutions. I came up to the conclusion that for preserving and protecting our rich, valuable assets of museums for our future generations, it is very important and necessary to implement such a disaster risk management unit where the museum staff and rescue teams should also be given proper trainings on risk mitigation strategies and first aid in emergency situations for the rescue and safeguard of our cultural heritage collections. So thank you so much. And these are the links I'm sharing if somebody is interested.
Thank you, Sana. And Dr. Asma Ibrahim is the next speaker.
This is for the slide change. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you very much, Endowment Fund trustees and Hamida Khunsa for inviting me and giving me this chance to speak to you today. So my presentation would be basically answer to Sana's presentation, that what museums can do in case of emergency and disaster preparedness. Can I have some water, please? कोई पानी मिल जाएगा मुझे थोड़ा सा? सॉरी, मैं बहुत बड़ा ट्रैवल करके आई हूँ तो अच्छा तो आई थिंक इट्स नॉट वर्किंग. कैन यू हाँ पहले प्रेजेंटेशन तो डाल दें. अस्मा इब्राहिम, हाँ अमल हैड इट. दे दूँ? नहीं, वो ईमेल किया था अमल को एंड EFT को both. She said she uploaded. Disaster management पे है, State Bank Museum. Can I join my laptop with something? मेरे लैपटॉप में है तो. तो मैं जब तक थोड़ा सा पानी पी लेती हूँ. अच्छा तो like I said, I'm going to talk about the answer to the Sana's presentation, that what museums had to do. So, little bit introduction of the State Bank Museum, that this is the only specialized economic and central banking museum in Pakistan. It was designed to educate and inform, highlighting and celebrating Pakistan's wider numismatics and banking history, as well as the origins and role of the State Bank of Pakistan. So the property of the museum is situated in the building that is an old sandstone building. It is called Imperial Bank of India, and it was constructed in 1920s with the red sandstone, Jodhpuri stone. And now the structure houses the certain archives related to the collections. Thus it closely becomes, now I'm on the third slide. ठीक है. अच्छा, तो अब हमारे म्यूजियम्स को करना क्या चाहिए? I was lucky to have a chance to establish a museum from a scratch. State Bank hired me in 2004 to establish this museum. 2006 actually, but 2004 we started talking about this museum. So in 2006 I was hired by the State Bank. So I was handed over a building to establish a museum from a scratch, and the building required conservation, as well as there was no collection and there was no theme. So I was very lucky. It was a very challenging thing. So I could do whatever I couldn't do in the National Museum of Pakistan, where I worked for about 20 years, and I had several dreams which I could, so which I could actually implement in this museum. Here I will show you a little bit, और आगे okay, चल रहा है? ठीक है. अच्छा, तो म्यूजियम में क्या है? I gave a theme to the museum. It is a monetary museum, and we are depicting the monetary evolution of the monetary history of Pakistan. And the theme of the museum is from the barter system up to the e-banking. We have two kinds of displays, temporary and permanent. In permanent display, we have evolution of coins. The first gallery is pre-Islamic coinage. We cover from 6th century BC up to the 8th century AD. And then the Islamic gallery, which starts from 8th century AD up to the present times. In between, we have a transitory period between coins and currency. So there is this stamp gallery, which starts from 2500 BC up to the present. Then we have currency gallery. And on the extreme two ends, I established history of State Bank and history of governors of State Bank. So here you can see photographs of few of the galleries. This is one of the beautiful pieces done by Gulji, which I got from Peshawar. And on the mezzanine floor, we have a beautiful art gallery. We have priceless pieces of Sadikan. Sadikan was commissioned by the State Bank to paint all these paintings for the State Bank. So when I joined, these paintings were actually scattered all over Pakistan in different museums, or they were put in the junk. So by the time I was doing conservation of the building, acquiring the collection, so I started doing conservation of these paintings also. This I got from our Peshawar library, Peshawar office library, where nobody could see it. So I convinced the governor that we should get it here in one place so that visitors can have a chance to see all the artwork which is done for the State Bank of Pakistan. Theme of all these paintings is industry and agriculture. And this is another painting which is donated by one of the private collectors. It took us about a year to do conservation of this painting. This was all eaten up by termite and dust, so it was kept in the stores of the collector. It is by Zahoor Ikhlaq. And these metal and wooden collages were actually only specially done for the State Bank of Pakistan with the theme of the industry and agriculture. So here are a few more photographs. So the permanent collection is in the galleries, and we have in the hallway a place where we have temporary exhibitions. So what I want to say here is that we have made the acts, the laws, but the rules haven't been made. So the rules are very, very important. So understanding the risk, cultural heritage suffers not just from disasters, but also from inadequate and uncoordinated post-disaster recovery efforts, which I learned during all these 33 years of work in the museums. Inadequate response and contingency plans are not there. Limited knowledge and capacity of local officials, which is the biggest threat to us. Like our local people are not actually trained into that. Then policy frameworks and guidance. So policy frameworks we don't find in any of the museums. So the first thing which I did was have policies for the museum. So we have about 7 policies for different museum management, one of which is actually disaster management policy also. So unlike disaster damage to regular infrastructure, disaster damages cultural heritage is often irreversible, and that we all know. We are sitting here. A lack of baseline information at all levels is a key challenge. That's another challenge we face. So policies for State Bank Museum, this I got made by a consultant, and then they were approved by the board. SOPs regarding maintenance, management of SPP Museum, management policy, museum collection development policy, how to develop your collections, whether it is according to the theme of the museum or we are just collecting the junk. So that's another very important thing. Conservation policy, SOPs for SPP Museum collection, how to manage the collections and how to keep the conservation work going, community and museum policy, SOPs covering the relationship with SPP Museum. So one very important thing which SPP Museum is doing is the involvement of communities and museum beyond the boundaries of the museum. So we involve a lot of communities in our museum activities, plus we support them in different artisans and in different artistic works. Business process manual for SPP Museum and Art Gallery, then SPP Museum archives. Okay, so State Bank never had their documents or archival sections, so it took me about 10 years to convince them that they need a record management and archives. So now I have been able to, I was successful, and I have established a paper conservation lab and documentation center at our printing press, and the whole documents of the State Bank of Pakistan are now coming into one place, digitized as well as physically conserved. SPP Museum archives and research archives and Art Gallery research program. We have a very elaborate research program and standing procedures. Then we have a program of museum artist residence. So every year we take 2 artists as residents. Then policy governing the staff positions, their responsibilities, their backup arrangement, and succession. So this is all I'm telling you because they are all part of the disaster management plan. And then physical verification. Yes, every year we do the physical verification of our collections. For disaster and emergency museum needs to plan. So what we need to do, okay, so problems such as testing the disaster plan, like Sana was telling you, and giving practical training to staff. So this is one thing which I'm doing with the help of the security department of the State Bank. Those who define themselves as small among private museums do not have a disaster plan due to lack of staff and insufficient financing. So we do realize that and not every museum can have a disaster management plan. And this is the reason that it is a neglected issue and lags behind other museum activities. So we hardly have disaster management plans in the museums. Threats in general, we have natural catastrophes, crimes, civil disturbance, warfare, structural industrial disaster, and other threats. State Bank Museum is actually located in an area which is a very, very sensitive area for political and other disturbances and strikes and all that. So we need to take care of that especially. Then specific examples of natural catastrophes are lightning, earthquake, flood, hurricane, cyclone, tidal wave. Second, crime is pilferage, burglary, robbery, bombing, vandalism, arson, hostage situation. Some of you might know that in the National Museum of Pakistan, 2 times we had big robberies, and we could never got hold of the thieves or the robbers who were there. Then we have rioting, looting, vandalism, explosion, structural collapse, hazardous materials release, fire, child play, and visitor. So Bolton Market Bay, we had quite some occasions when there was a bomb blast. So if we didn't have this policy with the State Bank Museum, I'm sure the damage would have been big. So risk assessment. So how we do the risk assessment? We do the analysis of occurrence of a threat. So I do this study every year. We have a team. Then severity of its consequences. तो उसकी क्या severity हो सकती है जो कि हमें threat है तो वो भी हमको analyze करना होता है. We put it into SOPs and to identify possible ways losses can occur, their impact, and how we can prevent it. So this is our job to do. Probability, potential number of threats can be quite high, like flood, landslides. This time we had a high flood in Karachi at Chandrigarh Road, so the water was up to the last stair of the museum. So we had to make many precautions like embankments and other measures I had to take up. Then severity. So severity should not be assessed by the value in rupees. It can be indirect costs, effects on employee morale and reputation, effects on public relations, and impact on the museum's interpretive mission. Like we have Qaid's book in our the museum, State Bank Gallery. So uski bare mein to main kisi aur waqt baat karungi. It's a long discussion. So these are the severity of the cases. So yeah, one point I wanted to landslide and flood. Yeah, so value in rupees. This is very, very important. State Bank wanted to do the insurance of the paintings because they are priceless. So जब we actually जब मैंने उसका premium calculate किया तो it was in millions because these paintings are priceless. So it took me few years to convince the State Bank that we should have most modern and high-tech fire suppressant system. Because अगर पेंटिंग जल गई और स्टेट बैंक को पैसे मिल भी गए तो उसका क्या फ़ायदा होगा because we don't need money, like state bank don't need money, we all need money. तो स्टेट बैंक को क्या फ़ायदा होगा पैसे लेकर. तो I mean there were 3 governors and I could convince them. तो अभी हमने we had initially FM 200 but वो भी इतना hi-fi नहीं था. तो then when one of the governor asked me to do insurance of the paintings as audit objection, so I was able to convince them. So in risk assessment, I do the checking of lists for preservation and protection of museum collections, up to date manually and digitally, including fire and security protection. And then I identify deficiencies and possibly estimated cost to correct deficiencies. The process is ongoing, so I do it every year. I don't spare any time into this. Conducting the risk assessment. So we identify the potential threats to ascertain whether the item is irreplaceable, valuable, and particularly sensitive object or artifacts. Like I said, paintings to irreplaceable thing, so there is no choice, and we couldn't pay the premium in millions of rupees every year. Analyze the nature and effectiveness of the protection given to such objects. So this I do. That's another job I do every day. We keep the humidity and climate control for these paintings and other possibilities, any other possibility. So then we do security survey from time to time, which should be done by every museum in Pakistan. We check premises security, building, housing the collections and related material. Like I said, climate control, check policies and procedures, review emergency plans, arrangements for fire prevention and utility dates on the tolls and preventive material, staff and related personnel training program. We keep checking this and we train staff into looking after these arson and fire hazards and other systems. Maintenance of protective systems, survey to check where the expertise is lacking in relevant staff. So we keep hiring staff if we feel that there is not sufficient trained staff. So that's another thing the museums need to do. And we provide training to selected staff for security in collaboration with our internal bank security department. It's a regular feature. Preparation of a survey, हम लोग कैसे करते हैं? We make list of objects, updated checklist for preservation and protection of museum collection. फिर हम reports बनाते हैं उसकी. We make plans and drawings. And just now we finished survey of our building damages to Imperial Bank of India's building by drone and by a very high-tech company. And it is fully recorded all the damages. So now next step is to take care of those damages. Then information on installation, operation, and maintenance of the existing intrusion, fire detection, and fire suppression system. Okay, salvage of collection. This is another thing which we work on. We have a special policy for this, where to store museum objects removed after the emergency. अगर emergency हो जाती है तो हमारा backup क्या होगा? How to use salvage covers, how and where to buy the emergency supplies or provision of emergency services. We have all this arrangement in-house. And what are the instructions for placing security, fire detection, and fire suppression systems back in service? So just a little bit about the documentation we did about the damages. Before we started the work, we documented the whole building, and now after 13 years, I documented the building again. And here the historic building assessment, uska structure ka strength kitna hai, uska fabric kaisa tha, how much it can decay over the years, ye sara hamare plan mein tha. Then termite and seepage and pigeons. This was a big problem, and this is a big problem for all the historic buildings. So I took care of that as well. And then restoration of the building. Here you can see a few photographs. And there were a lot of additions done in the building because it was used as a library. So ye sara humne remove kiya. Then electrification and DB room was one of the biggest issue. Like you all know, in the historic buildings, it is a big issue how to deal with that. So we took special care of that. So as we know, fire protection, it is most unfortunate calamity that can destroy a museum collection in a short while. A stolen or damaged object might be recovered and stabilized, but burnt objects, like I said, even those just exposed to smoke or heat may be lost forever. So इसके लिए हमें बहुत ज़्यादा special care करनी पड़ती है. Human error, arson, deteriorating electrical and mechanical systems, and congested storage areas are only a few of the conditions that can increase the fire. So we keep the areas clean of any extra objects, और जो भी कोई सामान होता है उसको हम उन areas में नहीं रहने देते हैं जहाँ पे हमें ये खतरा हो के fire हो सकता है. So like I said, we had a security system in the historic building. It was difficult. Initially, we had fire system, which was FM200, which was also a dry system, but I wanted a very high-tech and latest system. So we opted for NOVAC, which is a very, very high-tech and very expensive system. And you can imagine how much convincing I had to do to the bank to get this. This is more than 30 million system, and it's a very, very expensive system to maintain even. You can see some of the photographs. And installation of this system was another very, very technical thing, so that the aesthetics of the gallery is not destroyed and it is not seen by the people. I see my host is standing here, so just few minutes, I will be done. I think मेरे 10 minutes नहीं हुए, okay? Responsibility. I just wanted to answer the questions which Sana had. So I'm happy that I had answers of all those, and I'm doing it in the State Bank Museum. So anybody who wants to come and visit and who wants to take guidance, so they are most welcome. ठीक है, तो फिर मैं इसको ज़्यादा नहीं बोलती हूँ because our hostess is standing here. Fire detection system. Even with the best fire prevention programs, you will still need a good fire detection system. So fire system hai, but fire detection nahi hai, to kya hoga? And we have a high ceiling. So it took me a lot of time to research that how fire detection system can be done on a high ceiling, because ऊपर तो smoke जब तक पहुँचेगा तो नीचे का सब कुछ जल चुका होगा. So it took me many years कि हम कौन सा fire detection system लगाएं. So now we have the most high-tech Wi-Fi fire detection system. तो उसकी Wi-Fi rays होती हैं जो कि नीचे तक आ रही होती हैं, like not horizontally, but it comes down, and a little smoke can also be detected by that. And then we had many exit signs on our exit doors. Accessibility in the museum is one of our most prime important thing. So the last thing now we have done is a lift, which is in the heritage building. It was another issue. So after 13, 14 years, I could plan this lift, and now people who were very upset, who couldn't go to the art gallery, they can go to the art gallery now. So I'm very happy about it. So our museum is actually accessible for visually impairment, for hearing impairment, for wheelchair, and you name it, and we have this. So I'm very happy that I could do all this in this museum. Okay, so these are just the points which we are taking care of, and access to the keys. ये भी एक बहुत important issue होता है जब museum बंद हो और fire हो जाए. Like Sana was saying, the director is away. So what to do? So we need a system कि keys किधर होंगी? Emergency में there are people who are trained 1, 2, 3 in the backup. So that is what we have. We have keys with IBSD and we have keys with somebody else in the department. So this is all we need to do. And then suggestions, okay, I'm at the end of it. कोई सर पे खड़ा हो जाता तो, you know, okay, multi-hazard vulnerability and risk assessment are the core tools that put together all scientific data relating to hazards and local vulnerability in each geographic location. So we all know this, and Pakistan does not have any such assessment tool at national and district level. If they have, so please come to me and tell me. There is an absence of standard methodology for risk assessment, वो हमारे पास नहीं है, as well as very limited collaboration between technical agencies. Even fire brigade हमारे साथ cooperate नहीं कर रहा होता है, उसको बोलते हैं आप आओ survey करो, नहीं आते हैं. So multiple institutions with overlapping mandate, conflicting jurisdiction, instead of consolidating these into one, creates another corresponding administrative entity that is a national and provincial district level, that is disaster management, which is no help to us. We have no coordination. An advanced and well-established institutional mechanism is a prerequisite for active disaster preparedness and response with financial resources, very important. Inclusion of cultural heritage in risk assessment is crucial. We all know that. So the last slide, we have a Chalta Phirta Museum in collaboration with British Council, Manchester Museum, and this is on the social media. And for the first time ever, we had textual art exhibition in the museum. So all these paintings are now into textual art, and blind children and visitors can enjoy the museum as much as we all do. So we are very happy to do this service for the people. Thank you so much. I hope I could make sense because I was talking in a very hurry and sorry. It's okay.
Thank you. The reason I'm here is to welcome Prince Mir Mehdi Raza. And that is essential because when we opened the Maharata Palace Museum with treasures of the Talpurs, I went around, I met the Mirs in Hyderabad, I met the Mirs in Mirpur Khas, and then I met Mir Mehdi Raza in Hyderabad, Mirpur Khas, and Khairpur. Initially, of course, Mir Sahib was reluctant to part with his heirlooms. And when he did agree, I still remember that he has a big, huge dining hall up at and there was a long table, and from one corner of the table to the other corner of the table were swords and guns. Later on, of course, I got many other things from him, and had it not been for him, Maharata would not have opened with that exhibition. Had it not been for him, we wouldn't have seen the heirlooms of the Talpurs. I am also aware of the fact that we have detained him for an unreasonable time, and he has been very kind to join us here. He has been actively associated in trying to help the people during these floods. And the saddest part of it is that one of the finest buildings and architectural treasures that are available to us in Sindh are in Kot Diji and Khairpur. The Kot Diji monuments today need a focused attention with lots of funds. And whenever we brought this subject up in our Endowment Fund Trust meeting, in the last meeting, it was very clearly emphasized that Faiz Mahal has to be saved. The Kot Diji monuments have to be saved. So Mir Sahib, this is a pledge which the Endowment Fund Trust would like to make to you, that you would, we are hoping to call a conference of experts to see what they can do. And we are hoping that we'll be able to come up to expectations, human wishes apart, but I think it is a part of our heritage which needs to be saved. May I request you for your kind words? Prince Mir Mehdi Reza. Thank you.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हमीद आखुन साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने इज़्ज़त अफ़ज़ाई की, हमें याद फरमाया। और जो बात जितना कहना था तो पिछले हज़रात ने, स्पेशली जो है पीर मोहम्मद बाक़ साहब ने तो सही तरीके से सब कुछ समझा लिया कि हमारे मसले मसाइल हैं क्या। अब हमारा तो दुनिया ही अलग है। आपके ये म्यूज़ियम और हेरिटेज और इसको बचाने के लिए हम वहाँ पे तो आई एम इन अ स्टेट ऑफ शॉक कि यहाँ पर मैं गया अपने जो हमारा बेसिकली द वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरी गॉट सबमर्ज्ड, और वहाँ पे जो हमारे माइल्स एंड माइल्स में दीवारें बनी हुई थी, यू नो, दे वर अबाउट 5 फुट वाइड मड वॉल्स एंड 12 feet high, they collapsed in miles. और ये जानवर निकल गए आउट इन द डेजर्ट, कोई कहाँ कोई कहाँ। We lost half our wildlife population. तो मैं अपने बच्चों के साथ निकला अपना डिज़ास्टर को देखने के लिए और अपने वालिद को टक्कर बंगलों से निकालने के लिए, बिकॉज दैट हैड, यू नो, द आर्टिफिशियल हिल वाज अबाउट टू कोलैप्स। तो खैर वहाँ हम पहुँचे तो रास्ते में बस मुसीबत ही मुसीबत, वेडिंग थ्रू वाटर, लोग आपस में लड़ रहे हैं उनके आपस में, और यू नो सराउंडिंग माई कार एक्सपेक्टिंग मी टू मिटिगेट। तो फिर यू नो उनसे डील कर रहे हैं, फिर लोगों को उठा कर, सैलाब ज़दगान को उठा के रेस्क्यू। आई कुडंट रीच माई प्रॉपर्टी। सैलाब ज़दगान को रेस्क्यू करने में हमारा वक्त गुजर गया, और उसमें हम बस थोड़ा बहुत जो गनीमत है, जिस हाल में हम हैं, जो वो वाले तो रिसोर्सेज नहीं है जो पाकिस्तान को 1955 में जॉइन करने से पहले थे हमारे फैमिली के, मगर जो कर सकते हैं इंसान की तरह वो हर इंसान का फ़र्ज़ है, हम भी उसमें हिस्सा। तो अभी ये मसला ये है कि इस वक्त तो सिचुएशन ऐसा डिज़ास्टर है, ह्यूमन जो कैटास्ट्रफी है वो इतनी जाइगेंटिक है कि ये चीज़ें तो अब, और हम तो रह रहे हैं उन घरों में जो दैट हैव बीन क्रम्बलिंग फॉर गॉड नोज हाउ लॉन्ग। जहाँ तक फैज़ महल का मसला था तो उसमें ये है कि मैंने थैंकफुली जो दूसरे जो छत के हिस्से थे उसको काफ़ी हद तक मेरे वालिद ने एक फार्मूला बताया था वेरियस सब्सटेंसेस का, जो मिक्स करके क्रैक्स वगैरह खोद के ईंट निकाल के सिर्फ दरबार हॉल का छत रह गया था। इत्तेफाक से ये बरसात चली और 2 महीने तक बरसात चलती रही और हम लोगों को कोई फ़र्क ही नहीं पड़ा। बाहर हम उतर नहीं सकते थे सीढ़ियों से इनटू द गार्डन, क्योंकि वो इट हैड सबमर्ज्ड, और वो पानी फिर हमें ही निकालना पड़ा। और मगर महल यू नो यू कुड डू योर एक्सरसाइजेज इनसाइड, इट्स लार्ज इनफ। अब ये है कि हमारे लिए मसला तब बना कि 2 महीने तक कोई मसला नहीं है। 2 महीने के बाद ऐसा कि दरबार हॉल के अलहदा किसी ने ड्रिपिंग नहीं, कोई टैप खोल दिया है, ऊपर पानी गिरने लगा जगह जगह से। हमारी स्टाफ बेचारी एक जगह से फर्नीचर उधर मूव करती थी तो फिर उधर से उधर, ऑल ओवर द अजीब सिचुएशन हो गया था। तो हमारा प्रॉब्लम है कि you need a government that functions as a government, a state that functions as a state. Now, अब आप किसी चीज़ को रोशनी कहेंगे और उधर होगा घुप अंधेरा, तो वो रोशनी तो नहीं होगा, you can't. So what we have unfortunately is something that is an anti-government and something that's an anti-state, pretending to be otherwise. یہ ایک بہت انٹرسٹنگ آرٹیکل تھا. ویسے کرنے کی تو 100 بات میں یہ اس لیے کر رہا ہوں کہ جڑ پہ جانا ہے کہ ہمارے پاس انفراسٹرکچر نہیں ہے, کوئی طور طریقہ نہیں ہے, نااہل لوگ بھرے ہوئے ہیں. عام طور سے لوگ سیاستدانوں کو بس گالیاں دیتے رہتے ہیں, اور صرف سیاستدان کو گالی دینا ایسا ہے کہ جیسا کہیں آپ کو روڈ کے سائڈ پہ لاش مل جائے اور لاش کے اوپر گدھ بیٹھے ہوئے ہوں, گدھ بیٹھے ہوئے اس کے اوپر, اور پھر آپ جو کیس کریں بولے گا بھائی سزا جو دینی چاہیے, قتل کیا ہے اس شخص کا, یہ ہے گدھوں نے کیا ہے, لہٰذا ان کو, وہ گدھ کا تو کام ہی یہی ہے. تو سیاستدان جو برے ہیں وہ سمجھے گدھ کی طرح ہیں, دوسرے وہ جو ہیں اچھوں کی تو بیچاروں کی تو جگہ ہے نہیں, مگر دوسرے وہ ہیں جو اپنے آپ کو بچانا چاہ رہے ہیں کہ اگر ہم نہ کریں کچھ تو یہ بھیڑیا ہمیں کھا جائیں گے. تو یہ ہے, یہ the least significant. اب ایک امریکن کتاب ہے, ریسنٹلی چھپی ہے, it's called No Exit from Pakistan, ڈینیل ایس ماکی. اور وہ تو خیر بات تو بہت لمبی ہے مگر مختصر تقریر, کیونکہ جانا ہمیں جڑ پر ہے کہ ان کا مقصد تو دوسرا تھا, مگر ایک چیز انہوں نے بتا دیا اپنے اسٹیبلشمنٹ کے بارے میں اس کتاب میں. امریکن اسٹیبلشمنٹ نہیں, ہمارا نہیں آیا, ہمارے پاس کوئی اصلی چیز نہیں, ہر چیز 2 نمبر. We decided 72 years ago, meaning American establishment, we decided 72 years ago that Pakistan could not be allowed to develop, and that Pakistan could not be allowed to lead the Islamic world, just in case unko khauf tha. He added, some of the ways we have done this are to destabilize Pakistan, ye American establishment, admission basically. We have done this are to destabilize Pakistan so that we can manage and do stabilize in such a way that we buy Pakistani leaders. اب پاکستانی لیڈر سے پہلے میں نے بتا دیا کہ یہ ہمارے سیاستدان تو بیچارے whatever they are, غریب. اب لیڈرز مانے ہمارے جو اصل جو پیپل جو پردے کے پیچھے کنٹرول کرتے ہیں سارا کچھ, ہماری اسٹیبلشمنٹ. اب آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ ہمارا سو کالڈ اسٹیبلشمنٹ, ہمارا جو جنرل ہے, وہ جب ریٹائر ہونے سے پہلے وائل از سٹنگ ان ایز اے کور کمانڈر یا جی او سی یا جو بھی پوسٹ پہ ہے, وہ اس کے بچے کہاں رہ رہے ہیں, ان دی یونائٹڈ اسٹیٹس ایز سٹیزنس. بچے, بیٹا بیٹی, پوتا پوتی, نواسا نواسی. تو اسٹیبلشمنٹ ان کے گھر کہاں ہیں, بیولی ہلز ہالی ووڈ میں, واشنگٹن ڈی سی, اور آپ کے روڈیو ڈرائیو میامی فلوریڈا. اب یہ جب ہمارا جو بادشاہ ہے وہ ریٹائرمنٹ ہونے امریکہ چلے جاتا ہے, تو دیز آر آر لیڈرز. اب یہ تو ہمارے سمجھو اصل جو کنٹرول کر رہے ہیں, اور یہ تو بیچارہ یہ جو ہے نا, جیسا ہم گالیاں تو دیں گے کس کو, نواز شریف کو, اس کو وغیرہ, یہ کچھ نہیں ہے. تو اب ہمیں وی ہیو ٹو گو, لیٹس آل آف اس گو, پلیکارڈز کھڑے ہو کر امریکہ کے ایمبیسی کے باہر, کہ ہم تسلیم کرتے ہیں کہ آپ کا ڈیسیجن ہے کہ ہمیں آپ تک ترقی کرنے نہیں دیں گے, بٹ ڈو یو وانٹ ٹو اریز دا ہسٹری ایز ویل, کہ آپ چاہتے ہیں کہ ہسٹری بھی غائب ہو جائے, اور جاؤ جڑ کے پاس جس نے سارا گند کیا ہے, سب کو تو جانا تو وہاں ہے اور اپنے دولت کو وہاں لے جانا ہے. یہاں ہم آپس میں بات کر کے کیا کر سکتے ہیں, ہم یہی کر سکتے ہیں جو واٹ وی آلریڈی ڈوئنگ, تھوڑا تھوڑا اٹس نیل اسپیس, فائٹنگ دا ٹائڈ, سوئمنگ اگینسٹ دا ٹائڈ. اینی ہاؤ, سوری فار ایسا جو essentially possibly useless تقریر, but that's the gist of it. Thank you very much.
And our session ends here. I thank all my speakers. Our next session is going to start and that is on community participation in preserving heritage. Ms. Iram Chang is going to head that. Please, Ms. Iram Chang. Okay, we have a question here. Mic, please. Mic to the audience.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Junaid Hamid. I am a civic construction consultant and also an art.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I'm not the speaker. They are the speakers.
Right. Sorry. Right. So my name is Junaid Hamid, and my question is to all the panelists actually. I'm also an art dealer. I have art galleries in Karachi. And I have been inundated with a lot of questions and queries from my clients who say that they have old paintings with them and they are either damaged or they are being damaged and they do not know how to restore them. And that's an answer which I, being in the art circle, also does not know. Because this is such a scarcity of art restorers and preservationists either in Karachi or all over Pakistan, that every time I have to ask a lot of people that, is there a person who can do this type of a work or restore this type of a work? Is there a person who can do this? So my question to all the panelists would be that where are we heading? I mean, are our arts councils or PNCAs or NCAs or IVs or whatever, are they going towards the restoration part of the painting or not? Or is there in their agenda? Or is there in their priority? Because a preservation of heritage of Sindh also means that we have to preserve the paintings which are in the private collection. There's a huge lot of artifacts in the private collection, and which are slowly and gradually are either decaying or getting damaged, but with no restoration in sight. So I would personally would like to request EFT as well to look into this area where they can initiate a dialogue on typical training of the preservationists or restorers, and we need to enhance this skill in our artists or in our skill set. We need to enhance this skill set, whereas these restorations have to be done over here in Pakistan, and we don't have to sort of look abroad every time we have to have a major master's art being restored. So, I mean, it's an open question to all of you because all of you are very experienced in restorations. So what's your take on it? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I really and 100% agree with you that we all should have painting conservation trainings. We used to have a lab in the National Museum of Pakistan, then it got abandoned when I left National Museum. But what we do now at the moment is that we do it online trainings for painting conservators, and if a painting comes to us, we do the conservation, but it's very, very specific because we don't have a full-fledged lab. We have a paper conservation lab, and the same person can do painting conservation also. So you're most welcome to ask us anything we can do.
Thank you so much.
And you know my number.
See, yeah. See, it's working. Yeah. So basically the reason is that was my main concern as well. That's why I jumped into the field of restoration, because basically I'm a visual artist, and during the trainings, one of the trainings which I got earlier in 2016, I realized the potential as well as that these areas have been neglected, and we should mainly focus on such areas, because I've seen the paintings and the damages that has occurred to the paintings in the Lahore Museum. So, and that was the time when I raised my concern to the department, and I took this initiative of giving a proposal of having a restoration and conservation cell in Lahore, or specifically Al-Hamra Art Museum. So then rest depends on the government and the organizations, how they take such initiatives and how they give such any kind of shape to the initiatives which have been taken by us. But as far as I'm concerned, and my interest is, I'm not like just relying on the government's decision. I've already taken my decision, and I've already made a small setup at my studio where I have been restoring the paintings. I'm also getting the work, private works, and I'm also continuously in contact with other my masters and the conservators abroad. So I've been taking their suggestions and also purchasing material online from Germany. And so I'm doing all the efforts on my own just for the sake of working in this field without having any proper support from any institution or organization. So I believe that if you want to do something, you have to do it on your own, not depending on any other person to respond. Because if you'll take an initiative, then the people will come and join you in that initiative. So that is my take on it, because and now I have been noticing that people in Lahore as well, in Punjab, they are also focusing on this fact that the restoration of paintings, especially oil paintings, should be taken into consideration, and also in Lahore Museum as well. So yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Sana. Okay, Iram, please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you have found the sessions interesting and informative. I am Iram Chang, an archaeologist by academic training and profession, with a research focus on art, architecture, history, symbol, and comparative analysis. Currently working as a research officer in the research cell of the Endowment Fund Trust. I welcome you all to this extraordinary session, which happens to be the last session of the day. The recent damages throughout the disaster caused by heavy rains have made this session a necessity to discuss the need and importance of disaster management and safety awareness for the heritage in Sindh. It is crucial to record rapid on-site damage in such catastrophic conditions. I would like to introduce the first speaker of the session, who is a team of 2 scholars who have made a significant contribution to the maritime archaeology of Sindh. The team includes a profound maritime archaeologist. He is the co-founder and director of the Maritime Archaeology and Heritage Institute. He has a Master of Arts degree in the Maritime Archaeology and Heritage Institute. He has a Master of Arts degree in Maritime Archaeology from Flinders University, Australia. He has experience of 17 years in Australia and the border Asia-Pacific region, including working with UNESCO to develop regional capacity for the management of the underwater cultural heritage. He was the principal archaeologist for the state of Queensland, Australia, at the Government Department of the Environment and Science before returning to Pakistan in 2019. He is a member of the International Committee on Underwater Cultural Heritage, an international scientific committee for the International Council on Monuments and Sites. Along with her is a very versatile and skilled maritime archaeologist. She is the co-founder, CEO of Maritime Archaeology of Heritage Institute. She has her master's in cultural heritage studies and managing archaeological sites from the University College of London, and has also worked as an assistant director at the Endowment Fund Trust. She began working as a heritage coordinator at the Aga Khan Cultural Service and later as a project development officer at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture in Geneva. She has received her fieldwork training certificates from renowned institutions in Bulgaria, Croatia, UK. She is not here, but it was mandatory to give the introduction of her. Please welcome Amir Bazil Khan. Our next speaker of the session is a prolific writer and a public speaker. He has published in international academic journals on the history and anthropology of colonial education, cultural history, and religious heritage tourism in Pakistan. He has a postdoctorate from the Aga Khan Program for Islamic Architecture, MIT, USA, a PhD in art history and theory from the University of South Wales, Australia, and an MA in Critical Theory and Cultural Studies from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Currently, he serves as the Gandhara Chair in Art History and Cultural Studies at the University of Wah, Pakistan. He is also the founding member of Gandhara Resource Center, Pakistan, and Vice President of the Council of Social Sciences, Pakistan. He will discuss the role of community giving importance to the heritage. Please welcome Dr. Nadeem Umar Tarar on the stage. I may request Amir Bazar Khan to please come and start our last session of the day.
Thank you, Iram. Unfortunately, Hiba Hashmi, my colleague, couldn't be with us today. So I'll start the talk. We were going to do it half and half in a sense, so I'll just go through her slides as well. And just briefly introduce Mahi, our organization, and briefly what we're working on in the process. If we could just switch to the slides. Okay, so the title of our talk is the role of remote sensing and rapid site recording in disaster management. So just again, my name's Amir Bazal Khan, my colleague Hiba Hashmi. And I just wanted to thank EFT for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. All right, there we go. The Maritime Archaeology and Heritage Institute is a not-for-profit research organization dedicated to the investigation and preservation of maritime cultural heritage in Pakistan. We're a small team. We have a mission statement, and this is on our website. I won't get into this, so I'll sort of scoot through to what we've been doing. We completed a first project with support from the Endowment Fund Trust, looking at the archaeological potential for maritime heritage in Pakistan. And we're currently working on the second phase, which is looking at documentation of maritime archaeological sites, and that's with support from the Arcadia Fund. Okay, so this is the main focus of our talk. I will try and make it fairly brisk. I have probably 5 more slides than I probably should have had for this sort of time. So disasters fundamentally, particularly in the context of the floods this year, are not isolated events. They are very much linked to climate change, as has already been mentioned a few times today. This is some data in relation to sea level rise over the last 30 years. This points to a 3.4 millimeter rise per year. So every 10 years, you're looking at 34 centimeters. So every 30 years, you're looking at a meter. What are the implications of a meter rise of sea level for a region like Sindh, for the Indus Delta, for a city like Karachi? So this is public data. This is really a projection of what the lower Indus Delta, the Western Delta, will look like by 2050. That's within our lifetimes, within our children's lifetimes. There's going to be a drastic change. So when we're talking about the impact of the, sorry, can you hear me okay? Yeah. Of the riverine floods due to excessive rain, there are going to be additional and much more frequent issues associated with the coastline as well. And this will have very similar debilitating effects on the communities in these zones, and specifically on the cultural heritage within these areas. So there's a combination of direct impacts, there's extreme weather events, coastal inundation, and again, sea level rise there, coastal erosion, flooding, as we're obviously experiencing, and damage to cultural heritage sites. So this is both direct and indirect. You have the issues of displaced persons. As these people have to move from one location to another, there are increased strains on infrastructure. There's reduced capacity of government institutions to actually provide the support that they typically are expected to, and there is a greater chance of internal conflict. through the displacement of people, there is also a higher probability of the loss of intangible cultural heritage. So the title of our talk really was, how do we mobilize the tools at hand? Now, we were speaking with Hamid Saab recently, and there's a suite of tools we use for the IMAP project that we're currently doing in terms of assessing maritime archaeological sites. And these are directly applicable to the assessment of flood impact, to the identification of cultural heritage sites within footprints that make them vulnerable. And so we really thought that there was a direct extension of the kinds of tools and techniques we're using to this conversation. And so there is a role for the sorts of data sets that we use. So in the sense, remote sensing data. So if you, there was an earlier mention of satellite data use. And I want to step you through a little bit of this. This gets fairly technical, but we'll try and skim it as much as possible. But there are certain advantages which are fairly intuitive. You get large area coverage. There's a variety of different sensors you can employ. This data can be easily processed or automated. And I can't quite see that last point. And yes, we can readily interpret this data over a landscape, which is what we ultimately need to do when we're dealing with flood impact. So our data sources at the moment, we've got SPARCO, which is Pakistan's indigenous space program. And they run a satellite, they've had 5 satellite programs. There's a range of international data sets developed by NASA, the European Space Agency, and UNISAT, which doesn't actually have satellites, but does collate a lot of the international data sets. And has, in the case of the floods this year, provided a suite of data tools and data sets that have been broadly distributed. So even if you're looking at the NDMA, the National Disaster Management Authority, and the provincial authorities, they're all using the same data, and it's coming from some of these collated sources. The types of sensors that we're looking at typical optical sensors. That's just your regular camera in the sky. You've got thermal sensors, and you have something called synthetic aperture radar. And this is actually an incredibly useful tool when it comes to the identification of flood footprints. This is, in contrast to the other 2 sensors, is an active radar. The other 2 are simply just passive radiation sensors, whereas this actually sends out an electromagnetic wave and receives it back. It's not disrupted by cloud cover, and so can give you a much clearer picture of water either on the surface or just below the surface. Now there are a number of satellites that are available within these suites. Landsat, Terra Modis, these again are NASA or NOAA supported satellites. This data is publicly available, at least at these resolutions. Is the VIRS. These are all optical range satellites that also do some thermal range. The really important one here that I want to highlight is there's only a single SAR satellite here, which gives us really good flood-based data, and that's the Sentinel-1. And Sentinel-2 is again an optical sensor. Now, these are the data sets that we currently have. There is a Sentinel-1 flood extent, and basically what we've got on the right is sort of an accumulation of those data sets layered on top of each other. They're varying resolutions, and they do cover different areas. So it's basically a patchwork of trying to collect all this data together to try and understand where the flood footprint is. So here we have sort of a collated, if you like, a collective, just focused on a certain part of Sindh. We've sort of trimmed and cleaned up the data a little bit here. This is your flood footprint for 2022. These red dots are the cultural heritage sites that we received from EFT's list. This is only about 800 sites. The Sindh Culture Department makes mention of 3,000 sites, 1,600 protected, and I think 1,200 not yet protected sites. But we couldn't find the data. Where are these sites? The actual locational data is not available, at least on the website where there is mention of this many. If we could extend this analysis to include that kind of data set, it would be very, very helpful. And I think this is something where we could really support government in being able to make effective evidence-based decisions when it comes to disaster response. So, okay, so you have this many sites. There are, I don't know if you've, there's a certain green number of dots that those reds have reverted to, and those are the ones that are actually within the flood footprint. And so if I take the flood footprint away, you've got here about 336 sites of the approximately 800 sites that EFT lists as being flood exposed. So these have at some stage been exposed to some form of inundation, and what this is approximately 40 to 45% of the total sites in Sindh have been exposed to flood, possibly flood damage. And what this does is it provides us with a set of priorities. If we are going to act, we need to identify where we should act first. If we're going to make decisions, we need to have the evidence to make those decisions. And we need to be able to process data of this nature to identify where the priorities are. And while this is a very limited data set based on what we had available, I think if we can actually work with government to extend this sort of analysis, I think it'll help in terms of being able to drive some priorities going forward. Now, the efficacy of remote sensing, and this is the end of the remote sensing bit. I hope I'm doing okay on time. So it is not a catch-all. It is applicable broadly within a significance-based inventory approach. So you still need to know where your important sites are. You still need to have that list, that inventory. It does not reduce the need for on-ground inspection, intervention, and ultimately this is a multidisciplinary approach. We need to have architects doing what they do in terms of impact on built heritage. We need to have archaeologists doing the same for archaeological sites. We need the heritage managers. We need expertise in GIS to be able to draw out these results, to process and workflow some of the assessments that are needed. So we need a clear understanding of the nature of the problem so that we can find the data that matches and answers those questions. And so ultimately, when it comes to decision making, it must be evidence-based. There are many people with intuitive senses of what the issues are, but ultimately you get 5 people in a room, everyone will have their own opinion about what the priorities are, and so we need the evidence to support a strategy. Now there are limitations. As I mentioned earlier, we believe there are a lot more sites out there, we just don't have access to that data. That's a limitation. These are point sites. Some of this satellite resolution data is high enough resolution where if we have polygon data for the actual heritage sites, that will actually improve the analysis. There isn't really at the moment any sense of existing, or let's say pre-existing site condition for these historic sites. What was impact that predated the floods? Because you can have a cumulative impact over many years, which is not due to the floods, but you have to be able to capture what the flood impact was so you can actually develop mitigation responses for those sorts of disasters. Okay, so I want to switch gears quickly. This is another tool that we found very effective, and it has applicability in a disaster management response, and that is rapid site recording. Now, this is enabled through the use of small, light drones, and their benefits are they're low cost, they have high quality imagery, high precision, they have built-in GPS units, they're easily deployable, 15 minutes, you're up and running. And I cannot read the last dot point on that line, but they are effective monitoring tools. So you can not just use them once, you can use them periodically and consistently on a regular basis to record sites and develop the sorts of models I'm going to be showing you shortly. So aerial imagery, this is an example of Mulaka Court, which is it's near Lahiri Bandar in the Western Delta. As we zoom in, there's Karachi on the left. You zoom in and you sort of see this red brick feature. I don't know if there's a laser pointer on this anywhere. That sort of red brick feature there. These are the remains of a structure associated with Lahiri Bandar, which is a historical port in the Delta. Now, this is an area that's inside a wind farm. If I just go back here, you can sort of see the turbines tracking around this area. So this is convenient because the wind farm managers actually have drones that they can legally fly on their property, it's private property, and they use those drones to actually monitor the turbines. And so being able to then extend that capability to record an archaeological site was a no-brainer. That was easily done. Use of drones beyond private property in that nature can be problematic, and that's one of the limitations that I'd like to highlight, is that when it comes to heritage documentation and preservation, these are becoming increasingly necessary tools, and I think there's a good case for us with it as a heritage industry, as stakeholders within this field, to actually make the case for these tools becoming available and whatever permitting might be required. Anyway, I'll get to that. These are simple aerial images. Okay, so what you're seeing here is an overhead and then an isometric view. We've taken, with that trip to the wind farm, we've got enough data where what you think you're looking at now are also aerial images, but they're actually not. These are fully rendered 3D models developed entirely from photography. So I think when Dr. Nilofer was talking about photogrammetry earlier, this is photogrammetry down to centimeter accuracy. I think in the top right image, you can see the actual, each individual brick in the site. And this is a 3D model, so you can take measurements off of this, you can do volumetric measurements. This is very different from an aerial image, even though the accuracy is about the same. Now, I did have a video here, which I couldn't get to work, but this will sort of show you, it's relatively low res, but it shows you how we could take that, the satellite image initially, then some aerial photography, and now we have this 3D sort of model. You could 3D print this site with this data. And this can be done, I can tell you, this was developed out of a 45-minute field inspection. That's how long it took for us to record this site in this level of detail. So if you want to scale this rapid recording technique across 336 sites in Sindh, this is probably one of the quickest ways to get excellent and high quality data. And you can do this year, you can do it next year, you can do it before a disaster, you can do it after a disaster. You're effectively establishing baseline data. Now, efficacy of this approach. Now, you cannot, again, do detailed site-based inspections. When you're trying to actually assess the condition of the actual fabric, when you're trying to assess moisture values within some of the built structures, you need to be on the ground. So this is a complementary tool. Now, one of the issues is this: we do have this uncertain regulatory environment around the use of drones, and fully acceptable when it comes to areas of sensitivity or near airports. But when it comes to recording cultural heritage sites in the broader Sindh region, this could be, if done well, an indispensable tool. So, and really, it can be used for ongoing periodic reporting. The cost of doing business with this is low. It's repeatable. You can run it multiple times, and you can develop very high accuracy photogrammetric models from it. So some quick recommendations. I think really some of the conversation points that came up earlier today, this is my last slide, is the need to link in with the National Disaster Management Authority and the provincial departments as well. Cultural heritage needs to be linked into these sets of coordination priorities. At the moment, they're dealing with obviously life-threatening issues around, health, disease, water, sanitation. But cultural heritage actually does need to be on that agenda. It needs to be coordinated. We did a timely assessment of high-resolution satellite data. Now, this again is something that is going to be very patchy. It takes a while to process all that data together and to make it one continuous data set. The publication and sharing of cultural heritage site data. So again, if there is data held by the state government, by provincial governments, if that can be shared with the research community, we can help. Again, rapid recording allows for periodic and ongoing drone-based monitoring. Again, I can't read the last slide, so I might just leave it there. I did just have a couple of useful links for if there are any students or anyone else who just wants to, if there are any further questions. These are some sources for where you can find the data. Sparco has a portal. There's the US Geological Survey, Earth Explorer. There are a couple of crowdsourced initiatives. UNISAT is where we pulled the data from for this analysis. The NDMA has a sitrep, daily sitreps that go up, and the PDMA, the Sindh PDMA, has a draft contingency plan that they've been working off of this year, which is on their website as well. I'll leave it at that. The planetary computer is just if you're interested in GIS data. If you have any questions about any of this, please come up to me later. Happy to talk to you about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amir Bazal Khan, for highlighting such pressing issues. I would like to mention here that we have 2 more presentations of Iranian and Turkish scholar, but after Dr. Nadeem Tarrar. I would now request Dr. Nadeem Umar Tarrar to come and take our discussions forward.
جی چونکہ میں آخری مقرر ہوں، آخری اسپیکر ہوں، تو میرا خیال ہے کہ آپ لوگوں کے جذبات بھی بہت ٹھنڈے ہو چکے ہیں اور آپ جانے کا انتظار بھی کر رہے ہیں. تو میں سب سے پہلے تو انڈاؤمنٹ فنڈ ٹرسٹ کا شکریہ ادا کروں گا کہ انہوں نے یہ موقع دیا کہ میں آ کر یہاں بات کر سکوں. میرا کچھ کام جو ہے وہ بدھسٹ ہیریٹیج آف پاکستان کے اندر جو بدھسٹ ہیریٹیج ہے اس کے اوپر ہے، اور کچھ عرصے سے آئی ایم انکریزنگلی انٹرسٹیڈ ان دی بدھسٹ ہیریٹیج ان سندھ. یہ آپ لوگوں کے لیے تو شاید یہ ایک روزمرہ کی بات ہوگی، لیکن میرا خیال ہے کہ گندھارا یعنی پنجاب میں اور کے پی میں بہت کم لوگوں کو اس بات کا اندازہ ہے کہ سندھ کے اندر بھی ایک بدھسٹ تہذیب تھی. اچھا، اب اس میں ایسا ہے کہ آج کی گفتگو جو ہے اس کے اندر کہہ لیجئے کہ کائنڈلی پریزنٹیشن چلائیے گا. اس کے اندر اس کے کہہ لیجئے کہ 3 حصے ہیں. پہلے حصے کے اندر تو وہ معلومات ہیں کہ جو ود ڈیو اپالوجی ٹو ڈاکٹر نیلوفر شیخ جو کہ ایکسپرٹ ہیں، آرکیولوجسٹ ہیں، اور انہوں نے یہ شی نوز ہول لاٹ مور دین آئی کوڈ آفر ہیئر. So, but I am, for the students and the general public, I just want to very, very quickly offer, just a brief history of, Buddhism in Sindh. I don't know آپ کو کتنے لوگوں کو یہ اندازہ ہے کہ جب محمد بن قاسم آیا تو 60-70% population of Sindh was Buddhist. اور آج بھی آپ یہ دیکھیے کہ جو پاکستان میں آج بھی بدھسٹ موجود ہیں، اور اس اپنی پریزنٹیشن میں نے ان کا بھی کچھ ذکر کیا ہے جو آپ کو ضرور دیکھنا چاہیے. کیونکہ میری آج کی اس گفتگو کا ایک سینٹرل پوائنٹ یہ ہے کہ یہاں پہ بہت سارے ایکسپرٹس نے بہت ساری باتیں کی ہیں اور ہم وہ کرتے بھی رہیں گے. اینڈ آئی آلسو انکلوڈ مائی سیلف ایز سم کائنڈ آف ایکسپرٹ. بٹ آئی تھنک دیر از اے ہیوج لمیٹیشن دیٹ وی آر ایکچولی talking in within the closed doors. ٹھیک ہے، یہ بات جو ہے، یہ معاملات جو ہیں یہ لوگوں کے ہیں، اور جب تک لوگوں کی عمومی دلچسپی کا باعث نہیں ہوں گے یا ان کا سبب نہیں بنیں گے تو میرا نہیں خیال کہ کوئی ہم یہاں 6 بندوں سے زیادہ وی آر پریچنگ ٹو دا کانورٹ. دیٹ از واٹ مائی اسینشلی فیلنگ از. اچھا، پریزنٹیشن چلائیں گے پلیز. جی جی جی. تو اس کے اندر یہ ہے کہ یہ ایک بہت دلچسپ بات یہ ہے کہ بدھزم کا آپ کو پتہ ہے جو آغاز ہے وہ 5th سینچری BC میں ہوتا ہے، اور اس کے بعد جب ہندوستان کے اندر پہلی انڈین امپائر بنتی ہے، چندر گپت موریہ جو اس کا فاؤنڈر تھا، ہی واز دا ون who laid the pan-Indian empire, which was spread, and also he was able, all over, let's say, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Central Asia, all of these areas were under the Mauryan Empire. So Mauryan Empire was a huge empire, and Sindh was also part of the Mauryan Empire. अच्छा, अब आपको सबको पता होगा कि अशोका जो है उसकी वजह से बुद्ध मत जो है वो दुनिया भर में फैला, और अशोका ने कह लीजिए कि प्रीचर्स भेजे, मिशनरीज भेजे, इफ़ यू लाइक, हु वेंट एज फार एज लाइक से टू श्रीलंका, जहाँ के ऊपर उन्होंने बुद्ध मत की, उसने अपनी बेटी को और अपने दामाद को भेजा, उन्होंने जाके श्रीलंका के अंदर जो बुद्ध गाया का जो दरख्त जिसके नीचे बुद्धा ने निर्वाण हासिल किया था उसको उन्होंने वहाँ जाके प्लांट किया। आज भी आप देखें कि श्रीलंका वही बुद्धिज़्म के सेक्ट तीरावादा को फॉलो करता है कि जो इब्तदाई है। उसके बाद इसकी दो शाखें बन जाती हैं, तीरावादा और हिनायाना, राइट। तो अब उसके अंदर ये महायाना, उसके अंदर ये है कि ये जो हमारे जितने यहाँ सिंध के अंदर बुद्धिस्ट हैं वो सारे के सारे तीरावादा से वाबस्ता हैं, और जो गंधारा के अंदर जो बुद्धिज़्म की शाख जहाँ जिसका आगाज़ हुआ वो महायाना थी। इसको इस तरह से, हाँ, ये ऐसे आगे जाएगी ये। अच्छा चलिए, खैर ये तो मैं आपको बता चुका हूँ पॉइंट्स, सॉरी, हाउ टू मेक इट गो फॉरवर्ड। ये अच्छा, अब ये था कि यानी ये समझा ये जाता है कि चूँकि आजकल हमारी जो इलाकाई शनाख्तें हैं वो चूँकि मुख्तलिफ़ सूबों में बट चुकी हैं, तो हमें इस चीज़ का अंदाज़ा नहीं होता कि इन आवर एंशंट हिस्ट्री वी वर ऑल टुगेदर, in the ancient world there was no Sindh and Gandhara which were not connected. Gandhara or Sindh were hugely connected. What I'm saying is that this is all Indus Valley we are talking about, and there was a huge cultural connections. अच्छा, और आपको पता है जो गुप्ता अम्पायर थी, जो कि एक सिंध की इंडिजिनस अम्पायर थी जिसने बुद्धिज़्म को स्प्रेड करने में भी बहुत रोल प्ले किया, और जो फ्यूजन आपको आर्ट में नज़र आता है बिटवीन जो इन्फ्लुएंस नज़र आता है गंधारा आर्ट का, वो जो है इट लेज इट्स कह लो कि ओरिजिन टू द गुप्तास। अच्छा, अब कहने का मकसद ये है कि ये जो मटीरियल रिमेन्स हैं जो कि बुद्धिज़्म के यहाँ सिंध पे स्प्रेड ओवर हैं, उनमें सिर्फ स्टूपाज और मोनेस्ट्रीज ही नहीं हैं, उसके अंदर ह्यूमन सेटलमेंट्स भी हैं। और ये एक अजीब बात है कि जहाँ जहाँ आपको इंडस वैली की साइट मिलती है वहीं वहीं आपको बुद्धिस्ट साइट्स भी मिलती हैं। मसलन मोइंजोदड़ो, आपको पता होगा कि मोइंजोदड़ो का स्टूपा जो था वो था जिसको बैनर्जी ने आइडेंटिफाई किया, और उसके बाद जाकर वो पता लगा कि ये तो ईंटें और भी हैं जो उससे भी कदीम हैं, एंड हैंस a new civilization came to the knowledge of the world. इसी तरह जो चाइनीज़ बुद्धिस्ट मॉन्क फायान जो उसने सारा इधर ट्रेवल किया 6th सेंचुरी में, वो कहता है कि they were recorded 88,000 stupas up to the border of Sindh. So कहने का मकसद यह है कि the number of stupas was huge, right? अच्छा, अभी आप देखें जैकबाबाद की जो तहसील का जो थुल जो टाउन है, थुल आपको पता है अभी संस्कृत में स्टूपा कहते हैं, ठीक है, पाली में तोप कहते हैं, और सिंधी में थुल कहते हैं। तो थुल जो लफ्ज़ है उसका मतलब स्टूपा है, एंड वी हैव ए टाउन हियर। तो इससे आपको उसकी स्प्रेड पता लगेगी, और भी बहुत सारी बातें हैं। अच्छा, और फिर एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि देखें, आप लोग यकीनन गए होंगे सवात में, टेक्सला में गए होंगे, तो आपको you must have realized that all of the Buddhist architecture in Gandhara is made of stone, whereas all of the architecture here in Sindh is made of clay, bricks. अच्छा, अब brick or clay is something which is perishable, stone isn't, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर अगर एक उसका फुटप्रिंट, मटेरियल फुटप्रिंट नज़र नहीं आता, तो इसकी ये वजह नहीं है कि यहाँ बुद्धिज़्म था नहीं, उसकी ये वजह है कि वो मटेरियल की परमानेंस नहीं थी, इसलिए वो ख़त्म हो गया, वो पेरिशेबल था। अच्छा, अभी भी आप ये देखिए कि यहाँ के ऊपर जो ग्रेजुअली आप अगर आप देखें तो ये क्ले स्कल्पचर्स जो हैं गंधारा में भी फैल गए, और आप देखते हैं जूलिया जो साइट है वहाँ के ऊपर सारे ये टेराकोटा स्कल्पचर्स आपको मिलते हैं जो वहाँ से बहुत ज़्यादा निकले। खैर, اچھا اب یہ میں آپ کو بتا چکا ہوں کہ اچھا اب یہ دیکھیں یہ ایک ریسرچ ہے ڈاکٹر مسرور کی جو ڈاکٹر نیلوفر شیخ کی اسٹوڈنٹ ہیں, انہوں نے کچھ ایلیمنٹری سا کام کیا ہے اینڈ شی از ایکچولی بلڈنگ اپ آن دیٹ. آپ نے تو بہت ایکسٹینسو کام کر رہی ہیں. ابھی میرے لیے ایک بڑی حیرت کی بات تھی کہ تقریباً 13 ڈسٹرکٹ ایسے ہیں کہ جہاں کے اوپر جو ہے وہ بدھسٹ سائٹس ہیں, ان سے زیادہ بھی ہو سکتی ہیں, اور یہ ان کی ڈویژن ہے کہ سکھر, لاڑکانہ اور خیرپور میں سب سے زیادہ ہائیسٹ کانسنٹریشن ہے. اچھا اب مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ یہ سائٹس کیوں میں نے دیکھا ہے کہ یہ اوور لک کیوں ہوتی ہیں, اس کی ایک بہت بڑی وجہ ہے کہ جو بلڈ سٹرکچر جو ہیں وہ صرف چند ہیں. کیوں ڈاکٹر صاحبہ؟ بلڈ سٹرکچر جو ہیں جیسے یہ میتھل میر رکن ہے, اب یہ سروائیو کر گیا ہے اور یہ لیٹر پیریڈ کا ہے, غالباً کوئی کہتا ہے 6th سینچری, کوئی 8th سینچری, 10th سینچری, یو نیور نو, بٹ دس از سم تھنگ دیٹ ہیز سروائیوڈ, رائٹ. اگر آپ دیکھیے تو اسی طرح یہ سدھارن دھارو جو ہے یہ بھی اس کی ایک پگوڈا لائک اس کی آرکیٹیکچرل فارم ہے, رائٹ. یہ بھی سروائیو کر گیا ہے, لیکن آپ یہ دیکھیں یہ بالکل مڈ کا بنا ہوا ہے. اچھا اسی طرح جو کھاجو دارو جو ہے جو میرپور خاص میں ہے, یہ بھی ایک ایسا سٹرکچر ہے کہ جو یعنی 30 ایکڑ پہ پھیلا ہے, اور یہ اس حالت میں تھا لیفٹ کے اوپر بیفور ایکسکیویشن اینڈ دین فالوڈ بائی ایکسکیویشن, اور یہ اس کی حالت تھی. اور اب یقیناً ابھی یہ بھی شاید یہ بھی نہیں رہا ہوگا, اٹ ہیز ریئلی سفرڈ اے لاٹ. اچھا ایک چیز جس کا ذکر کیا گیا وہ ہے ڈیجیٹل ریکنسٹرکشن. میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ون تھنگ دیٹ شوڈ بی ڈن آن اے پرائورٹی بیسس از دا ڈیجیٹل ریکنسٹرکشن, ٹھیک ہے. اور گیون دی ایڈ آف ٹیکنالوجی دس از سم تھنگ وچ از ویری مچ پاسبل. مطلب یہ کوئی ایسی راکٹ سائنس نہیں ہے جو ہو نہیں سکتی. بدقسمتی سے ہماری جو ہیریٹیج سیکٹر کے اندر جو اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں وہ جنرلی دے آر جسٹ آرکیولوجسٹ or maybe art historians. So I think if there is an interdisciplinary team of experts which include people from information technology, with gaming industry, with a diverse IT-based skills, we can really rework this heritage and salvage it in some ways. اچھا اب یہ دیکھیے کہ یہ اگین آپ کا موہنجو داڑو کا سب سے فیمس جو اسٹوپا ہے وہ یہاں پہ ہے, اور اس کے ساتھ یہ مونسٹری بھی ہے, ٹھیک ہے. تو یہ جیسے میں نے شروع میں کہا کہ انڈس ویلی کی اور لیٹر بدھسٹ پیریڈ کی سائٹس یہ اوور لیپ کرتی ہیں, کیونکہ اس کی ایک ہی وجہ سمجھ میں آتی ہے کہ انسان ہمیشہ وہاں گھر بناتا ہے جہاں پہ اس کو کوئی نیچرل ڈیفنس اویلیبل ہو, جہاں اس کو پانی اویلیبل ہو. اور یہ ہزاروں سالوں سے آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ شہر وہیں بنے اور وہیں اجڑے. اب لاہور کی مثال لے لیں, ایک لمبے عرصے سے راوی کے کنارے ایک شہر آباد تھا جو آج بھی آباد ہے. تو اسی طرح میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ لیکن جیسے پہلے بھی ذکر ہوا کہ چونکہ دریا جو ہیں وہ اپنا رخ تبدیل کرتے ہیں, جب دریا اپنا رخ تبدیل کرتا ہے تو آبادیاں جو ہیں ان کو پانی نہیں پہنچتا, وہ سروائیو نہیں کر سکتی. یہ مونسٹری ہے, اور یہ اس موہنجو داڑو کے اسٹوپا کی ایک کنجکچرل ریکنسٹرکشن ہے جو جان مارشل نے کی تھی, جو اس کی کتاب میں موجود ہے. اچھا اور یہ اس کا پلان ہے. تو اب دیکھیں اس پلان کو لے کے آرکیٹیکٹس جو ہیں دے کین ویری ویل ورک اٹ آؤٹ ان ٹو اے ڈیجیٹل ماڈل, اٹ از ناٹ ویری فار فیچڈ, لیکن آرکیٹیکٹس ادھر دھیان نہیں مارتے. اچھا اب میں دوسری بات یہ کہنا چاہ رہا تھا کہ دیکھیں یہ اسٹرکچر ہے, دس اسٹرکچر ڈز ناٹ سے مچ. تو ایک تو پرابلم یہ ہے کہ ان سائٹس کی آئیڈینٹی اماؤنٹس ہیں. اب یہ دیکھیے کون کہے گا کہ یہ نیچرل ہے یا مین میڈ ہے. تو فار این uninitiated eye, you can easily mistook it as a natural form. You do not realize that this is actually a debris, a heap, ٹھیک ہے, of the building material which has collapsed over time. اچھا اور پھر یہ دیکھیے یہ کرتار بھیٹ ہے سکھر میں, اس کا بھی پتہ چل نہیں سکتا کہ یہ کوئی آرکیولوجیکل سائٹ ہوئے گی. تو چونکہ کلے ہے, نیچے بھی مٹی ہے, اوپر بھی مٹی کی چیز بنی, جب وہ کہہ لی مٹ گئی یا پانی میں جیسے وہ بہہ گئی تو وہ کچھ بھی اس کا نہیں رہا. لیکن تو یہ ابھی یہ بھی میں نے دیکھا ہے جو پیٹرن ہے, بہت ساری آرکیولوجیکل سائٹس ایسی ہیں ایون گندھارا میں بھی کہ جو گریو یارڈس بن گئے. کیونکہ دیکھیں یہ ایک بات یاد رکھیں کہ کبھی بھی انسان جو ہیں, میرے تجربے میں یہ بات آئی ہے کہ جہاں کوئی قبرستان ہوگا قدیم ہوگا وہ یقیناً کوئی آرکیولوجیکل سائٹ ہوگی, کیونکہ یہ بھی تو ایک فیونری آرکیٹیکچر تھا. آفٹر آل اسٹوپا اسپیشلی از اے فیونری آرکیٹیکچر اینڈ سو از اے گریو. تو ہیومنز ہیو اے کنیکشن, یعنی اور مجھے کبھی ایسے لگتا ہے کہ جو قدیم زمانے کا انسان تھا وہ بالکل ہماری جیسی سوچ تھی. یہ ساری گیجٹری اور جو مٹیریل کلچر کی چینج ہے اس نے انسان کو ہزاروں سال میں کوئی تبدیل نہیں کیا. انسان کی ابھی بھی خواہشات اور اس کی جو تکمیل کے جو طریقے ہیں وہ بالکل ویسے ہیں. مٹیریل کلچر چینج ہو گیا ہے. ٹھیک ہے. تو اس طرح سے آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ ابھی یہ بھی خیال گزرتا ہے کہ یہ سائٹس جو ہیں یہ ایرڈ ڈیزرٹ لائک کنڈیشنز میں ہیں. تو یار یہاں کون لوگ رہتے تھے؟ یہ تو جن رہتے ہوں گے کیونکہ اٹس ابینڈنڈ and there is there's no vegetation, there's no forest cover, but the ancient world's landscape was not what it is now. We have been through massive rounds of deforestation. The river Indus has changed its course, and Saraswati river has been completely vanished from the earth. تو اس وجہ سے یہ موومنٹس ہوئی ہیں اور مائگریشنز ہوئی ہیں جس کی وجہ سے یہ آپ کو یہ نظر آتا ہے کہ یہ بالکل کوئی بے آباد اور آئسولیٹڈ جگہوں پہ تھیں. اچھا اب بہت ساری میں اپنے گندھارا کے تجربے سے مجھے اندازہ ہے کہ کوئی بھی مونیسٹری ایسی نہیں ہے, اسٹوپا ایسا نہیں ہے کہ جو بہت ہی آئسولیٹڈ جگہ پہ ہو, کیونکہ اٹ ہیز ٹو بی ایکسیس بائی پلگرمیج. اور آپ کو پتہ ہے جو بدھسٹ مونک ہوتے تھے وہ پلگرمیج ٹیکس لیتے تھے. اگر میں ایک مطلب آگے عبادت کرنا چاہتا ہوں تو آئی ہیو ٹو پے اے سرٹن ٹیکس. سو وہ ایسی آسمان پہ تو نہیں وہ بنا سکتے کہ جہاں کوئی بندے نہ پہنچ سکیں. تو یہ کیا تھی کہ یہ جو جیسے کھاجو ڈارو جو ہے اس کے بارے میں وہ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ اس کے ساتھ صرف یہی اسٹرکچر نہیں تھے بلکہ پورا ایک شہر آباد تھا, کیونکہ یہ شہر جو تھا یہ اینشنٹ کیروان روٹ کے اوپر تھا جو بلوچستان کی طرف جاتا تھا اور اس سے آگے. اچھا پھر ایک اور بات یہ ہے کہ میں آپ کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ دیکھیں اگر بے شک اسٹرکچر نہیں, لیٹس ناٹ گیٹ obsessed with structures. What about the artifacts? آج بھی ان ڈھیریوں پہ جا کے اگر آپ تھوڑی سی سرفیس کلیکشن بھی کریں گے تو آپ کو بہت سارے ایسے آرٹیفیکٹس مل جائیں گے کہ which are very very important and they give clues. اب یہ جو پوٹشرڈز ہیں ان کے آپ پیٹرنز دیکھیں, ان کی آپ ٹیکنیک فائرنگ کی دیکھیں, اس میں بہت ساری چیزیں مطلب اخذ کیے جا سکتے ہیں. And what about these sculptures which were also excavated from the sites? تو اور یہ کچھ بامبے میوزیم میں چلے گئے, کچھ انگلینڈ میں چلے گئے, کچھ ہمارے نیشنل میوزیم میں بھی پڑے ہیں. تو یہ جو آرٹیفیکٹس ہیں یہ بھی اتنے ہی امپورٹنٹ ہیں جتنی سائٹس ہیں. تو مجھے کبھی کبھی ایسے لگتا ہے کہ آرکیولوجسٹ جو ہیں دے آر جنرلی مور انٹرسٹڈ in sites than objects. So objects and sites are also equally important, gives clues to the history. اچھا ابھی آپ دیکھیں کہ راک آرٹ ہے, ابھی یہ راک کاونگس آج بھی جو ہے یہ کراچی کے پاس جو ویلی ہے مول ویلی, یہ وہاں پر یہ راکس ہیں اور جن کے اوپر کاونگس ہیں. اب یہ راک آرٹ آپ کو پتہ ہے کہ جیسے کامل صاحب بھی کہہ رہے تھے کہ بھاشا ڈیم کی وہ نظر ہونے والی راک کاونگ, تو لائک وائز یہ راک کاونگس کس حال میں ہیں؟ Can't they be transported to a site? They can be. It's not too huge. اچھا جی, تو میرا پوائنٹ یہ ہے کہ دیکھیں یہ ضرور ہے کہ کلچرل ہیریٹیج پرزرویشن از این امپورٹنٹ کنسرن آف دا گورنمنٹ, بٹ کین دا گورنمنٹ ڈو اٹس وداؤٹ دی انوالومنٹ آف دا کمیونٹیز؟ کین وی ریئلی ڈو اٹ؟ مطلب کوئی بھی چیز جو ہے اور خاص طور پہ ایسی چیز کہ جو ٹرانسپورٹ نہیں ہو سکتی وہ تو وہیں رہے گی, اور اس کے ارد گرد جو لوگ رہنے والے ہیں جب تک ہم ان کی کیپیسٹی بلڈنگ نہیں کریں گے, جب تک ان کے ساتھ ہم انگیجمنٹ نہیں بنائیں گے, if we continue to consider them as ignorant fools who only have to worry about their bread and butter and nothing else, I think this is very very sort of I mean say this is a very educated idea. We educated people tend to belittle the uneducated, اور یہ جاہل ہے یار, یہ پاگل لوگ ہیں, ان کو کیا پتہ ہے, جبکہ ایسا نہیں ہے. ایز این اینتھروپولوجسٹ میں بہت گھومتا ہوں, لوگوں سے بات کرتا ہوں, اور مجھے کبھی کبھی آنیسٹلی ایسا لگتا ہے کہ جتنا پڑھا لکھا آپ ہیں نا اتنے ہی آپ جاہل ہیں. یہ دس مائی فیلنگ, کیونکہ ایز انکریزز یور ایکسپرٹ نالج سو انکریزز یور اگنورینس ٹورڈز پیپل. ٹھیک ہے, تو this is something that we need to work on. That brings me to the Buddhist communities in Sindh who are completely eclipsed. ٹھیک ہے. اچھا اب دیکھیں کہ یہ جو یہاں کے جیسے میں نے کہا کہ تیرا وادہ جو ہے یہ وہ شاخ ہے بدھزم کی کہ جس کے ماننے والے انڈیا میں ہیں, سری لنکا میں ہیں, تھائی لینڈ میں ہیں, ملیشیا میں ہیں, انڈونیشیا میں ہیں. یہ لوگ جو ہیں یہ تیرا وادہ فالو کرتے ہیں. بدھزم کی ایک شاخ ہے کہ جو چائنا میں, کوریا میں اور جاپان میں ہے, وہ پھیلی ہے گندھارا سے. تیرا وادہ پھیلا ہے انڈیا سے, یعنی بدھ گایا سے کہہ لیں, وہاں سے یہ آیا ہے سلسلہ. اچھا, ابھی ان کی میں کچھ آپ کو شکلیں دکھاتا ہوں. یہ پہلی تصویر تھی جب میری ان لوگوں سے ملاقات ہوئی, تو یہ دس واز اے فیلو دیٹ آئی سورٹ آف کیم اکراس. اچھا, اب ان کا نام جو ہے منوہر ہے, اور یہ وہ لوگ ہیں کہ جو سندھ میں بھی ہیں, ساؤتھ پنجاب میں بھی ہیں, اور ویری انٹرسٹنگلی یہ وہ لوگ ہیں کہ جو اب مثلا یہ مہراب پور میں رہتے ہیں, سکھر میں رہتے ہیں. جیسے میں آپ کو بتا چکا ہوں کہ سکھر میں زیادہ بدھسٹ سائٹس ہیں. یہ وہ لوگ ہیں کہ جو ہزاروں سال سے انہی سائٹس کے ارد گرد رہتے ہیں, اور they have a very strong impulse and a drive to play their part in protecting their heritage. But we as experts don't give them much credence because think they're ignorant. Yes, they are ignorant. But what about helping them to learn? Nobody is stopping us. As a teacher, I have taught so many students in my life. When they came in first year, they were complete idiots. And when 4 years down the road, 5 years, when they graduated, they had a lot to offer. اچھا, اب آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ ہم نے کیا کیا. یہ ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ اسٹیپ ہے. There was a single national curriculum. جی بالکل, there is a single national curriculum جس کے اندر I got to know کہ Buddhism is being offered as a subject. So we brought these people in as curriculum experts, اور یہ بدھ مت کی نصابی کتابیں پہلی جماعت سے 10ویں جماعت تک بن چکی ہیں, جن کے بنانے میں ان لوگوں کا ایک کردار ہے. رائٹ. اسی طرح سے مجھے خیال ہوا کہ جو HRCP ہیومن رائٹس کمیشن آف پاکستان کی جو اینول رپورٹس ہے, اس میں سب مائنورٹیز کا ذکر ہے, لیکن بدھسٹ کا ذکر نہیں ہے. ہم نے ان سے بات کی, انہوں نے اس سال جو 2022 کے اندر جو HRCP کی رپورٹ ہے, اس میں ان کے جو ہیومن رائٹ ایشوز ہیں ان کو بھی انہوں نے فلیگ کیا, اور وہ آگے کہتے ہیں کہ یہ ایک پیراگراف ہے, دے ول بی مچ مور ان دی سکسیڈنگ ایئر. میری ان باتوں کو کہنے کا مقصد یہ ہے کہ ہمارے وہ لوگ جو حکومت میں ہیں, یا ہمارے وہ لوگ جو پالیسی بنا رہے ہیں, یا ہمارے جو لوگ جو ایکڈیمیا کے ساتھ منسلک ہیں, میں تو ٹیکسلا سے آیا ہوں, آپ لوگ تو ان کے ساتھ بہت آسانی سے رابطے میں رہ سکتے ہیں, ان کو بلا سکتے ہیں. میں نے کوشش یہ کی کہ جیسے سری لنکا ایک بدھسٹ ٹیمپل ہے اسلام آباد میں, ادھر سری لنکن کے پاس ہوا ہے, اور یہ لوگوں کو میں ادھر لے کے گیا, انہوں نے وہاں اپنی پریئر کی. پہلی دفعہ زندگی میں دے پریڈ ان فرنٹ آف اے اسٹیچو آف بدھا. ٹھیک ہے. اچھا, اسی طرح سے بہت شکریہ. اسی طرح سے یہ ہے کہ سندھ کے اندر یعنی ویساکھ ڈے جب ہوا, ویساکھ ڈے از اے بدھاز ڈے, دا ڈے بدھا بورن گین انلائٹن میں پاسڈ اوے, اس دن بھی. اب یہ دیکھیں یہ لوگ کون ہیں لیفٹ کے اوپر, یہ سری لنکا کا امبیسڈر ہے, پھر یہ نیپال کا امبیسڈر ہے, پھر وہ تھائی لینڈ کا امبیسڈر ہے, ان کے ساتھ یہ لوگ کھڑے ہیں. اس سے ان کو بھی بہت اچھا لگتا ہے. اور مجھے یقین کریں جتنے بھی بدھسٹ کنٹریز کے امبیسڈر ملتے ہیں یا کچھ اسٹاف ملتا ہے, جب ان کو کہتا ہوں یہ بدھسٹ ہیں, تو وہ صرف یہ نہیں کہتے دے آر بدھسٹ, دے کہتے ہیں آر دے بدھسٹ برادرز. اب یہ فلڈ آیا, آئی واز ایبل ٹو ریز سم فنڈس فار دیم فرام دیز بدھسٹ کنٹریز, ایون مونکس ہیز گیون منی. اینڈ میں یہ میں پوائنٹ ہے, دیکھیں جو کمیونٹی ہے نا, وہ سب جانتے ہیں کہ ہم بھی کمیونٹی ہے. دیکھیں کمیونٹی ایک وہ چیز ہے, ایک لوکل کمیونٹی ہے جو جغرافیکل ایریا شیئر کرتی ہے. بٹ کمیونٹی ان دا ٹوڈیز ورلڈ, ڈیجیٹل ورلڈ, کمیونٹی از آلسو سم تھنگ وچ از ٹرانس لوکل. ایک بندہ کینیڈا میں بیٹھا ہوا ہے, اب وہ سندھی ہے, اینڈ ہی فیلز فار ہز کمیونٹی, ہی از آلسو پارٹ آف دا کمیونٹی. دیٹ از ہاؤ وی نیڈ ٹو بلڈ کمیونٹی. سو کمیونٹی نیڈس ٹو بی بلڈ رادر دین ٹو بی ایزیومڈ. جب لوگوں کو انگیج آپ کرتے ہیں تو اس پروسیس میں وہ اپنی شناخت کو ڈسکور کرتے ہیں, وہ اپنی روٹس کو ری ڈسکور کرتے ہیں, وہ ایسی چیزوں کو دوبارہ سے دیکھتے ہیں کہ جن کو وہ فار گرانٹیڈ لیتے ہیں. رائٹ. لائک وائز ہیریٹیج, دیکھیں ہم سارے ایکسپرٹس ہیں, ہم کتابیں بھی لکھتے ہیں, پڑھتے بھی ہیں, لیکن دس از مائی لاسٹ پوائنٹ کہ ہیریٹیج کو آپ ری ڈیفائن کریں بھائی. ہیریٹیج از ناٹ جسٹ آرکیولوجیکل ڈیٹا, ہیریٹیج از ناٹ جسٹ بلڈنگس اینڈ اسٹرکچرز, ہیریٹیج از آلسو میموری, ہیریٹیج از اے کلچرل پرفارمنس. یعنی آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ سندھ کے اندر ہیریٹیج کیسے ری جنریٹ ہوا ہے تھرو پرفارمنس. تو سوشل میموری اینڈ ایکسپیرئنس, دے کریٹ دس ہیریٹیج, اینڈ دس از واٹ وی نیڈ ٹو انڈرسٹینڈ اینڈ سیلیبریٹ. سو فائنلی heritage is a verb rather than a noun. It's a process rather than a project. So, or plus heritage is not universal. You know, your heritage, I mean a Holocaust Heritage Museum, there are so many conflicting opinions about it. تو میرا مقصد صرف کہنے کا یہ ہے کہ دیکھیے ہیریٹیج مینجمنٹ از ناٹ اباؤٹ ٹیکنیکل ایشوز اونلی. ٹھیک ہے, heritage is also about people, heritage is about communities, heritage is whole lot than just experts' opinion. ٹھیک ہے, اب آپ دیکھیں انڈیا میں دیکھ لیں کہ وہاں پر کتنا زیادہ ہیریٹیج از پولیٹیسائز, کہ بابری مسجد کے اندر مندر تھا, انہوں نے بابری مسجد اڑا دیا. تو ہیریٹیج جو ہے اس کی جو ریسرچ, ایکسپرٹ کی ریسرچ کو یوز کرتے ہیں, مطلب جس نے سارا بابری مسجد کا فساد کریٹ کیا, ہی واز ون آف دا ٹاپ ناچ انڈین آرکیولوجسٹ. رائٹ, وہ کوئی ایسا, وہ جیسے احمد حسن دانی جیسا وہ بندہ تھا کہ جس نے کریٹڈ دس انٹائر کنٹروورسی. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ ہماری جو تھوڑی سی ایکسپرٹس کی جو اپنی بائس ہے نا, اس سے تھوڑا سا نکلنا چاہیے. وی آلسو نیڈ ٹو فیل اے بٹ مور ہمبل اباؤٹ واٹ وی ڈو رادر دین بلوئنگ آر اون پائپ. یہ ریکمنڈیشنز ہیں جو آپ کے سامنے بھی آ جائیں گی, یہاں لکھی بھی ہیں کہ ہمیں کمیونٹی کو, ہیریٹیج کو, ان چیزوں کو تھوڑا ہولسٹکلی دیکھنا چاہیے. ہمیں اپنی جہاں بھی ہو سکتا ہے, میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ہمیں ڈاکومنٹیشن کرنی چاہیے, سرفیس کلیکشن کرنی چاہیے, جہاں ہو سکتا ہے ایکسکیویشن کرنی چاہیے, ڈیجیٹل ریکنسٹرکشن بڑی امپورٹنٹ بات ہے وہ کرنی چاہیے. ہمیں صرف ان ریلیجس بلڈنگ پہ فوکس نہیں کرنا چاہیے, ہمیں ہیومن سیٹلمنٹس کو بھی دیکھنا چاہیے. اور اس موضوع پہ جیسے ڈاکٹر صاحبہ بہت زبردست کام کر رہی ہیں, جتنا بھی کام ہوا ہے اس کی میں سمجھتا ہوں کہیں ایک جگہ کمپائلیشن ہونی چاہیے. یعنی اس ہیریٹیج, بدھسٹ ہیریٹیج آف سندھ کے اوپر بہت کام ہوا ہے پچھلے 100 سال میں, لیکن وہ اتنا سکیٹرڈ ہے کہ کسی کو پتہ نہیں لگتا. تو بس یہی میں کہنا تھا. بہت شکریہ.
اوکے, اچھا جی. میرا کہنا تھا کہ آپ نے کہا کہ موہنجو دڑو کی جو 3D انفارمیشن ہے یا 3D جو پروپوزل ہے وہ کس طریقے کا بن سکتا ہے, وہ بنے گا کہ نہیں بنے گا. تو میں آپ کے علم میں ایک اضافہ کر دوں کہ میری ایک دوست ہیں, محترمہ ہیں, ٹھٹا سے ان کا تعلق ہے. ان کے ایک گروپ نے سارا کا سارا موہنجو دڑو کا 3D ماڈل بنایا ہوا ہے.
واہ واہ واہ, ویری نائس.
لیکن مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ نوجوان نسل ہونے کے ساتھ ساتھ ان کے ساتھ یہ زیادتی کبھی کبھار ہو جاتی ہے کہ لوگ ان کو ان چیزوں کو انکریج ہی نہیں کرتے, لیتے ہی نہیں ہیں. تو ان کے ساتھ ابھی میری بات یہ ہو رہی تھی کہ اگر ہم موہنجو دڑو کے ساتھ ساتھ دوسرے جو بھی ہیں ماؤنٹس ہیں, جیسے کہ 12,000 قبل مسیح ایک غار ہے کائی ماتھری میں, آپ لوگ شاید جانتے ہوں گے, اگر ہم اس کے اوپر کام کریں یا جو بھی ماؤنٹس ہیں ان کے 3D ماڈلز بنائیں, لوگوں تک پہنچائیں کہ ہماری سویلائزیشن صرف موہنجو دڑو نہیں تھی, موہنجو دڑو سے پہلے کوڈیجی. ونڈرفل. تو صرف موہنجو ماں سر کے گزارے وہاں تو سر چیک کرو نا اسان جو سلسلو یعنی کہ موہنجو دڑو سے بھی تھی سکے تو وہ نہیں تھی.
Thank you, Dr. Nadeem Tarar, for bringing up, discussing, and spreading awareness about the importance and value heritage seeks from the community. I would like to introduce the next speaker of the session. Due to personal reasons, they could not attend the conference but will join us virtually via Zoom. She was one of the founder member and president of Cultural Mera Sindh Dostlari Dirnegi Kumit and World Association for the Protection of the Tangible and Intangible Cultural Heritage in Times of Armed Conflict in Rome, Italy. She represented QMIT as one of the members of the advisory board of the historic area of Istanbul's site management. Her working areas are sustainable development, civil society organizations, disasters, climate and cultural heritage. She, along with her colleague, co-author, associate professor Dr. Mehmet Aydin, head of the excavation of Kalendres ancient city Mersin, Turkey, will briefly discuss that how multiple actors can function in a crisis. Along with Saadat Gunar.
Please open your microphone.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, dear President.
Please know that it's a
dear,
12-minute presentation. Thank you.
do you hear me very well? Thank you. Dear President, dear participant, I greet you from Turkey together with the co-author Associate Professor Mahmut Aydın. Hi. Before my presentation, I would like to express that we strongly believe that floods can wash away everything, but they cannot wash away the hope, the friendship, and solidarity in your and our heart. Next, please. I couldn't see my presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President. In this part of our presentation, after briefly summarizing committee activities and our association activities and projects on the protection of the cultural heritage in disasters, I will explain its role and in the disaster in Turkey as a civil society organization. Our association committee is a civil society organization located and worked voluntarily in Istanbul, Turkey, in line with the right to protect cultural heritage and to access cultural heritage in times of calm, crisis, climate changes. Foundation year 25. Our association is also a member of the European Nostra and the Scientific Committee of International Conference on Cultural Heritage and New Technology held in Vienna since 26. Next, please. In this slide, I show you 3 EU projects in which took part as leader, partner, and associate member. Scientific techniques and risk management in museums. War-free World Heritage Listed Cities project. A guide on disaster risk reduction in museums. In this EU project, our partner was Disaster Research and Implementation Center of Istanbul Aydın University. Academic partner is the Dr. Mahmut Aydın. Next, please. Under the leadership of ICOM National Committee of Pakistan, Committee and other ICOM national committees from Albania to India, and civil society organization met at International Virtual Conference on Museums, ICOM 2020 and 2021, and organized a session on disaster resilient museums. And disaster, next please. Disaster and Emergency Management Authority, AFAD, our national authority, invites civil society organization to the events, roundtable meetings to build disaster resilient society and public-private synergy. One of them is our association. Next, please. In this slide, I would like to show you the role of CUMIT in earthquake to tsunami in Seferihisar district, İzmir province, Turkey in October 2020. CUMIT member Aytaç Güner took photographs the waters drawn from the sea, Eptide, in Seljuk Marina soon after the earthquake, just before the tsunami. He and our other member archaeologist Mehmet Uğur took photographs and continued to document the destruction in the historical Seljuk Castle and its historic streets soon after an earthquake and tsunami. CUMIT shared the collected photographs with the relevant actors such as ICOMOS, ICORP. Next, please. Yes. We've shared the photographs, some actors, such as Ecomos Corp Turkey team and a representative of Republic of Turkey Ministry of Culture and Tourism. They invited Kumit to their damage assessment visit. I think it is a good example to build this synergy between public and civil institutions. Next, please. The role of Kumit, wildfire in the Mediterranean coast of Turkey and adversely affected Kalenderis ancient city excavation site located in the region, Aydıncık district, Mersin province, 4 days in 2021. In this case, the first main role of Kumit was documentation. In this role, for their security, we archived and classified all footage taken by the excavation team just before, during, and soon after the forest fire sent to Kumit, Istanbul province from Mersin province. The second main role of Kumit was to share the lessons learned from these cases with the community, as we did at this conference, Climate, Culture and Peace Conference, virtual conference organized by ICROM FAR, January 22, and European Conservation Restoration, sorry? Okay. Okay. In this slide, you can show, you can see the follow of the process, protection of the cultural, protection of the just before the wildfire. We can see in the first steps, preventive conservation measures were taken and disaster preparedness for evacuation, and then to evacuation, starting from Kalenderis to Diokaiseria archaeological site. And since the wildfire threatened Diokaiseria, new evacuation started for Kalenderis and Diokaiseria teams to Solipompoe Police Archaeological Site and Silifke Museum located in the city center. In this flow, we can see the meetings with the archaeological head of the archaeological studies and minister of the representative of ministries, etc. At last steps, as the forest fire subsided excavation team of Kalenderis and the OKS area returned to their land site by the order of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Next, please. You can click, please, all the photos. You can see the preventing conservation before archaeological excavation period. You can see serious. You can see click serious continuously, please. Okay. Next, please, continuously. Okay. During the wildfire, preparation to evacuation, etc. In this slide, yes, very, very hard and difficult journey started. Okay. Thank you. That's all. Okay, with the case of the calendar sanctions in wildfire, we was found worthy to be presented to the Climate, Culture and Peace virtual conference organized by ICRO. Okay, next, please. Sorry. Okay.
So, panelists,
maybe you can, we made simple SWOT analysis in observation in our case. All the, this is the conclusion of the SWOT analysis. We reached the we reached the recommendation. I will say you at the end of the presentation. Next, please. Next, please. Please, next. From 1877, we understand that civil society organization role in the protection of the cultural heritage increases regularly. Article 24D and 20O of UN Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction provides a reference to the protection of the cultural heritage and important role of civil society organization in this subject. Let's now turn to multiple actors in our case. Primary actors, secondary actors. Head of the primary actors, head of the excavation site and excavation team. Secondary actors, we classified state actors and non-state actors. State actors, you know, ministries. Okay, next, please. Yes. State actor, you know, ministries and governor office, disaster and emergency management authority, the director of Silifke Museum, etc. Non-state actors, municipalities, academic universities, civil society organizations. Yes. Primary actors. We are almost, we are alone until the help arrives in disaster in 24 hours. Maybe local
Excuse me,
citizens living
Sadat?
in the nearby.
Am I audible to you, Sadat? Am I audible to you? This is Dr. Sahar. As you said that there's another speaker, co-author along with you, so could you please make it a bit brief because we have one more presentation. Can you wind up in 5 minutes? Am I audible to you?
Please, we can go next slide.
Okay.
Last slide, please. Before, thank you. Okay. Lesson learned from this experience. I would like to recommend building a disaster resilient society to protect the cultural heritage by establishing public-private synergy, by training archaeological teams, museum staff, and search and rescue group, in funding local and national, international civil society organizations, search and rescue group. I'm very glad to see the trained museum staff in the presentation of the Dr. Sana Durrani. Thank you.
We thank Ms. Saadat Gunar for outlining how multiple actors can work in a crisis. I would like to introduce to you to our last speaker of the day. He is an exhibition manager at the Bank Melli Museum, Iran, and a member of the International Committee of Museums since 2005. Also directing manager of the Gemstones Museum of Darya-e-Noor and Koh-e-Noor Sadabad Historical Cultural Complex, Tehran, Iran. He has served as a board member of the International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations for 2 terms. He has also cooperated as technical advisor of the International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations. Unfortunately, due to the crisis in Iran, He could not attend the conference, but he has sent us his presentation along with a voice recording. He will share the case study of Yazd with us. Please let's hear it from Mr. Daman Munzawi.
Museum and historical sites with low budget share care. A study of Yazd by Daman Munzawi from International Council of Museums. Yazd is known as one of the metropolises of Iran and is located in the Yazd-Ardakan plain. Yazd, which is famous for the world's first clay city, was registered as the first historical city of Iran and the 22nd historical monuments of country in the UNESCO World Heritage List. The historical evidence found around Yazd related to Achaemenid period, 550 years before Christ, suggests that the city has a long history. Next slide, please. Yazd has been known as a dry and desert climate in which the rain and rainfall are God's mercy and considered as a gem. Yazd is an important center for Iranian architecture. Because of its climate, it has one of the largest network of qanats, underground water supply system in the world. To deal with the extremely hot summers, many old buildings in Yazd have magnificent wind tower and large underground areas. Yazd has a hot desert climate with the driest major city in Iran, with a yearly precipitation amounts of 49 millimeters and only 23 days of precipitations, with summer temperature very frequently above 40 degrees Celsius in blazing sunshine with no humidity. Next slide, please. The historical context of Yazd is known as the most intact and extensive historical residential context of Iran and covers an area of more than 700 hectares. This texture is a unique combination of old back alleys, houses, and brick buildings that have all the features of individual and social life. Next slide, please. Cultural heritage experts believe that Yazd is living testimony to intelligent use of limited available resources in the desert for survival. Water is brought to the city by the qanat system. Each district of the city is built on a qanat and has a communal center. Furthermore, the use of earth in building includes walls, roofs, and through construction of vaults and domes. Houses are built with courtyards below ground level, serving underground areas. Wind catchers, courtyards, and thick earthen walls create a very pleasant microclimate for this city. Next slide, please. The historical core of Yazd is chock full of mud brick houses, bazaars, public bathhouses, water cisterns, mosques, synagogues, Zoroastrian temples, and old, very beautiful gardens. From the divine point of view, the city enjoys the peaceful coexistence of three religions: Islam, Judaism, and Zoroastrianism. Next slide, please. But at least flawed. A statistical analysis shows that flood damage in the last 5 decades accounted for more than half of the all damage caused by natural disasters in the world. The climatic and geographical conditions of Iran are also such that every year we witness the phenomenon of flood with its many damage. Flooding in Iran is not specific to a region or province, and the whole country is affected by this phenomenon. Of course, the type and characteristics of flood are different depending on each region. For example, in the northern regions of Iran, which is very similar to Pakistan, where there are rivers with a steep slope and short lengths, annual floods lead to high losses. But while in the southern and central regions of Iran like Yazd, the occurrence of flood caused by heavy rain in the upstream area and melting snow is characterized by low casualties, but unfortunately very high damage to agricultural, residential, museum, cultural heritage, and industrial areas. Next slide, please. It is important to note that this phenomenon does not stop even in periods of water shortage and drought, and sometimes it occurs with greater intensity and higher number of damage, like what happened recently in Yazd. Therefore, it can be acknowledged that flood should no longer be seen as an unexpected event in Iran and even in Pakistan, and the incidence of flood damage in both countries should be reduced to a great extent while making necessary preparations and formulating ways to prevent and optimally manage floods. Next slide, please. In recent years, there is a change in attitude from flood control to flood management in the field of flood damage reduction methods. The use of flood control and containment methods, in other words, a structural method, is considered as one of the management components, and in this view, non-structural methods are flood warning systems, flood zoning, flood insurance, and training of public forces in Iran. Next slide, please. Paying attention to the necessary planning in attracting people participation in all three stages before, during, and after the flood crisis is one of the efficient and low-cost factors of corrective measure in the direction of flood management. Communication between different government departments and public institutions and NGO is very important too. Although flood management in different stages requires a holistic view and effective communication between different departments in the decision-making and implementation processes. The purpose of public and specialized education and creating task forces is to create preparedness against floods. Recruiting task forces can be done through printing and publishing posters, brochures, books, making films, and holding workshops and exhibitions to increase attention to the warning issue in this field and provide safety and relief message to reduce flood damage. Next slide, please. People Task Force. One of the notable things about Yazd is its family-centered culture. According to official statistics from Iran's National Organization for Civil Registration, Yazd is among the 3 cities with the lowest divorce rates in Iran, so that for this reason, people participation in various crises in this city has always been high. Next slide, please. The biggest voluntary forces in Iran are generally known or named as Basij. These forces are often recruited by mosques, schools, universities, and government offices. In time of crisis, They are quickly dispatched and mobilized to flood, earthquakes, and fire locations through military facilities. The Iranian Hilal Ahmar organization, the firefighting and safety service organizations, the Imam Khomeini Relief Committee, and other mostly environmental protection organizations and NGO are Iranian volunteer force that act as task force team in time of crisis. Fortunately, these volunteers not only do not receive salaries from the government and NGOs, but also often donate cash and non-cash donations to this organization to support their activities. Next slide, please. During Yazd flood, Hilal Ahmar task forces have been sent to different regions of province, not only to cities, but also village and remote areas. And most of their operations have been related to draining water from houses and historic houses and historic sites and helping people and sheltering them. These forces include volunteers and employees of this organization. These are most available forces that citizens can contact them on telephone number 112 if needed, so that the Hilal Ahmar of Iran forces will be present at the site to provide relief to the flood victims anywhere and anytime. Next slide, please. Following the flooding in parts of Iran, which has destroyed dozens of houses, the rescue forces have provided relief effort in the flood-hit area. Mostly the young volunteers across the countries who are members of Basij went to the flood-hit areas to help the people. Recent flooding has damaged almost 1% of historical section of the city. The deputy chair of Yazd World Heritage Base said some 200 historical houses have been damaged in the flooding, including Jame Mosque, Amir Chahmah Complex, and famous houses. Flooding has been most devastating in historic sites due to urban development plans over the past 50 years, as flood waters have been blocked by the new construction and water has pretended the ground under the historical sites. Next slide, please. According to the people awareness and locals and coordinated activities in Yazd city, one of the old streets and canal was quickly opened by people, and the square on the way to the flood was destroyed by local task forces with the help of an excavator, so that the flood flow does not enter the historical area. As Yazd is a very old city with very narrow alleys, task forces and mostly people played a very important role because they move quickly through the old alleys while carrying water pumps and helping people. They drained water from dangerous places to safer places. As an example, the water drainage of a stadium prevents the damage of more than 100 houses around the stadium. People task forces immediately start draining water from historic places and diverting it to canals in order to prevent further damage to the historical houses and museums. Natural disasters are increasing in frequency and severity. In light of growing threats in the safety of museum and cultural heritage in Iran, due to the climate change and continued development in high-risk flood areas, people of Iran and local task forces are moving forward with a number of measures to help government to reduce their financial and physical vulnerability to flooding. These undertakings are complex and require a collaborative, multidisciplinary approach involving all related ministries, organization, and institution.
We thank Dr. Daman Monzavi for sharing the case study of YES. I hope you all had the most productive day of interesting and stimulating discussions. I would now request Madam Niloufar Sheikh, the Chairperson, Center for Documentation and Conservation, and the former Vice Chancellor of the Shah Latif University, Khairpur, to please present the recommendations and concluding remarks on this successful event. Please welcome Madam Niloufar Sheikh on the stage.
Thank you, Iram. Thank you very much. So I'm back again. You have to bear me out a few more minutes. So, good evening to all. So it's my profound pleasure to thank you all on behalf of the Endowment Fund Trust as well as on my own behalf. I extend my gratitude to all those who are present today at this conference on disaster risk management organized to deliberate upon the persistent issues pertaining to the catastrophic upheavals and their impact on our heritage assets. My special thanks to the keynote speaker in front of me, Mr. Kamil Khan Mumtaz, whom we admire since long, and who has traveled all the way from Lahore to be with us today and enlightened us through his keynote speech about a crucial, burning, sensitive issue. Thank you, Mr. Kamil, for gracing this conference and enlightening us with your insightful observations on disaster management. Thank you very much. I would like to apprise the audience that the idea of this thought-provoking conference was initiated by Dr. Seher Gul. Seher Gul is here, by Dr. Seher Gul, and its success is due to hers as well as the untiring efforts of the entire Endowment Fund team under the commendable dedication and guidance of Mr. Abdul Hamid Ahund. In this final concluding session of today's conference, the proposed recommendations by various speakers who highlighted the pre- and post-disaster reducing risk factors, museums, artifactual preservation measures, disaster heritage safety measures, and need of awareness task force have been compiled by the rapporteurs, and I am placing them before the delegates and participants for their final approval. These recommendations will be sent to the concerned authorities, and hopefully the viable suggestions will be implemented with a forceful follow-up by our trustees, Endowment Fund trustees, and the dynamic secretary of Endowment Fund Trust, Hamid. So he has to forcefully follow, otherwise this will all go waste, I tell you. It will all go waste. So please do something. It's high time we do something tangible. The recommendations based on the trajectory are divided into 3 broad themes, including policy recommendations concerning the establishment of a disaster management cell, a call for an action plan to establish a disaster risk management for museums, and lastly, formulation of policies concerning the development of disaster risk management ecosystem. Each theme stipulates some recommendations which are further elaborated upon. The first thematic area is the establishment of a disaster management cell, calls for a collaborative effort by Endowment Fund Trust and government authorities to establish a disaster management cell for heritage monuments as a permanent autonomous body comprising of all stakeholders, The cell must be established on the fundamental principles of documentation, photogrammetry, preventive programmed maintenance, and conservation. The disaster risk management cell must activate the system of disaster risk reduction of the heritage sites in the province. So this is the first recommendation. I hope you all agree with it. Okay, fine. The second thematic area, disaster risk management for museums, reflects upon the need for protection and stabilization of existing museums infrastructure and emphasizes the incorporation of first aid rescue mechanisms for the endangered cultural heritage and precious artifacts. Second, is it okay? Okay. The third identified theme stresses upon a collaborative work approach among the communities, bureaucracies, and academics, as well as business institutions to address the pre- and post-disaster impacts on the heritage of Sindh. This approach can help foster informed communities owning and safeguarding the conservation of heritage in true spirits. Furthermore, such a stakeholder ecosystem may aid in the formulation of well-equipped and well-qualified disaster management teams which may devise and implement pre-disaster policies and take proactive measures to circumvent the aftershocks of disasters on cultural heritage and heritage sites in the region, for which the government should provide patronage and funding. We need funding and patronage for this. So is this okay? Fine. Next is establishment of an immediate task force to mitigate and assess the post-disaster impacts on the communities and heritage sites. And lastly, there should be a series of dialogues and consultative meetings and a conference of multiple stakeholders and heritage managers, including various government departments, to ensure compliance and develop protocols of disaster risk management. These are the recommendations, and if agreed, we'll pass on to the government and other institutions, and Hamid has to follow up them. Thank you. So I don't see any response from Hamid. He's too quiet here. So in the end, I have. So in the end, I once again thank the conference chair and the distinguished guests who have spared their precious time from their busy schedules and joined us. I would also express my gratitude to all the staff members of the Endowment Fund, all the staff members who worked late hours for organizing this event and making it successful and memorable occasion for all times to come. I know they have worked very hard, the Endowment Trust people and the staff. Finally, I would like to announce and invite you all to the excursion trip to Makli Necropolis tomorrow. I hope you all join us, enjoy this one-day expedition. So thank you very much. Thank you.